Welcome on in, Riftbounders. We are live for our second event of the weekend. Yesterday we had an awesome set 3 event. Today is our first ever post-ban tournament. It's going to be in the same meta as the Leo Regional and the Atlanta Regional. So this is a really good time to get some insight on what we might be seeing come that regional time. And with me today, of course, it is Ned. How are we feeling nice in this early morning? Or maybe midday
I'm
for
doing,
some people.
yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Got to try out this format yesterday at a Nexus night, and I'm looking forward to see what we got coming up here today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. So I believe you told me you were trying out Orn on Nexus Night. What was the overall like meta after the bans? Because I haven't been to a Nexus Night since the bans.
Uh, Man, my local store was like 2/3 yellow decks.
Wow.
Like a lot of Fioras, a couple of Victors. We had a Darius, a lot of yellow, but it was a lot of fun.
That's what I heard. I heard good stonks on yellow decks. Things like Victor really making a big comeback. Even though they felt strong, just when it came down to the regional times, they didn't really perform all that well. But maybe now after the 7-card ban posted on Monday, it was Dreaming Tree, Obelisk of Power, Reaver's Row, and then the 4 we know, the Vanquisher, the Call Shot. And what are the other 2 am I missing? Scrappy and then
Oh,
Oh, Fighter Flight, of course, of course. So
Fighter Flight,
7
yeah.
cards that will be impacting how these games will be played forward. So no crazy miracle decks to be expected here today. But what we do have for the very first round of today's event is going to be a set versus a rumble. 2 decks we barely ever see, but maybe now with the bans, they could have their moment under the sun. So let's go ahead and jump right into our very first round and see what these players have in store for us.
Sounds good.
And man, Ned, I don't know when was the last time we've seen a Rumble, but honestly, he plays very similar to the likes of Kaiser, right? So maybe there's something to him because I see some Rumbles do well, and then I seen some Rumbles do not so well. I'm wondering how versed this Rumble is in a lot of different matchups because Set isn't too common, is he?
Not anymore. I was saying, I have not seen a set plate since Origins. But Rumble is one of those that kind of snowballs. The more mechs you give out that buff your other mechs or give them vision or have those mech synergies, Rumble can run away with games. But at the same time, you got a set brawler there that's going to be very mighty all the time.
Yeah, really impactful. Probably the best card in the set deck. I feel sometimes a little bit better in Fiora decks, but one thing that set does have going for him is that all great legend ability, right? Because when you die, you always have to consider the fact that the unit might not actually go down as easy as you hope because of that recover ability from set. So you're able to keep things alive by just paying a simple power. But it looks like Rumble getting the first point of the game, conquering on Grove of the God Willow with that little Glimmer Glam or Gem Jammer. I don't know where that name come from, Gem Jammer. And then plays out a nice little champion. This is the red champion. Are you more fond of the blue champion for Rumble or this red one here?
I am more fond of the red one, I believe, because if I remember right, the blue one's a hold effect, while as the red one is a conquer effect, and to me, it's just easier to conquer in this game than it is to hold.
That does make sense. I believe the other one just gives the +1, but here we go. We don't get to see the red rumble shine too much because the challenge coming out from the set taking him down as Lucian tends to get in and get out after the Warmogs. And something to note, you can no longer do the Monastery Hirana 1-2 combo with the Warmogs, so you can't gain the buff and use it in that battlefield to draw in the same conquer. You now have to have the buff beforehand and then you use it. Have you been updated with that little ruling recently, Ned?
I was aware of it. There's a couple other rulings, like the Jax ruling that came out. I'll be the first to admit I'm not a judge. I don't know the exact reasons how or why it doesn't work anymore. I just know it doesn't work anymore.
I believe something along the lines of it has to already be, the conditions have to be met as the trigger goes on the stack. So if there's no buffs just yet, then the Hirana trigger can't even go on the chain. I believe that's my general understanding. I know some people here at home could probably get it a whole lot better than I, but here we go. A little card shop to get 2 gold tokens since Set accepted a gold token of his own and does develop out a nice little Noxus hopeful to round out his turn and looking to most likely pass things up. The only thing Rumble has to pray is he has a pretty good hitting card, and in red and blue I can't really think of too many good hitting cards. Can you, Ned?
There's one blue card I can think of. Actually, a couple blue cards. Not sure what in red it could be, because there's the blue draw two.
Yeah.
Um, there's the blue wages of pain.
Oh, true. I think that's a perfect one. Something like a Wages of Pain could be nice. I know chat saying a Consult the Past could be nice to refill that hand.
Yeah.
And it is time for Fiora, the set 1 Fiora, to make her way onto the battlefield or onto the board. And a secondary Warmogs. I think this was the best addition, or one of the best additions coming set 2 for the set decks, because we didn't get to see Set do too many great things in the overall earlier Spiritforged meta, but maybe in the Spiritforged 2.0 or 2.5, if you will, I think he might be pretty good. I believe I just saw a really high level player win a scrimmage recently with Set. I think it was either yesterday or the day before, and he was the really good Set player, maybe one of the better Set players in the US.
Yeah. Again, I didn't think Set could keep up with the Miracle and the no fighting, but now that that's not really being played much anymore, I mean, Set makes big units and cares about buffs. Warmogs gives buffs, and I think it'd be a good addition. So it was a Wages of Pain that was hidden there. Hit the Rumble hit their own Noxus Hopeful to get a gold token exhausted. I'm wondering if that's to activate Legion?
You know, it almost signals to me generating so much gold resources, it might be some kind of late game plan. You know, he does have access to those mine cards. He does have access, or he might have access to something like a time warp, because I'm trying to think, why does he want so many gold tokens, right? Time warp is such an expensive card, but there might be another card that could probably utilize those golds as well, but only time will tell as he hops over to the other battlefield, enabling from that ganking onto the Hirana. So 4 points. It looks like he is going in. And the only thing he has, though, he has to try to defend these battlefields because they're rather low on might. And that Fiora swinging in at 5, the Lucian swinging in at 5 should be enough to take down both of these battlefields. But we'll see. It looks like a nice little attach of the World Atlas, bringing that Gym Jammer up to 4 might. So 8 total. So Grove might be locked down depending on what he has.
Yeah, being able to get 2 more gold tokens. I know in red you still have Falling Star, you still have Piercing Light. That's very power hungry cards to use as removal. Gonna try and hold on to this Grove of the God Willow. See where that gets him.
Oh, but Nettie completely taps out, so an open playing field as red might not have 2 axes. The only red card I could think of is something like a Sky Splitter, but these units aren't tall enough, so Illusion, easy pickings, conquers up to 3, and then Fiora with a something along the lines of a punch first should be enough to take it down. So he goes in and floats 1 and is exactly as predicted, a punch first to bring it to an overwhelming 10 total might, and down they go. So a 1-2 punch quite literally, and this is where Set tends to stabilize. You have 2 battlefield controls. You don't even necessarily have to play out another unit if you have any more combat tricks. He's tapping a couple though, might do something like a first mate and bring both units back perhaps. Let's see.
Yeah. Going deeper. Just playing at the Set Brawler. Which I feel is in a pretty safe position. Comes in, gets a buff. Goes to 5. So really the only thing that will stop it right now is if Rumble wants to double Falling Star it.
Yeah, that would be a way to do it. There's, I guess, a way of playing something like a Call to Glory to get him out of the range of Falling Star. So that's something Rumble should be considered of. he does have a simple conquer on the Monastery Hirana, but he is going to have a tough time taking down this Fiora. When it's defending, it does have shield 1, of course, so it's defending for 5, or it has with the buff 5, Warmog's up to 6, and then when you defend, it defends at 7 total might. So he's going to have a bit of an uphill climb with just 2 low might units, the Karchop at 3, the Poro at 2, unless he finds a way of just dealing with it with something, as you said, something like a kill spell coming down, the Fallen Star trying to do the 6 total damage. It's an expensive one, but this is where the gold comes in. We're seeing it actually be effective.
Yeah, but also keep in mind we still have Set's ability, legend ability of being able to save something with a buff on it.
Mm-hmm.
Having to pay an extra 2 for the deflect cost as well.
Yeah, quite an expensive Falling Star for sure. And oh,
And
he
choosing
foregoes.
not to save it.
Yeah, interesting. What do you think that's about?
They might be afraid that they have another removal spell and they value the set more than keeping a hold of the Fiora.
That makes sense, right? So maybe smelling out another potential Falling Star and prioritizing the more higher value unit being that set brawler in the back line. So we can respect that, but it looks like a 1-2 conquer is on the road for the Rumble player. Just 2 more points, virtually 2 more conquers, and he should be able to close things out. But that actually doesn't seem as straightforward as it sounds. So he's going to be holding with 2 units. But one more time, these units don't have too much might. So just like he did the turn before, sends in the Lucian, conquers Hirana. He has the option to draw and does elect to draw with that buff. And I think now, since he had the buff beforehand, he could activate Hirana and then go ahead and put the stack the other way around. Or actually, no, it's Hirana first and then Warmog's triggers, and then you get the buff again. So it makes perfect sense.
And he did play a Darius to base, which will be, as long as he can play 2 cards next turn, 7 might swing. But it's not going to make it to next turn.
That is right. Not going to make it indeed. It's taking down the Darius. And I think this is a full-on potential double hole for set player, just clearing the board state for Rumble. And Rumble almost had it a teeny little bit there in the mid game, but kind of lost control. I feel like Rumble, somewhere in the middle there, when he tapped out, it was just super straightforward for set. He realized all it is just math. Let me just go ahead and send my units where I need, and that is it. Nice and quick. Game number 1 for this opening round of today's post-ban event. Set looking decent, but it felt more so Rumble didn't really get too much things going. What do you think about that, Ned?
Yeah, again, Rumble is one of those, you kind of live and die by being able to snowball a lot of combos with your mechs, and it just didn't seem like Rumble got there. But again, Rumble is not like they didn't score any. They were up to 6,
Right.
but the spot removal from challenge, taking out the red Rumble early on, and the Darius later on was just more than the Rumble could handle.
You know, to add to that point, there was a point in the Origins meta where Set was considered a bit of a counter to the Kai'Sa decks. And Kai'Sa pretty much is a upgraded version of a Rumble, if you ask me. I mean, they're both the same domain colors. They're both Fury. They're both mine. But Kai'Sa just has a little bit more tools. Even though they have similar tools, just the overall builds have been proven time and time again to be slightly more consistent than a Rumble deck. So if Set had a good matchup against Kai'Sa, he's probably going to have a pretty good matchup against a Rumble. But let's see if the tides can turn, because this is an arena's greatest. He got up to 6 the turn before. Can he go a little bit under the Set player and start things off with the little Vision mech?
We're going to go to the Windswept Hillock and the arena's greatest. So, not sure how Arena's Greatest is going to fit into the plan here, because Set tends to be an equally fast deck.
You're right. It definitely can feel that way. It does have some early game units. Does have things like a first mate to kind of ready units as soon as they come out. But the first point on the board will be coming on the way of Rumble, since he was on the play. I feel like Rumble needs some kind of defensive tool, something like what Kaiser's known for, those Hex Tech Rays, those Void Seekers sometimes, just something to try to hold these battlefields rather than relying on just the double conquers he did in game number one. But both chosen champions have gone online. Rumble on the bottom, Set Brawler on the top. Let's see which one stays alive a little bit longer, but I don't think this forecaster might be sticking around. He could elect to trade 1 for 1 just to deny him the point, because if he's scared of Rumble going a little bit under him, that doesn't feel like a terrible play. But if you don't mind him getting 1 more point, maybe just a nice little easy conquer on Arena's Greatest, get yourself up to 2 points, and then you deal with the mech a bit down the road. I don't hate that play as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I was seeing somebody said Forecaster had shield.
Oh,
I was
from
looking.
Rumble, of course. I don't see so many Rumbles that he
Oh
can't even
yeah, Rumble
trade it. It's
Legend.
shields for 3. You're
Mm-hmm.
totally right.
They are true.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the best red cards from Spiritforged coming down with Fair's Forerunner.
Yeah, and it only got better, especially when we think about the simple fact that I believe Rumble, or not Rumble, but Victor and Kaiser is going to be more prominent in the meta. So Fair's Forerunner feels that much better because when he dies, he pretty much gets his same stat line in the base. So up to 4 points. And this is what we were worried about for the set player. We thought Rumble could just go a little bit too fast, but takes on the challenge head on. Set Brawler taking down the Fair's Forerunner. And now 2 little mech tokens will be generated in the back line. So let's see what he has, or more importantly, what he leaves up to try to defend this Set Brawler. Unless he wants to maybe use the Windswept Hillock, something like a first mate ready the Brawler, gank on over to the other side. Could be quite an impactful play, but might just be sitting pretty at that Windswept Hillock for now.
Yeah, the Doran's Blade coming down, just giving it a nice +2. So with the buff on the Rumble's turn, turns it into a 7 might, kind of pushing it out of range of it, the Rumble player just throwing in 2 mechs to try and take it away. I'm looking to just reinforce the ganking platform.
Yeah, I feel like normally you don't ever do this kind of play because you are behind on point tempo, exactly 5 points to 2. But I think with the consideration that you do have ganking on all your units there, you feel like you have more better odds of just going ahead and conquer, or holding 1, keeping the unit or keeping the hidden card, and then bouncing on over with your bigger unit to the other battlefield. So not feeling all that bad about it. Let's see how Rumble approaches this turn with that in mind. Cassette with only 4 runes. He plays a little bit more comfortable with lower rune economy, of course, but still low runes means less options on your opponent's turn, even on your turns, of course. So he does have a good amount of might in the back line. I wouldn't blame him for just trying to hold one battlefield and maybe play that game and just try to defend these ganking units. But it's tricky though, because Set Brawler can get insanely tall, can't he?
Yes, I mean, every turn it's essentially going to become an 8 base with throwing away its buff to try and conquer, get another buff. Um, but we see Rumble just trying to go wide with a back line.
Yeah, and that he is. I'm trying. If only he had something like a grand stratagem or something of that nature to kind of buff these, but he kind of does, right? He has the blue rumble more than likely. That's going to be +1 on every single mech, which the majority of those units in the back line are indeed mechs. So that could be something to keep an eye out for. Lucian going in and out, going up to 4 points. So trying to tie things up almost. And I think that might be it for his turn, as he just has 3 cards in hand. So not feeling all that good in terms of options. These could be like the best 3 cards in his deck though, so we never really know. But as of right now, Rumble feeling like he could try to put the pieces together to really close out this game. Testing the waters though, he's saying, I'm gonna just send my little 2 might unit, see what the hidden card is, and it reveals to be a hidden blade. Nice little re-up on the hand we were talking about.
Yeah, I was wondering what it could have been besides a hidden blade, but I think that one always just makes the most sense. Draw you some cards, get the conquer effect. Or give the conquer effect to the opponent, and then just looking to Free
Yes.
up the defense here. Are we going to see that blue rumble that you mentioned?
Yeah, he's going on the full-on defensive game plan. He feels comfortable that he should be able to hold up to 7 points, and then right from that moment, you just have to hold on one more time.
Rocket
We have the
barrage.
Rocket Barrage getting deployed out. Doesn't
'Cause-
repeat it as he doesn't have enough, so just he singly targets the Lucian in the back line, and it just makes him all that more difficult for just a single unit to deal with it. But honestly, if there's one unit that could take down a massive board, it might just be the Set Brawler, because right now he has a buff, so he's at 5 plus the 2 at 7. If he uses the buff, he goes up to, what is that? He will be 6 to the 4, so 10. If he finds a way to buff it, he will go up to 14. So
Right now
still a
he's
little
holding with
short.
17, I believe, on that battlefield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because 10, 3, and 3. I think Forecaster's a 2. So it might have been one more. Because it's 6, 10, 13, 15, 17. Nope, you're absolutely right. And here we go. Another buff from that pit rookie. So we were wondering, how tall can the set go? Is there another way of buffing it? Because one more buff and Set Brawler will be going up into that threshold where you get over that huge battlefield, but doesn't want to risk it. Sends it over to the Simple Arenas Greatest for the 5th Conquer for the set player, and the Wallop to ready it up. And I don't think you get a buff, right? You may spend a buff to ready. Oh, whoa, 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 wait. Let me reread Wallop, because I haven't seen that card in forever. I think that was exactly what he needs to get over this battlefield. Oh my goodness. This is insane plays coming out from Set, including the Call to Glory.
Yeah, and with even with everything having a shield at the mech side, give your mechs +1. So we were short on our original because of the shield from Rumble, but now the mechs get an extra +1. So now each one of those mech tokens are 5, and the forecaster is a 4.
Yeah, we were totally wrong on the inclusion of the Set Legend. Just like old school Origins, I always forgot the Ari Legend ability. I don't get to play a Rumble all that often, so I
Oh, the
completely forgot
punch
about the
first.
shield. So they had way more chats correcting us. They were defending for 25, not including the Danger Zone coming out, and that's a Danger Zone number 2. Every single mech has an additional +2, and Set has seen enough. He says, I am never breaking that battlefield. You just took down my set. If you didn't take down my set, I just used every single last resource I had in hand. I put in the punch first, I put in the Call to Glory, I put in the wall up, and I couldn't crack the battlefield. So here we go, folks. We find ourselves in that game 3 situation. Rumble was able to get things done. I was impressed with that game too. What did you think about that one, Ned?
Yeah, I mean, this is the strategy of Rumble. Go wide, get vision, get ganking, and then just try and get as many +1 buffs as you can on them.
Yeah, and it seemed to be quite beneficial to him. Once he started getting all those mechs on top of those danger zones, it really got carried away. And this time in Game 3, chat, we will not forget the Shield 3. Mark my words, I will try my best to remember. Well, it's something to point out here. The battlefield selection for Rumble is Power of Nexus, which is really interesting because we were discussing in game number 1, what can he possibly use with all these gold tokens he was generating? I think this battlefield might have given us a key indication on what he might be thinking about for this final game. Can he actually make use of a battlefield like Power Nexus? We might be able to find out, but Set starting off extremely hot, already up to 3 points, and we barely blinked, didn't we?
Yeah, these players do not want to go to time, which I don't think they're in any danger of, but speed Riftbound.
Oh yeah, little blitz Riftbound, if you will. But now throwing it back over to the Rumble player. Let's see what he has to try to somehow stabilize from this crazy position Set has put him. Not too much so the position himself, but find himself a little bit below, or not below, but behind. And Set's, or Rumble rather, is more of a deck that likes to stay ahead. But 4 points for Set as the Brawler hits the board. He's going on that same defensive game plan that worked well in the end game, but he just has a single point behind by a 3-point deficit. I don't think a whole strategy is going to be too beneficial, but it is power nexus. It's almost like a little mini Trinity Force, just a whole lot more expensive that you can't do every single turn.
Yeah, and we're even going to see the Wallop come out for set to maybe try and break this battlefield on the side. Again, with shield, we have 12 might, I believe, on the power nexus.
Yeah, you're definitely right. So the 7 plus the 5 going to be 12 total defending might. So it's going to take a double pump from this set. And it wouldn't feel that bad. You know, the one time you finally get to hold with the red chosen champion, you don't have any units to bring back. So the hidden blade taking down the Ferris Forerunner, I would almost like to take down the other one. But you still have the set to take down the other one regardless. Decides to play the mech tokens in the battlefield. Let me reread it because I swear it said you had to play him in base. Yeah, it says in base, so you can't actually
Yeah,
play him in the
and he
battlefield.
did move him back to base, and ended up conquering there.
So
Eight
yeah, this
rooms,
is
two
looking
mechs.
like a huge uphill climb for our Rumble player. Despite having 9 cards in hand, this is tricky because I would imagine there's at minimum at least one punch first, but okay. A card we haven't seen all series long, the Breakneck Mech. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Breakneck Mech. Your mechs have deflect and ganking, and I enter ready if you control another mech. So swinging in for quite a good amount of pressure, but saying he doesn't want to send in the mechs alongside. He's just sending in one unit for now.
Yeah, which is a little scary if set does have the punch first. I think this is Rumble saying, I'm in a great position if you don't have punch first, but if you have punch first or call to glory, I mean,
Honestly, sometimes you just had to risk it, right? You were so far behind, and actually trades one for one the 8 to 7. Wait.
I
Because
was
it's
a little
called to
confused by that as
glory
well.
7 to 7. That's what it was. It makes total sense. So it does get the Conquer finally up to 2 points, but the double Fiora setup on the Sunken Temple, making it quite problematic for a Rumble player to keep on pushing the point total. Another breakneck wouldn't be terrible, but now those Fioras a little bit taller than the set brawler he dealt with on the previous turn. And actually, the elects to not play it on the battlefield, but the wallop coming down one more time. Maybe the best card he had so far in this series. Readies the Fiora, gives it a nice little buff to get into that mighty range. Won't be too impactful, but the ganking and the standard move, taking down both mechs, and little by little, Ned, this game is getting way too out of hand for Rumble.
I think it might have just gotten out of hand. Does have a full grip of 9 cards and 8 runes to work with, but I'm I don't see the line.
I do not see the world where Rumble could get out of this position. He does have a falling star and decides to hit the unit in the back line on top of Fiora. Fiora no longer a deflected unit since he doesn't have any buff. The Stupefier bring the Fiora down, and that is a full board elimination for Rumble. We said there wasn't a world, but look at the hand for our set player. Just a single card in hand. Maybe there's a chance, Ned.
Yeah, if he weathers the storm and just hope the set doesn't draw anything good.
Yeah, I mean, he already used those wall-ups, so he can't necessarily ready too many units on the get-go. So at minimum, Rumble probably locks in 1-2 Conquer on the next turn. Goes up to 4, so 7-4 feels a little bit more of a manageable position to be in. And if you have in these final 6 to 7 remaining cards in hand, the Lucian comes in, the Action comes in. So those units are a little bigger than your units. Does he have another removal? You know, we haven't seen it all series long. Something like a Singularity would go crazy right now for Rumble.
Yeah, because now they have to double conquer. And each one of these units with the shield is going to be a 3 in the defense. So unless they draw something to buff up Lucian. This could be a hold.
Well, keep in mind the Poro is not a mech,
Oh,
so
Poro is not a mech. That is true.
oh, but he does have one hit of removal, and that's going to be a repeated rocket barrage. Pretty much a pseudo singularity. More importantly, both units have been dealt with. We were just saying, how in the world will Rumble get out of this position? And we're seeing it right here in front of our eyes. The impossible being made possible. A double hold, 6 to 7. So much better than the 2 to 7 position he found himself 2 turns ago. I think if he has any little removal, just send it here, right? A falling star, just go ahead and overkill it. It does not matter. Or more importantly, maybe just go ahead and place some units to reinforce both of these battlefields. I cannot believe Rumble managed to come back from a crazy, I believe, 5-point difference. What an impressive feat for Rumble.
Yeah, that is a clinic. I don't. Yeah, okay. You did go up 6. Um, yeah, I don't know what Set could really do at this point, especially if Rumble has one more piece of removal, but instead just gonna say, all right, here's my Forerunner. Can you now beat what's gonna end up being 2, 8, 10 might with your 3 might in one draw?
He's actually setting up for a
Never
lethal
mind.
turn because even if the Poro on the right goes, he also has the back of a Power Nexus, right? You hold for 1, go up to 7, and then Power Nexus, gain a point to 8, victory, and that should be all she wrote. There's no way you're cracking this board state on that Power Nexus. You have her first mate, but you're relying on the top decks. I know Set cannot believe what just went down. Started off so impressive, but he just ran out of gas, just didn't have any true way of refilling the hand. And just like that, guys, we have a Rumble taking down a Set in our very first round of today's tournament.
Man, I did not see Rumble coming out on top of that one. I thought for sure when they got to like 7 points to, was it 1 or 2 on the Rumble side? I thought that was all she wrote for Rumble, but Rumble managing to weather the storm, get the removal out, and ended up coming up on top.
Yeah, I mean, you and everyone else probably witnessing. There's probably some good players in there saying, okay, Set might be getting a little bit too risky on that hand size, but I did not expect it as well. I could have almost certainly thought, I almost thought it was for certain that Set was taking that one down. But chat, we saw a full best of 3, and I think we still have 30 minutes. Ned, why was that game so fast? I guess since Miracle isn't in the format, maybe games are
Ah,
supposed to be normally this long.
yeah, it's kind of nice now, isn't it?
Right, right. I mean, these players knew exactly what they wanted to get done on these turns, so they were playing super speedy. But chat, bear with us. We'll try to find a backup match. So I don't know exactly who's on what because usually for the feature match, I get to see the legends, but this is kind of on the fly. So let's see what we can pick out. I'm just going to pick at random and pray one of these guys have the TCGA code on the Battlefight chat. And I see one. So let's see if we can catch a bit of the tail end of the action, or maybe we're right smack in the middle because as we said, there was 30 minutes remaining. Serve Set right for cheating with Wallop. Damon, I saw what you said. I'm gonna have to play it back because Wallop just readies a unit for a buff, right? Because he readied the Set, but then somehow moved the Set back to base in a ready position. But I might have missed it. There might have been 2 Wallops there, but I don't know if
Might
there
have
was
played
2
2.
buffs either way. So I know what you mean, Daimon.
Very possible.
Right, but that was a good game. For those wondering what is the Rumble list, we will post the top 8 deck list after the event on our Discord like we always do, on Twitter like we always do. Rumble might be making it there. On top, if we don't get the Rumble to make in top 8, we always post the feature match games on YouTube once they're uploaded in the description and in the pinned comments. So at the minimum, expect that going forward. But Ned, we have a game on our hands. Let's join the feature match table as I change the legends. It looks like it's a Master Yi versus a Rek'Sai for our backup match.
Ooh, and Master Yi rocking out the new runes.
Right, right. A little unleash. So bringing in a little set 3 into the set 1 to 2 meta, which doesn't impact too much. They're just runes as long as there's no set 3 cards here. But I think we're finding him in a position where, just like we saw in this game 3, starting to mount a bit of a comeback. Master Yi falling a bit behind, but now finding himself with double battlefield control on top of a charm to bring in that Under Titan, activate the Yi legend ability, and take it down. And now it's our Rek'Sai player, very low on hand size currently.
Yes. Could you share the join code or share the screen? I'm currently
Absolutely. I'm
looking
so
at Twitch
sorry,
chat.
Ned.
No, you're
Yeah,
fine. You're fine.
I'll post it on the feature match here. Let me know when you're in here.
All right.
But for now, we're seeing Rek'Sai trying to take down the generated, the resource generation unit, the Stellarcorn Herder. Might be super beneficial to do so, because from this position, all you have to do is hold, but you do have to be worried. That is a ganking unit on the side. He's on Valmon's layer, but he's not truly stuck there because of the ganking keyword, of course. So Rek'Sai, so close. He could taste the taste of victory. But I have a funny feeling Yi might be able to kind of conquer both of these battlefields, as Rek'Sai completely taps out to try to defend this one final battlefield for maybe the last time in this game. Because if Yi cracks this, but it is a hidden card. And Ned, are you in the game just yet?
In the game now.
Nice, nice.
So, Rek'Sai is a list that I've been toying with. I tend to lean more completely yellow Rek'Sai. I love the removal, love the go wide aspect of it. But Yi is one of those. I think it is the best Aurora deck right now, and Dead Bloom Predator and Tasty Feyfolk will always be good cards.
They really are, right? But here we go. Punch first on our ganking unit. The Bushwhack was only a bluff. He was trying to say, do you think I have something like a hidden blade? But the Bushwhack, all he's going to be doing is gaining him a simple gold token. But that should be successful on conquering. More importantly, a full board clear for our Rek'Sai player, going up to 5. And just as we were almost speculating, I think we tuned in exactly where Master Yi was hitting that turning point in this matchup. The only thing we don't know for certain, if this is game 2 or game 3. What do you think, Ned? Do you think we're finding ourselves in the end of a game 2 or a game 3?
I have a feeling based on the Ram spell just played that this is probably an Aurora Yi. So I would imagine this is game 2. Their matches tend to go a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
However, Rek'Sai is a fast deck, so it could be the final one.
And real quick, I saw a little thing in chat saying how much time is left in the round. Guys, whenever we go to the casting booth and I come back, for some reason, I can't figure out how to not reset the timer. So the timer naturally resets to 60. But for those wondering, there's just 24 minutes left in the round. So ignore the timer on screen. If you guys are just tuning in, this is our backup match. We got done with our main feature match, which was an awesome set deck versus an even more awesome Rumble deck. And that ended up finishing in about 30 minutes. So we're tuning in into the secondary game on our round number 1. And we're seeing Master Yi most likely taking Rek'Sai down in what could be a game 2. As Ned pointed out, this could be an Aurora deck because of the Catalyst of Aeons we just saw. Oh, and the Dead Bloom Predator. That is a big, big cookie to crack. And I think he should be able to hold most likely at minimum one of these battlefields with these big units.
Yeah, because each one getting a +2 for defending alone, and the Yi still has two runes up. Could be a pump spell, so could be a couple different pump spells. I don't know what Rek'Sai is going to be able to do to get rid of both, and I guess they have options with removal spells, but it will be a uphill battle.
It really is, but I think we get the confirmation that is a GG, and the players aren't necessarily resetting yet, so that could have been definitely a game 3, because usually when it's a GG, it's a game 2, then they start kind of packing it up and then resetting the board state. I'm not seeing any kind of reset, so give me 1 second, guys. There's still about 20 minutes left. Let's see if we can catch maybe another game that's in the 3, because if not, it's going to be a rather long break, something like a 30-minute break, or maybe just the 20-25-minute break. But still, if we could catch a bit more of some Riftbound while these players are actually playing, that might be better. So one more time, let's head back to the booth. And yeah, Pato, and welcome on in. Everyone's going quick. I mean, is this the new wave? Is this Riftbound 2.5? These games are just finishing way faster than normal.
Yeah, I was listening to somebody talk about like the main reason for banning the Miracle set wasn't generally because it was the best deck. I do think Detonate Draven was, but necessarily because that's not how they wanted the pace of the game to go and like the timing of the games to go, and more or less trying to hone in on what Riftbound's play style was.
Right.
And I think we're seeing it here. Like that's the play style we're going for. It's we don't want to have games that go, 60 minutes long on a normal play.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense. I mean, Ezra alone used to take off a whole lot of time off the time or off the timer. Aurelia does tend to play a little bit late game as well, but more importantly, as you mentioned, those Silver Miracle packages, the Draven Miracle package, those were the ones that were taking about 10 minutes. No exaggeration. You guys know if you've seen it,
Mm-hmm.
about like six, even more minutes per turn. It just got a little bit ridiculous. But Ned, I posted another feature match TCGA code on the thing. So let me know if you could join us. So guys, naturally the only players, or one of the only players still remaining is an Aurelia mirror match. So this is the third backup match for round 1. So bear with us. Of course, not an ideal matchup to spectate, but it's either we're watching a bit of Riftbound or we're just watching the waiting soon screen. So you guys decide. So let's just see if we tune in into game 2, because these guys are almost wrapping things up.
And I am in.
Nice. Now go ahead and change the legends for now. It is an Aurelia mirror match. Speaking of Aurelia, in your opinion, how does she fare in this new 2.5 meta?
Oh, she's the best deck.
Oh, you
I,
think
I
so?
think,
Easily?
yeah. I think what she got hit was it Fight or Flight hurt and Dreaming Tree hurt, but like she has other options for Fight or Flight to protect her unit, and Dreaming Tree's only one game out of 3. I I think she's by and far still the best deck in the format.
Well, keep in mind, it was also the Obelisk of Power, right? Those sneaky deck hands on turn 0 effectively got a little crazy. Just a guarantee conquer, a guarantee hold. So you're starting the game virtually 2 points to 0. On that turn, you play Opposite Power to start off that sneaky deckhand, but Aurelia down below going completely down to 0. Drews, look at all those Defiant Dances. That's 3 Defiant Dances utilized on this same showdown. Which Fervent will be coming out on top? It looks like the one above to get to the final 8th point, and that is all she wrote. GG for the Aurelia up top. And if they don't reset, we might have tuned in a game 3.
Yeah, no, they did not reset. One of the players left, so
All right,
I think
Chad.
that
I
was the
think it's
final
a sign. I
match.
think we're just gonna have to throw it to a little bit break, because we just can't catch the end, the tail end of any game apparently, or we literally catch the very ending moments of a game. But I'm expecting a little bit more action than that. So I think these players should be wrapping it up rather shortly. There's just about 3 matches still remaining, so we'll throw it to a bit of a break for now. And I think Ned, or actually, no, yeah. I think we just did 1 round for today, but we got a
Yep.
we got a good amount of action in here. Specifically, the first match we got, the Rumble. How do you think he's gonna do today? Do you think he makes it pretty far?
I hope so. I love seeing decks that are off meta do well. I mean, I'm personally playing a Volibear list now, so I can't get more off meta than that.
Right. Are you doing Volibear Aurora, or just like Volibear Dragons which I know the Dragons get a whole lot stronger next set, but they weren't too bad
Mm.
because I believe there was a list in Vegas that did well with Volibear, with Dragons.
Yeah, it tied for best of Vegas. I am not doing the Dragons list yet. I will be doing the Dragons list next set though. The
Nice.
our one drop mana dork and uh, the untap rune dragon just seems so much fun.
Yeah, it really does, right? Double ramp potential for Volibear. I think Volibear is going to be a true contender next set. Ned, are you going to any other regionals coming up? Did you get lucky enough to lock in a ticket
Uh,
yet? Or in
I did
general?
not. Um, I'm gonna try and go to the Connecticut one.
Okay.
I tried to get into Atlanta and just couldn't. Um, but
From
hopefully the
what I'm
Connecticut one.
hearing, let me know from you guys at home. I heard the last two regionals, the one that was set up, I believe it was Sydney, and then the one in Vancouver. Everyone's kept saying it was a whole lot more smooth process. Can you guys agree with that? Anyone that signed up for those, they said it was so easy. Part of me wants to believe there wasn't that many people willing to travel all the way to Australia to compete in Riftbound. And maybe the same could be said about Vancouver. And Swordboy saying agree, Pato saying yes, it was much better. Nice, nice. Okay. I was if Vancouver was more on the East Coast, I would have tried, but it is a long ways away from Florida. So I'm right there with you, Ned. I think I'm gonna try to catch the Connecticut one. I signed up as a little content creator, so maybe just maybe Riftbound throws us a bone and gives a little creator pass. Slappa saying I got my competitor ticket 1.5 hours late. Wow, Slappa. So they didn't sell out.
Wow.
And Slappa, are you from Australia or did you get it from Vancouver?
I say Atlanta sold out in like 2.5 seconds.
I think this East Coast, like Atlanta, DC, Virginia, North Carolinas, or the Carolinas in general slash Texas, is such a big hub, right? I think it's so many active players are there, so it's understandable why Atlanta sold out like impressively fast. Um, and Mr. Plus was going on saying they did them in waves, I think, this time, so the sale went longer. Oh, okay.
Mm.
So if they did them in waves, did it give you like a waiting soon, like you're queuing? Because I've seen it before. Like if you guys remember when we tried to pre-order the product directly from the Riot merch store, it would give you like a queue line, like you're waiting in line to get to the to get to the opportunity to purchase those things. Was it something like that? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. This seems smarter, so it's not like completely slamming the website where it just cracks. So I think that's a good addition. It gives a lot more opportunity, a lot less frustration, I would imagine. So that's really cool. All right,
Yeah.
but guys, as we said, we're gonna throw it to a quick little break, as I believe the most of these players, if not all of these players, are done with their games. But I believe we did commit for the one round with Ned. But hope you had fun, Ned. How did we find that opening round?
Great. I mean, I would call it an upset victory by Rumble because I thought they were out of it and I was proven wrong. And those kinds of games are always the funnest to watch.
Yeah, it was a blast to spectate as well. Blast for Rumble fans here at home. But just before we head to a short little break, since this is our last cast just for today, I'm sure we'll be back one more time or a few more times or whenever you want, honestly, in the future. Let these guys know where they can find you online before we leave.
You can find me down on X or Twitter at Arachneds. I occasionally post stuff about Riftbound, and yeah, happy to see y'all there.
There we go. And with that, I posted all the links of Ned in the chats. So, guys, we'll be right back. And let's see if we get some more spicier metas. We started the day hot with Set versus Rumble. Can we keep a little bit that momentum going? And I don't know, what legends do you want to see? Post them in chat. I'll see them during the waiting soon screen, but we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys. Apologies for a little bit of an extended delay. These guys were giving us a little bit of a headache. Our original feature match was a bit of a no show, so we had to kind of pivot our way to find another one. But nonetheless, we found some fantastic players here today. And speaking of players here today, we have an awesome new addition or new caster joining the booth. It is EK. How are we doing or how are you feeling joining us for the first time, EK?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's good to be here. It's always an honor to be on such a nice, prestigious stream. We have some really cool decks today. Really interested to see what we're gonna have. Some cool play styles. I'm just happy to have fun here.
Yeah, it should be a good time. As we were alluding to, we have some awesome legends. We were trying to throw it to you guys. What legends would you like to see? But we decided it will be a Yasuo versus a Fiora. I believe Yasuo feels a little bit better in this set 2.5. Now that Aurelia took a bit of a nerf, maybe the other green purple legend could shine a little bit brighter as well. Same can be said about Fiora, right? Fiora was getting held back drastically by the likes of Draven. So I think Fiora might be a bit of a sleeper pick. How do you feel about one of these or both of these legends, EK?
Now, I'll be honest, I am on the Fiora hype train. I think this deck might be the best deck in the entire format. We have Hook Fiora, we have Midrange Fiora. It feels like this thing has an answer to everything. But also we have Yasuo on the other side, and I feel like Yasuo has always been the dark horse in every set he's been playable. This deck can have a lot of might with the Yasuo Green Legend. It can do some really funny stuff with the Purple Legend. So I think it'd be interesting to see how Mashallah pilots his deck, shows creativity in his deck building and in his way of playing the game. And we'll
Yeah,
see how it goes.
you bring up a good point. Is this going to be something like the baited hook variant for Fiora, or more so that mid-range variant that we seem to be slightly more consistent, but sometimes you run out of like big things to drop over and over? Like we've seen the baited hooks, when they get going, they cannot be stopped. But let's go ahead and join these players. It is round number 2 of today's weekly event, our very first event post the bans, just to see how things are shaping up and as players are preparing for the regionals coming up, the Leo regional or the Atlanta regional. And speaking of regionals, EK, will you be attending any of those?
Now, sadly, couldn't get the France regionals, but hopefully the Netherlands, Utrecht, I think it's called,
Okay.
and Barcelona, if all goes well. And then Singapore with the guys back in the UAE. That's going to be fun.
That will be fun. Yeah, I love that Riftbound on year 1 is being so active globally, because it's very rare for a company. I mean, granted, it is right we're talking about, right? So it makes sense when you think about it, but it is rare for a
Right.
year 1 TCG to spread themselves out. I don't want to say thin, but to spread themselves out so globally so early on, right?
And I think it's good. We have worldwide championships. We're gonna have worlds eventually whenever we get the news about it. And it's just good so no like particular region feels left out. Everyone gets to play the game. I think that was Riot's entire plan with this. Now, very aggressive start from our Fiora player actually here. I feel.
Yeah, I think so, right? Developing out the worthy, playing it for getting it into the mighty threshold status, and then pushing it on over to Targon's Peak. And not too shabby, has some defensive options, but Yasuo is a deck that can also kind of push the pace as soon as his units get played out. Does he decide to do that? It looks like he won't be developing anything too big, as he's looking to drop a 3 but make that a 4. And Stellar Corn Herder might just be the best card in any green deck. How are we feeling about Stellar Corn Herder, EK? A lot of people say he deserves to get banned, but do you think it's, I wouldn't say super balanced, but maybe not deserving of a ban just yet?
I feel like Stellar Herder does feel like a problem card when it comes to Aurelia. The amount of movement, Ride the Wind, we have Boots of Swiftness, just ready and moving her back, can feel like a really big issue. But I feel like some decks, like Yellow, have the removal tools to get rid of it, and it is only 3 might. That is kind of its one weakness. But we will see some, I'll say, some disgusting stuff from this Stella right here. We're going to have Yasuo ability to move it. We're going to have ganking. So I think we're going to see a lot of just value just come out of this card.
Oh yeah, a whole lot of card advantage incoming for the side of Yasuo. As you said, you could go ahead and use that Yasuo ability, push the Silicorn up, conquer for one. It's still ready, so at the minimum you could bring it back and then get another additional draw. But you might be just ever so inclined to go ahead and gank on over because you will be swinging it for 5 and it's 5 for 5. But if there's something we know about green decks is they have so many combat tricks, access to things like discipline, accessing the on guard. And then, I mean, technically you do have the back of things like a rebuke from the purple, but I don't know if you want to utilize that just yet. So doesn't use the Yasuo ability, but uses it, but the other way around, right? To bring it back. So I like this, kind of protecting Stellicorn a little bit later down the road.
Yeah, and we have 2 Stellicorns, so I think we're just going all in on the just draw plan. We have so many draws, and getting our Yasuo like live next turn, I think just be a bit too much for the Fiora to handle. Just getting these 8 might pushes with the Yasuo, and he's gonna have ganking. So we're gonna see how Fiora deals with that.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. It looks like the set 1 Fiora coming out to play this time around and decides to play it in the base in case one of these units gets taken care of. I would imagine I don't really feel like it's worth risking the worthy just yet. I would almost like to see him retreat the Fiora for now. That way you have a good tool. Then exactly as we said, I think it is the smarter play as it was getting a bit threatened out by the 2 Stellicorn herders. I could almost see a potential like Stain if you had a punch first to try to deal with at least one of these Stellicorn herders. But I like this play nonetheless. Throwing it back over to Yasuo. Let's see what he can throw down. Do you think it's time for the big chosen champion or not just yet?
I do feel like with the Targon's Peak, we're getting 2 runes back. So I think it's the perfect time to play the chosen champion. If you think about it, it's like playing it only for 4 runes. You're going to have 5 runes to do stuff. But more importantly, the chosen champion does counter punch first because the Yasuo will kill the defending unit before he has the time to do an action. So I think it's definitely how he's going to get back into the game, try and make up for this lost point lead. But it depends on how big of a defender. Maybe we have stuff like Call to Glory to counter it. But I'm not sure what the Fiora has in hand.
Looks like she didn't have too much options to defend that pick rookie, so down to the trash it goes. And this is a full battlefield control for the side of Yasuo. Had to float the rune for the Boots of Swiftness, but still has the Yasuo ability online. He hasn't tapped the legend. Develops out, interesting enough, a unit we didn't get to see, or we thought we wouldn't see too much of because of the recent ban. So no cost shots to be seen in this tournament. But I guess Purple Ezreal is still a good unit, right? Pitch 1, draw 2. You can never go wrong because look at Yasuo's hand. An impressive 9 cards. He has to have so much going on in that hand.
Right, and I feel like I mean, not sure if Helder's going to notice it or not, but we do have repeat cards. I mean, we don't have Called Shot, but we do have stuff like the repeat buff card. I forget what it was called. Feral Spirit, I want to say.
Yeah, Feral Strength. I know what you're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, so it might catch him off guard. That's +4 for 3 mana. That can contest stuff like Punch first. But I do want to see this Yasuo developed out here, especially because we have the extra 2 runes.
You know, you also bring up a really good point in the other repeated cards that that kind of jog my mind. A repeated Twonk could benefit from the reduction from Ezreal. So stunning, not 1 unit, but 2 units. But as we were anticipating, it looks like it was time for Yasuo to get developed out onto the board. Thanks to not being completely tapped out, as you mentioned, the Targon's Peak. Now, with the 9 cards in hand, can they at least try to defend one of these Stellicorn? Because I would imagine the lower might one might not be sticking around. But let's see, because I don't think there's a world to defend both of these. Or do you see it possibly?
I'll be honest, I think you're putting your hands up and go, you know what? These guys drew me my cards. Rest in peace. I'm happy with what you did. I'll be honest, I kind of want the Stellicorn on the with the boost to also die, so I can use the boots on my Yasuo.
Okay.
To beat over the Cult to Glory Fiora. Because without it, we can actually. So let's say we don't get the boots. We're only attacking. Oh, never mind. We're just doing it right now.
Oh, and there's getting past that mighty condition. So up, and away he goes. Not only you get deflect, ganking, and shield, but more importantly, you get to go ahead and use the worthy ability to ready the unit. And as we said, it does have ganking. So moving on over to the other side, trying to take it down. He didn't have any combat tricks for the first Silicorn Herder. Does he have one for the second one? And two can play at the move the battlefield game.
Ride the wind. Now,
Uh-oh.
ride the wind, I think is a. Do we have a repose? Maybe. I think it just. Oh, we might do.
No, he did. Maybe you're a
So-
little bit behind because he used the repose. It's in the trash.
Oh, repose. Oh, it is in the trash. Sorry, it didn't show up in the. Oh, it didn't show up on my thing. All right, that's good.
Mine's just going in and out too. I know
Right when
TCG has been slightly buggy. If you guys been playing online yesterday, it was down for a good 6 hours, I want to say, but not too bad. We could still get the full picture was going down. So he tried to ride the wind, the Silicorn Herder, to the other battlefield, but the repose stopping the whole game plan from going down. And that's Fiora finding herself at 6 points, just 2 double conquer away from closing out this game number 1. So Yasuo trying his best to stabilize. I mean, he has 9 cards in hand. I couldn't put it past him. He might be able to hold at least one of these battlefields, but can he hold long enough is the question.
Right, and I think it's very important that the Yasuo goes in with 8 might from the boots, so we can actually attack into Fiora without giving him the chance to use our punch first. But I'm just really worried about punch first on their turn, just to double conquer, and I don't know how as Yasuo with our sideboard cards like Thwonk, maybe Rebuke. I'm not sure how we can handle that.
That does seem like a tricky spot, but he does attach the boots of swiftness, trying to take the Fiora before any kind of combat tricks can go down. So attacking in with 8 total might, effectively doing 8 damage before the combat even starts. Is there a reward? You do have to pay. Actually, no, he's out of mighty because it was a call to glory. It wasn't any kind of permanent buff, so you don't even have to pay the deflect cost. And from this position, you can't even play a punch first because the attack resolves before it even resolves on action speed, right?
Right. You're absolutely right. I think he's trying to spread out his board too. I think he's got to go in with his Ezreal because he also could have just moved with the Yasuo using his legend. So I think we are gonna see Ezreal developed onto the Targon's Peak.
It does make sense. You're trying to narrow the margin on the deficit you were behind, so might as well close it in by a single point up to 5. I guess Ezreal at the minimum drew 2 cards, so you never feel too bad about that. But we're seeing the charm coming in. Worthy has done one too many things this game, trying to take it down as soon as you can. Yasuo's ability only on the attack, of course, but should have enough might just in sheer raw power to take it down. And no combat tricks invested, so Worthy will be hitting the bin, and that is a problem for Fiora players. I feel like that is a key component to their game plan, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like once that Fiora Worthy goes away, you lose a lot of your strength in the deck. Your sets can't be readied. Your BF swords don't get you draw 2 with Unsungs immediately. So maybe we see the Spectral Matron. I have seen some mid-range Fioras run that card just to bring that card back due to how useful it is.
It makes sense.
But I'm not sure if we have it in our hand. But more importantly, we don't have punch first because I feel like we would have played the punch first right there, because with the charm. So
yeah, right.
We might not have the answers with this.
Because you can't really counter out a punch first. It doesn't have anything like not so fast, but for the first time we get a little bit of a sneak peek in the massive hand Yasuo has been able to develop in this game number 1. Sabotage gets played out. Now let's take a little peek. As we said, what does she have to be playing around? But no, we do not get the glimpse in there, and that is the Defy. So Fiora playing blind on this closing turn. I don't think she's able to get there, but as you said, EK, the Spectral Matron does indeed come out.
Now I'm not sure what we can do. I assume that whatever's in our hands was very, very important because we are going down to 3 runes. So not having stuff like double discipline, not so fast disciplines might just be a negative thing from our side.
It could be maybe trying to play around having something like a Rebuke, but Rebuke is only going to be dealing with one of these cards, and Fiora Worthy is able to do it more than once. So if you play another unit, attach the Doran's Blade one more time, you get to play another Order Rune to go ahead and ready that unit, because I believe it's not once per turn, right? Let me double check. Yeah, it's any time. The Legend is once per turn, but Worthy can do it as many times.
And out of Mighty.
And just like that, that's Fiora like conquering up to 7 points.
I think the biggest issue right now is how are we getting rid of this 8-might Yasuo? Who's going to gank? That's the entire game plan right now.
It feels that way, and he tried to do it with a simple hidden blade, but not so fast coming in. And I love the ZK, the Death Grip, taking the Doran's Blade from the Spectral Maiden. More importantly, you adding all the 6 total might on one of the backline units. What was the selection? Yasuo has seen enough. He ran out of runes. He ran out of options, despite having clearly the hand advantage. Fiora finding the way to close things out with that double conquer finish, and really impressive stuff from Fiora. She played really cleanly that game.
Yeah, I do love it. As again, that Spectral Matron did come in clutch, but I do love the Death Grip. I think not a lot of people are playing this card nowadays, but being able to double up on the might bonuses of your equipment, because you get the 6 might from Spectral Matron with the Dorans, and then you add another 2 might because you're gonna re-equip the Doran's Blade. So that's an 8 might jump, and you drew a card from it. And your guy died, but like it's the end of the game. So who really cares about that player?
Right, you got the conquer already. The work has been done, and as you said, you get so much might from that Death Grip, and that's what Yasuo saw as well. He saw exactly what Fiora was putting down and didn't want none of it. He saw it was a move on to game 2. And now I believe Fiora did start that game number 1 off. Or if memory serves me right, I think she started it off. It might be time for Yasuo to start things off in this game number 2. But Battlefield Selection, Sunken Temple down below. But Forgotten Monument, does Yasuo really want to go a little bit into the later game like Aurelia's do? Because I believe this is the one that you can't score for the first 3 turns.
Right, and this is very important, I think, maybe for other matchups like Victor, like Rek'Sai. I'm not sure how much value you can get from that if you can maybe stop one of Fiora's points. But the important part here is we both legends do have a good way of drawing with Sunken Temple, so I feel like there's going to be a lot of contention in the mid game on this one battlefield.
That does make sense. So we'll see who's able to kind of hold on to that battlefield over the other opponent. But nice little card for Yasuo decks. I think one of the better cards that you really get a lot of value throughout the remaining of the match is that Massive Foresight. Every time you attack or defend alone, it's a +1. And just like we saw in that game number 1, he's generally swinging in with just single units like that Yasuo champion. Every time he attacks now, he will be dealing 7 damage, not even accounting for the potential equipment like we saw previously before. But just like Fiora going off on, starting things hot with that initial conquer, just like he did in game 1, a little deja vu, right? Didn't he do the similar play?
I think this... Oh, hold on. This is not a similar play. Going for the challenge to get rid of his existing Ezreal and not having the Defy to stop that, which does give us a lot of information about Yasuo's hand right now.
Because he had some runes up, right? So he didn't have any counters?
Yeah, so he didn't have any counters. We also know he doesn't have any on guards because he would have played it to trade. But that's a Vex. We do not see that in Yasuo decks often.
This might very be an interesting, reminiscent of like Aurelia decks. Besides the simple fact of the Ezreal purple, the Massive Foresight, we saw similar things in that Stellar Corn Herder and the Vex Cheerless we just saw played out right now. But honestly, they're the exact same domain combination, so it does make sense to kind of overlap. But I love Vex Cheerless, one of the true MVPs that kind of really came into the front line in the Spiritforged meta, specifically at the hands of Alan ZQ and Ezreal, right? That's when it really shined the brightest, but it feels good in every single matchup. Those punch first, you've never seen a more expensive punch first, right? That's a 2 energy, 3 power punch first if you're trying to use it during the Vex combat. So this could kind of really give some trouble for our Fiora player. But for right now, you're completely tapped out regardless. So maybe go ahead and just try to take down. As I say that, that's an unsung hero, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an unsung hero, to be fair. He does draw 2, but we do kill it without investing any resources because of our Mask of Foresight. I think we're just disciplining here to draw some cards, which it does feel like a smart idea. But as I said, imagine you pay 2 mana, 3 power for a punch first, and he just goes, "Yeah, I'll pay 1 mana, I'll thwonk it."
Mm-hmm.
This card
Feels
is just
bad.
mean.
Mm-hmm. And I love this, right? When you have a Vex on the battlefield, you want to leave as much energy as possible on your opponent's turn. So 5 energy might as well be not infinite, of course, but you can get out so many spells because of the cost reduction from our Vex champion here on Forgotten Monument. But let's see how Fiora kind of maneuvers her way, because, you know, whenever you have an opposing Vex online and you're ahead on point tempo, and whoa, wait a minute, that is an action to steal one of the more valuable equipments or gears, I should say, from the Yasuo player. That cannot go any worse for the Yasuo player, and you can't even not so fast, or you can, but it looks like he didn't have a not so fast in hand.
And that also does make our Fiora worthy stronger than the Vex by 1 might. So we kind of flip that interaction over. So us as the Yasuo player have to invest resources when they attack.
That is true.
I'm not sure if they. I don't think they will go for the attack because again, you don't want to pay 2 mana 3 for punch first. But I think maybe just go for the Sunken Temple here.
I couldn't agree more. I think you leave the Vex alone, but he decides to spend the Order Rune to go ahead and ready the Action. So that way he's able to leave the Fiora worthy nice and safe in the backline for right now, because the only backline interaction we've seen from Yasuo is the Charm. So if they don't have the Charm, Worthy's going to be feeling rather safe for the time being, but Conquer's up to 4, and this is exactly what Fiora was doing previously, just conquer after conquer, and then kind of retreating their units when they can. Very cleverly played so far. And Vex Sheila's got essentially no value on the defense. And Fiora, as we said, doing a fantastic job of kind of maneuvering their way around it. Thankfully, because they have the point advantage so far, they might not have to really engage against this Vex too often.
Right, and Vex technically does have ganking if we do want to invest 2 energy using our legend. So we can go up to 4, kind of match our opponent into the draws. But it's all about this action. He is currently hitting for 8 might with the Mask of Foresight. And that's, even though we have a Vex, that's still a lot of cards we have to invest. So I'm not sure how the Mashallah wants to kind of navigate around this issue, because he is behind on points and behind on board.
Yeah, I mean, he could do just like kind of straightforward and, oh, it is time the champ to come down. Oh no, even better, the Mind Splitter revealing the hand for Fiora. And oh, that is a hand, a whole lot of gas, a Call of the Glory, and other action. First mate, a Hidden Blade, and a Spectral Matron, just in case the Worthy goes down. Interesting enough, picks the first mate. How do we feel about that, EK? Because I feel like they already have our first mate essentially with the Fiora.
Right. I feel like with the Spectral Matron, we do like that kind of readying effect is going to be available the entire game. And our opponent is going to go up to 6 this turn. So I think he's just trying to make sure that any unit he's going to commit to the battlefield will actually stay in the battlefield for the entire time.
Okay.
But also having both Hidden Blade and the Call to Glory not be chosen kind of tells me that this Yasuo might have some Defies in hand that he just drew into.
So not to worry about the spells, but here we go. You take down the first mate, but the Spectral Matron was in hand all along, retreating the action, keeping the Massive Foresight for another turn most likely. And this is a huge mountain to get back from for this Yasuo player. 6-2, a Mind Splitter and a Cheerless in the back line. Yes, you could double conquer, but look at what you have to deal with on what could be the final turn for Fiora. And Fiora's been doing good somehow. You know, one of the downsides of Fiora, they don't have too much draw power. But with the Unsung Hero, maybe with the Sunken Temple, as you pointed out before, she's been able to keep her hand size rather healthy to make this final push pretty certain to be able to close things out. It's tricky though, because we are talking about pushing into a cheer list, so that might be the one thing Yasuo has going for him.
I think what Yasuo needs now is just as much like base removal. Just we're trying to get all the charms here. We are behind on the amount of runes, and maybe he draws into punch first, and he does go for the 2 for 3. But I think we're at the point where we need to find our charms. We need to start getting rid of these units while we have the advantage, like while we're still on our turn.
That is definitely the card he needs. He's tapping one, he's recycling one. That seems to me, a hidden card. I was going to say most likely something like a charm, but hides a card and passes with 7 terrifying runes available on this final push for Fiora. And before making sure he commits to anything, wants to reveal the hand. So either we get a Defy like we saw in game number 1. Oh, and that is the hand
Oh
he
my
has to deal with.
goodness. So we do see a rebuke, and the rebuke on the action does get rid of the Mask of Foresight, but it doesn't. But that won't work on an action, so he still have the +1 and the from the Foresight prior to the rebuke. Ride the Wind can be a bit tricky. Okay, getting rid of rebuke I think is the right play because it is only 1 mana, 1 mana and 1 energy due to Vex. But this is a lot of might that we have to deal with. Maybe you have a punch first. Hidden Blade here. We have
it's
the Zonias.
over, EK, but the Zonya's saving the day only on the base. But wait, what did the Hidden Blade? Of course, you still draw 2, which is kind of tricky because on paper he had all the tools able to take down the remaining board state. I mean, double discipline brings you up to what, 9 and then 11. So you still,
we
you
do have
enough.
the right to win. We have the right to win. We have the disciplines. They're very much cheaper. I don't agree with the Hidden Blade here because we kind of gave our opponent 2 other cards that they can play for cheap. And we do know that he can go back to the battlefield with Ride the Wind. So this actually might backfire on him.
Oh, really well said, right? Ride the Wind, the Vex from the base over to the Mindsplitter battlefield. But, I mean, depending what those last little 2 cards are, I mean, the disciplines also draw 2 cards, so keep that in mind for everyone at home. I think Yasuo is looking like he could set up the defensive needs he needs to stay in this game, at least for 1 more turn. You hold up to 5, potentially use Yasuo's ability to move up and conquer up to 6. But I'm wondering if, I mean, there's no better time unless there's a time where Yasuo taps out on a turn or has less runes, I should say, in a single turn, because he doesn't have to necessarily push it. And we're seeing something similar here. Okay, the Ride the Wind comes down, and it's the Cheerless this time heading its way.
And now all these spells much cheaper. But again, we do have that Cult of Glory. He will tap out to play it. Maybe he has a cheaper combat trick in hand, but there's 4 cards now that we don't know about.
And I like this, trying to take down the Action, because the Action taking him down gets you back the Massive Foresight. So the Mindsplitter will be defending at 8, and there we go, a huge investment. I believe that should be, did he pay 3? Or, I mean, I guess we're about to see the spell, and he does pay 3,
yeah,
so it
3.
could be the punch first, as we expected. 2 energy, 3 power, bringing the Action up to, what is that, 12 total might?
And remember, we always can just leave now. We have the right to win. We can just go, okay, thank you for spending all your runes. I'm going to leave with the... Hard bargain is huge. Oh, wait, I don't...
Ooh, you didn't get to repeat it, right? Or Vex reduces it by 1.
I think he had...
It's 3 runes.
It should be 3 runes to do that.
Yeah, it's 3 runes to do a repeated. He must have thought he had Ezreal.
Yeah, I think having the Ezreal and the thing. I think honestly the play here, I'm not sure if they can do the rewind here or not, but it is just to Ride the Wind, the Vex over to Mindsplitter, try and save the game there. Oh, sorry, no, that was 3 runes. That was 3 runes.
He did pay 3? Okay.
That was
He did it real quick,
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a repeated hard bargain. So the Massive Foresight going back into the controller of, going back to Yasuo as the controller, And that was massive because now Vex is staying at 9. Make that 10 might with the Massive Foresight now online. And if he wants to go ahead and single unit push, those Massive Foresight triggers every single time. So you're having to put more than one unit on a single battlefield. And Yasuo might not mind that. The only caveat being is now for the first time in this turn, Yasuo is finally completely tapped out. But same could almost be said about Fiora with just 2 little runes and 3 cards in hand.
We do know he has a Call to Glory, which can't be played right now. I'm not sure if there's a maybe sequencing with trading the BS sword. Maybe you trade BS sword and Matron into Mind Splitter, Conquer with first mate, trying something like that. But I don't think we have the might right now.
I'm right there with you. I don't think we have the might, especially with the Massive Foresight also online. You have to get over 10. You have to get over 8. At the most you can do is probably conquer one of these battlefields. But there's a Ride the Wind in the back line. Floats the energy, most likely attaching the BF sword. Getting an energy back, of course. So Spectromating going up to 7 for the time being. Is this a double push? 7 and then the first mate to take down the Mind Splitter wouldn't be the worst play, but it might not be the best as well. But sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. Get up to 7 and then pray those last 3 cards in hand aren't too impactful for Yasuo. Might be his only out.
I mean, to be fair, even if we do that, we'd have to hang our Worthy to conquer, and the Vex can just go over. We'll just move her back with Unforgiven, the Yasuo legend ability, and just try and attack with a normal movement. So it's just a really hard spot for Fiora over here.
Yeah, I was saying the Matron and first mate over to the Monument to take down at least one of these, right? Because it's 4, 3, 7, and then 3, 10, and he's defending for 8, right?
Oh, we're setting the Worthy in.
Interesting.
So this is, I think this is 8 still.
Oh.
And now this is, okay. Trying to get at some sort of hold strategy maybe, but I mean, holding into a Yasuo with 7 cards, we have a way of moving this Vex over. She's gonna be 6. I just don't see it.
I don't see it as well, especially when you don't have something like a punch first to rely on. And why was the decision with Worthy instead? I'm trying to think a little bit ahead of the curve like these guys are thinking, because you could have had enough might with just your other 2 units to at least one of them stay, and then you still had the Worthy in the back line. Unless I'm missing something, Mind Splitter was defending for 8 with the Massive Foresight. Spectral's at 4. BF Sword brings it up to 7. And then first mate is 10 to 8, no?
I think right now, Fiora just kind of says, the only way I'm coming back for this game is for exactly Yasuo here not to have enough might to kill me. From some miracle, right? And I think he's just trying to go for Matron having 4 might as a baseline instead of Fiora's 3, and saying maybe this 1 might saves me as like a Hail Mary.
You know, if there was a world he can play a Massive Foresight Yasuo and then the Legend ability, that could be a way of getting rid of the Spectral Matron. But I think, let's try to do the math here. So Massive Foresight number 2 will bring up the Vex up to 7. Right now we have to get over 9 total might. So if he has anything like a On Guard, he can effectively trade 1-to-1. But tap in 3, let's see what he decides to do, because he does have 4 unknown cards, at least to us. So I feel like he has some play potential for sure. This is going to be a very interesting turn. It could be the game-winning turn. Of course, if he passes the turn with the Spectral Matron still at the battlefield, that is GG 2-0 for a Fiora player. And I know he definitely doesn't want to go out without a fight, so he's trying to put the pieces together. What can he come up? What solution has he found? What are the lines to get over this Matron? He's tapping too. It looks like maybe a Ride the Wind. Oh, let's
GA.
See. Okay.
I mean, for me, I was gonna play the Poro and just Ride the Wind him in as support, but this might be enough.
I see what he's doing. He's doubling up on the Massive Foresight. What an intricate play. I love it. It's anticipating Fiora not have anything left in hand with a single rune. Getting 4 additional might on the Vex trigger. That is as clear if I ever seen it. And on the back of 2 Massive Foresight, there should be Yasuo running away with this game without a Worthy, without any runes to do anything.
Mhm.
I think Yasuo might have just taken it. What a smart play there.
I think that's the creativity I love to see from these Yasuo players. I mean, you would never expect Mask of Foresight to be used to give a +4/+4 buff that turn, and it's just these kind of plays that makes me fall in love with this kind of deck.
It really is, right? There's no other deck that plays quite the same as Yasuo. So found the winning line, and that means we will be going into that game number 3. Can Fiora get it done? Can Yasuo get it done? We saw some impressive stuff from both of these players, but now is the time. It is the moment of truth, right? We have to see only one of these winners will be continuing on in their undefeated streak nice and early in today's event. But man, that end game was really awesome to see. There was almost a little bit of hope for Fiora because they got to 6 points first, but they just weren't able to close things out. Any idea what they could maybe do going in this game number 3 to kind of help them close the game out?
I think now that they know there's a Vex in play, because I think maybe it was a surprise to them, keeping the challenge to get rid of that Vex pre-combat maybe could be their main way of getting it out.
Okay.
However, getting Fiora does kind of struggle with getting units up to 6 because they love to get to 5. That's their main benchmark. But to get a positive trade with challenge, you have to get up to 6. So that's more like a BF sword plus Fiora worthy plus challenge, which might be too much of a mana, say too much of a rune investment.
I could see
Okay,
that.
that's something you don't see every day though. Paper tree.
Paper
This is
tree.
OG Aurelia Rizig.
Similar idea how he wanted to go a bit into the late game. Paper tree for every hold, you get the channel runes. So making full use is what Yasuo's game plan is of having more runes available. It does go both ways, but Fiora already naturally has a way of generating runes of her own, so it doesn't impact her as much as it impacts Yasuo. But the seeded power definitely impacts her, especially when we think about that she will be going first, so she will have a unit on one of these battlefields before she gets to push, so she might be able to get a bit more draw power than the Yasuo player can. But either or, we find ourselves in that game 3. Starting things off a little slow with that Zhonya's Hourglass, but it is just that opening turn. And let's see if the Worthy comes out to play, because I don't think Yasuo could do too many things, because you can't like play a unit, Yasuo Legend, and Charm all in one turn, or can you?
Right,
No, I don't think you can.
I mean, I don't to do that and still have enough might to kill the worthy might be a bit too much. But also, I do want to show that there's an interesting dynamic that's happening between these two battlefields. Because if Fiora does want to get a draw from the Seat of Power, they have to concede at least one hold from the paper tree.
Yeah, exactly right. And oh, a nice counter, most likely a sideboard
Ooh.
tech. It will be the Adaptatron for the first time in this best of 3 series. That is a really nightmare to see for Fiora players, right? You're able to take down the BF swords, you're able to take down the Doran's blade. And chat's pointing out, I think Fiora might have missed the turn 1 draw.
They have 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, there's too many cards.
We could backtrack, but there's nothing to trash. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, and there's 3. There's 3 turns. So you start with 4. I think he's fine. I think he might be fine. Or chat, you guys do the math at home. But if Adaptatron does get the Conquer and the BF sword hitting the bin, that is what you love to see as Yasuo. Not letting him get carried away with those equipments, because the equipment is kind of like the catalyst that gets the engine going for Fiora, right? You attach it to a unit, you bring it into the mighty status condition, you get the legend ability, and then you ready it with the worthy. So this is going to be a huge swing for Yasuo having this Adaptatron, especially with a bit of a safety net from not only the GA but the Zhonya's Hourglass. This Adaptatron is sticking around for a while.
Now, I love this card. This card is one of my favorite sideboard cards in the set. I am a huge hype man for this card. I run it over Action. Just being able to destroy these gears permanently stops the Fiora from using them as a way of getting mighty, and it's again a large investment from the Fiora. That's 4 energy and a runes, right, recycled, that you just won't see again.
Okay. Yeah, it really is such an impactful card, and we are getting confirmation. I think Fiora was just in the heat of the moment, missed her initial draw. You know, we'll cut her some slack. It was an intense moment in that late game there, but trying to keep his composure despite that initial draw miss, and sends in a Lucian to try to contest that battlefield. You do want to guarantee the conquer. Not only do you get the point, but you will get the draw for having another ally on the battlefield. So does indeed get it with the Call to Glory going up to 6. So goes up to 4, and little by little, this is what Fiora's been doing. Actually, is a trade 6, 5. Oh, with the buff 6 to 6, of course.
Yeah. With the Mask of Foresight, again, not a
Oh,
card you see
true.
very often, so people just kind of forget about it. It's because it's on attack and defense.
Exactly. When you defend or attack alone, might as well pull up that card just in case some people aren't familiar with that card at home, the Massive Foresight. There's a card that, funny enough, looks strangely similar coming out in set 3, but I think that's like from Legends of Runeterra why it's so similar artwork. You seen that card, EK?
I am pretty sure it's the exact same card art, just zoomed out.
Yeah, I
I think
don't
it's
know what
Keeper of
that's
Mass what we're
about.
talking about.
Yeah, luckily they don't do the exact same thing, but Massive Foresight right now has been putting in work in this best of 3 series. Adaptatron still sitting good in that back line, but Fiora, no units available for her, so does not really take too much of an impact. The Stellarcorn Herder instead will be the one to conquer for the second point for Yasuo, and it looks like for the second time in this series, Yasuo making his way, and that is a 7 might. A 7 damage attack, and you get the draw from Cedar Power. So excellent sequencing coming out from our opponent. And I think Yasuo is looking pretty good. Look at the board state currently.
Right, and I feel like Fiora tried to bluff the punch first there, but Yasuo just completely invalidating that card is just so big in this matchup. Being able to deal 7 at reaction speed might be just a bit too much for this deck.
Yeah, nice little cheeky interaction that just went down. The Yordle Explorer getting an additional draw for the Spectral Matron coming down, because anytime you play a unit with 2 power, or anytime you place a card in general with 2 power, you get an additional draw for those that are a little unfamiliar with the Explorer card. So it does benefit from things like Punch First, it benefits from Matron as we just saw, and it also benefits from the signature spell Repose. I believe those might be the only cards that trigger the Yordle, but it's a good amount of cards that do trigger that card. So I think Hey might be one of the few Fioras that actively run that card, because I've seen Hey in the past before. But let's see, can they take down the Yasuo? Because that is a huge, probably the most impactful card for Yasuo currently as it stands. The On Guard bringing it up to 9 total might, because Massive Foresight 7 plus 2, 9. And Set just swinging in for 8, but the Death Grip is exactly what he needs to get over.
Yeah, and just, I mean, even then, we used one card just to make him send his Set forward and get rid of his Spectral Matron. So if we do have a way of dealing with this card on our turn, we can probably be in a very good spot for this late game.
Yeah, not looking too bad, because usually you're a little bit more behind from this position here, approaching the mid to late game. But Stellarcorn does get the hold, gets the channel 2, or gets the channel 1 each, one for you, one for your opponent off the paper tree. But now you still have the Adaptatron. The only thing I guess we have to be decently considerate about is a Punch First, right? That is a 8 might unit you have to think about, or even more. We're not talking about 8 might, 10 might unit because of the buff Set Brawler there. So tricky position for Yasuo, because right now he's swinging in for what, 6? So it'll take at the minimum 2 disciplines. Oh, he just lets it go.
He doesn't have it.
That's surprising.
All right, we do get the draw from so we get the draw. Oh, that's Vex. So it's 2 draws, and we have 4 runes up. Now maybe we have like maybe a BF sword. Oh, that Mask of Foresight might just seal the deal. I was like, maybe BF sword. We didn't have Punch First. Maybe we draw into it now. Some challenges. I just don't see how Fiora can maybe try and win from this turn.
It really does
Another
feel that
set,
way,
maybe?
right? With the Vex getting developed out directly on the battlefield, Lucian comes in, so you do have a way of readying your units, and most likely will be targeting the Adaptatron, but that Adaptatron will be defending for a massive. I mean, he has 4, 5, and then he still kept 6, but actually defending for 7. So every single unit defending
7,
alone
yeah.
gets an additional +2. That's a free discipline for free. This Massive Foresight might be the most valuable card we've seen in the series so far.
This guy's just playing Yi. This is just Yi. Yi with purple.
Effectively, right? Yi with more movement potential. It feels good. Yasuo's looking solid so far in this new set.
Yeah, I mean, I think this deck kind of got overshadowed by all the fighter flights, moving like not having this Mask of Foresight matter as much. But now that people are forced to contend with these big might units, I think it's just it makes it a lot better.
That's the thing. It makes it so much harder to deal with. As you said, Fight or Flight alone was the easiest way. As Fight or Flight, you mentioned this is a variant of Yi almost. Fight or Flight was such an effective card against Yi, so naturally would be a really effective card against decks that benefit from these Massive Foresight, but is able to get up to 7 points. But something's telling me he won't be holding onto that battlefield too much longer, as he always has the ability to rely on a Yasuo legend ability to push a unit that comes down as soon as it gets played. And at this point, if he holds a paper tree, he's gonna have, I mean, it comes in exhausted, but even at this point, he's going up to 11 runes. Basically, the entire rune deck is already online. Everything, as long as you have something to play, something powerful to play at that, you are not feeling all that bad. But it is tricky because Fiora is at 7, so pretty close, kind of in the danger zone.
And again, I'm not sure, maybe we have a first mate, but because we didn't kill using that, you didn't kill the Lucian, we don't give him a chance to re-equip the BF sword, make some units mighty. So it's all about the cards left in his hand. Does he have a punch first? He may have drawn into it, but I think that's very unlikely. And this Vex is just menacing.
Yeah, defending for 7 and then threatening out so much more, and decides to take a little bit of a rewind and leave the Lucian on the battlefield rather than retreating it, which I don't think Yasuo minds all that much, but maybe he's making him think. He's saying, wait a minute, does he actually have a punch first? So tapping 2, looking to maybe play out a final unit slash equipment like a Doran's Blade to potentially attach. But thinking about it, this is a very important turn. They were coming down to the final moments of this game number 3, and he's trying to do everything in his power to make sure he's trying to calculate all his odds. What are his only potential outs? If you ask me, Yasuo's feeling the one in the driver's seat despite being 2 points behind. How are we feeling about that, EK? Do you think Yasuo has a bit of the upper hand?
Oh no, I 100% agree with you. We have 2 strong attackers and a Vex on board, and we're seeing 2 more cards next turn with 11 runes. It just feels like you have to deal with the entire world, and you only have 2 runes up to do so. I just don't. This is very important for Yasuo, for the Fiora. I think just to concede these last 2 points. You say, all right, I'll put my Lucian in base. You can't win next turn. I'm gonna try my best. You use my 12 rune turn next turn and just win from there.
Right, you know, to make matters worse, Fiora might have almost indicated that he wanted to tap out, but instead goes for the unsung heroes. He's saying this turn is not the turn to hold. Let's just try our very best out of these 3 cards and the one I draw for next turn to try to go on a double conquer push. But with so many runes available, does he really have to do, or does Yasuo really have to do all that much? He could simply conquer to 7, and then with a good amount of cards in hand, the double Massive Foresight and the Vex already on a battlefield, he should at the minimum be able to hold on to that Vex battlefield, or if all the resources are used on that Vex battlefield, he should be able to hold on to the Adaptatron one, especially with 7 cards in hand. If you push the Stellarcorn Herder even more, if you do the little double whammy as you said before, it could be 9 total cards in hand.
Yeah, and just that is Adaptatron just getting rid of so much value. This is like the second BS sword he's gotten rid of. That's 6 might just gone from Fiora's field. I mean, if he had 6 might there, I think he could have maybe won this game. But those Beastars going straight to the discard.
Yeah, it feels like he was truly tech. I mean, in anticipation of the Aurelias of the world, and it even does good sometimes into like Victor with those Vanguard Armory. It does good into a lot of Spiritforged since it is a little bit equipment slash gear centric. So it feels right to have an Adaptatron, especially in a legend that allows you to move the Adaptatron as soon as it comes out, which is why we've seen it pretty much as a staple in a lot of the Aurelia decks. And it makes sense that it seems to be a stable sideboard piece in the Yasuo decks as well. But trying to decide, does he want to just leave everything as be? Leave all those runes available on defense? But no, wants to see another card. And I think leaving 9 runes doesn't feel that bad. There has to be a world where you have a discipline on guard, and maybe a rebuke at that. So let's look at the drop. He hasn't used anything, only on guard. So at the minimum, 2 disciplines is what I'm calling for the Yasuo player.
Right, and also by moving back our herder, we do make our massive foresights back online. So it is a 1 might difference, but we do get to draw, and we only go down 1 might if you think about it on the defense.
Right. I think it does make sense, and it is worth it to do so. And our Yasuo player agreed and looks to tap a little bit more to play out. Imagine the 3rd massive foresight, but taking it back, might not have that in hand. I feel like Yasuo might be
that'd be too
get
much.
away with 3, right?
Yeah, I think he would be. I think we have seen 3 though. In his deck, I mean, either way, just that's 6 on the attack, and you only have. I mean, yeah, you don't have that much might in your base, so you can only maybe take 1. Action, taking one of the Mask of Foresight, so that kind of cancels it out.
Yeah, that's 1 step in the right direction. So minimizing the might total by 1, increasing your might total. So kind of a net even, if you will, on your units. And the Bone Shiver coming out, adding an additional +2. Getting the Unsung Hero only up to 4 though, because right now the biggest detriment to Fiora is the simple fact that they only have 2 cards left in hand versus the 9 cards, the abundance of answers that this Yasuo player might just have in hand. And who are we kidding, that he probably does have in hand. So On Guard comes out trying to save the Adaptatron, so up to 5 from the mass, and forcing a most likely repose on a little On Guard.
I don't know how. Oh, he's trying to do it so he can get Action Mighty, so he can ready him up the turn after.
Okay, makes sense.
Let's say the next attack. I like it. I do like this play. We are rebuking. This does feel like a really expensive rebuke just for a...
Oh, another one, EK. The repose number 2 were the last 2 remaining hands. But with that, I don't see a world where you get back in this, because, I mean, you're getting 2 cards, though, because the idea here was just trading. You were just trying to get... Actually, the Unsung Hero isn't at Mighty. You're not getting 2 cards.
No, we do, because of the Mask of Foresight.
Oh, very true. Very true. I forgot the Action stole it, so you are perfectly at 5. So the idea here was just to draw 2 cards, but you have 2 cards, but what you don't have is any energy remaining on your turn. I don't know if Fiora is gonna be able to get there, but adds 1, or actually adds the 2. So wait a minute, Unsung Hero just became a 7 might unit versus the 6 from Adaptatron. Or the 5.
And now I'm not sure how much I do agree with this. Wait, hold on. Oh, he's putting on the matron. Yeah, I think that is smarter. Go for the trade on the left battlefield and focus all your might on the Vex. Because we can get that second battlefield whenever we want. Because we can't just ready a with our matron with our Fiora worthy.
So does
this chain is going on for a bit and a half. So I think we have might increases on both the Action and the Matron. And we do have a 7 might unit, 7 might defender from Adaptatron, but he is going to get that double mask value there.
Yeah, or at least the one mass, as we said before. But as you mentioned, the on guards are for the remaining of the turn. So right now, he's defending for 7 and make it at 8 when you push another unit into there. And that's not even counting the other side of the battlefield. He's just saying, pick your poison. I most likely might just be able to hold not just one of these battlefields, but both of these battlefields. And Cheerless coming down, making a rebuke so much, so efficient to play out just a single power, a single energy to return the biggest unit currently online for Fiora. And now down to 3 units left. I just not seeing it. It's gonna take
Oh,
more than
that just might
2.
be a game.
Mm-hmm.
I'd even think about it. The Bone Shiver requires a rune to be equipped. We can't even like cascade it from our units. So
Oh,
it is
true.
just
Or
the units that we
energy,
have on
right? Yeah, it
field.
requires the energy to
Yeah,
pay
energy.
it, so
Yeah.
you couldn't even attach it. So feels bad, but Yasuo, quite impressive performance in our round number 2, getting the job done versus Fiora. That was an awesome best of 3 matchup. I couldn't ask for anything more as early as round 2.
Right. Yeah. For a round 2, that. Oh, he had no buffs in hand. By the way, that was his last out. There's 1 defy and 4 units, so that was much closer than we actually anticipated.
Way closer. And Yasuo lost game number 1, but kept his composure, as we said before, and closing it out with a bit of a reverse sweep. But that was, funny enough, the longest game left. It looks like I'm looking at the bracket. Everyone has reported. This is different, chat. This is a little different than what I'm used to. We're used to at least, I believe there's about 8 or so minutes left in the round. There's always one. There's no overtime for weeklies, but it almost seems like in this new Spiritforged 2.5 meta, we might not really need overtime, funny enough. But EK, I know we committed with just 1 round for today.
Yeah,
But I know if you're down, I would definitely love to have you down, have you another
Yeah, I
event
would
in
love
the
to.
future.
I would love to. I would love to. This is very fun, especially with this kind of matchup. I mean, these darn purple decks are taking all of my time. But I think just both players playing their decks to basically perfection. I didn't disagree with anything that they did. It was very fun talking to you also on stream and just being part of the entire process.
Yeah, it was definitely a blast. I know these guys enjoyed the games. These guys enjoyed the commentary. Before we head to a short little break to start repairing, or not repairing, to start pairing round number 3, where can these guys kind of catch you while you're not on one of these Runes and Rift streams offline, or online, I mean?
Right. So I'm trying to get started on my Riftbound like kind of content creation. So you'll be seeing me on Ekpilot. That's all my socials. But I do just want to give a shout out to the homies back in town, Riftbound UAE. I think they're amazing people, amazing community, and I wouldn't be here doing what I do, having the opportunity to play this game and cast it without them. So thank you guys back at home.
That sounds awesome. How is the community, the Ripbound community out there? Is it growing, or is it already pretty established?
I think we have a pretty strong community. We have like 30 plus player events.
Wow.
We even had like a government sponsored event that I won. Yeah, but it's really good. The people love it, and I think it's just with every single set we see more and more people, and I mean it's due to people like you who do make the game just so much more easier to get into it, easier to see.
There we go. That's the idea. Opening these events pretty much globally. If you guys have the time to play, you guys are allowed to play. So it is awesome to throw these events. But guys, we'll be right back. We'll see more EK hopefully in the future. The man saying is the strongest region. The Polish would have something to say about that. But guys, all jokes aside, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our 3rd round for today's post-band event.
Bye bye.
Welcome everybody back to Ruins and Rift. We're heading into round 3. I am Padocast, new to the stream, happy to be here. But with me, a familiar face, Sasuke. How you doing today, man?
Oh, I am doing great. And I have to say, great intro. A lot of energy there, kind of bringing the vibe really right back here. So I'm really excited. I know that we're in for a treat here, so I'm just gonna get right into it because I'm actually a little ecstatic about this. We got an Ari match coming next, and we got to chat just a little bit before the stream started. And I've been told that you've won every single Ari Legend, both in China, actually already the one in Australia. It hasn't even been out yet. So please tell us all about the Ari.
I think, well, I mean, Ari definitely. So I think the big elephant in the room, obviously, is that the we're in a post ban era now, and so Ari is one of those legends that didn't get hit as much. Dreaming Tree would be the biggest thing that kind of hit her arsenal of how she wants to play. I think the backup to that is Conservatory. I was already running a lot before that, but I think that Ari is in a good place because whenever the power of the other legends kind of sink down, you're going to see the other ones rise up. And what we're going to see coming up here soon is an Ari versus Victor match, which I think that Ari should be favored into, and will be starting off with the Conservatory as well. So I think that this is going to be an exciting matchup. I think that Ari is in a good place. This player already so far is undefeated, I believe. So should be fun to watch them into this matchup and see if Victor has some spice.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. We'll have to see how the Victor matchup ends up going. I know that you said if it's like that spell slinger, like no unit Victor list, then it might be pretty difficult just because he's going to have pretty much all the answers to all the little units that Ari wants to play, which does make sense. It does make things pretty difficult for that Victor player, um, or sorry, for that Ari player rather. But that said, I know that Victor kind of only really wants to have one might units, kind of negates the whole thing that Ari is trying to do in terms of subtract those units. But that said, her units are already typically big enough. And then is it really just about the counter spells, or like how is it that Ari has such a favorable matchup into Victor? So,
I think that she has a lot of good basically tempo options against Victor and deals with the one might the one weakness of the Ari kind of legend ability into Victor typically is going to be the fact that the one might units aren't going to get reduced when they swing in, but she does have a lot of good options to deal with those, whether it's through her signature spell if this deck is running that, whether you want to be spicy and bring in a Bella's Breath depending on what flavor of Ari you're going to play. There's a lot of good answers to kind of the wide board, and you have enough small units with good protection that you can basically weather the storm of the deck.
okay. Well, actually, I think that's great timing because with that said here, looks like the players are ready. So why don't we just go ahead and hop right into it here? I'm excited to see how both these players do. I believe that the Ari player is going first. Yes, yeah. All right.
Yes. So yeah, Ari's gonna kick it off for us. Looking for definitely you want that the 2-drop here, but not gonna get it, unfortunately. Which is a bummer, but we're gonna see the Victor player just start to develop here early on, which what they want to do. And Ari should get something out, but then now you're kind of in the call of the week zone. But here we go. So this looks like this is more of a hold Ari. Just basically seeing, not that she doesn't want to hold normally, but there are like aggressive types of Ari where you want to get out a lot of low units early. But in this case, if we're seeing this play right here, then they want to get on, they want to reduce their spells, they want to play almost that pseudo kind of like Vex game. Once you have a battlefield and you reduce the cost of those spells, and you can spell sling a lot.
Makes perfect sense. So, I mean, we'll expect to see something like a Sona Harmonious here, and then unfortunately for him, there is that cold week like you alluded to, and this is definitely not the scenario you want to see yourself in if you are this Ari player. You were able to go first, but now this Victor player is able to bolster his backline. He was able to get 2 points early on, and is now going to be able to hold on to this Conservatory. I think one of these issues here is with this Ari deck that I felt when I was playing here early in set one is that once you fell behind, you really, really fell behind. And Victor is one of those decks known for once it kind of gets that snowball going, it's incredibly difficult to stop with just how many units it's able to put onto the board. And I feel like right now we're seeing that here as there's already 4 points for this Victor player, 0 for this Ari, and he's going to have to do a lot to come back for the time being.
Yeah, this is definitely the problem with the kind of like Sona version 2. And you're kind of stuck in that scenario too when you don't get your first drop, because you don't want to play Ari Inquisitive on your turn 2 because you don't want to deramp. And now having to play Sona and a Ravenbloom student to base. The good news is you're probably going to be able to take back some of these battlefields on the crackback. But the downside is that you might lose something before then, and you're behind in the point tempo for sure right now.
So we'll have to see if this Ari's going to find his way to claw back. But I mean, definitely losing that Eager Apprentice early on, the fact that you weren't able to have an early Defy, yes, deramping is a little bad, but I feel like losing that Eager Apprentice is pretty heavily detrimental here. We'll have to see if he has the tools to get himself back into this game. That said, it's not going to be too difficult to kind of control what's going on these battlefields here. But now this Victor player is going to be able to trigger the Conservatory. We'll have to see what is exactly on the top there. And it looks like it was a Stupefy, although I'm not sure that we got to see exactly how that looked like on our end. So the Stupefy is going to come down. It's going to potentially be able to trade here as well. And I mean, things feel like they're going from bad to worse. This Ari player will have to respond with something like a Discipline, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So now that Ravenblue student is going to negate essentially that Stupefy, and then this Discipline is going to bring him right back up. An additional 2 points. He's going to be able to draw a card as well. So not in the worst place scenario possible, but definitely not happy with at least how this turn is going so far.
I think it's actually not too bad. I mean, obviously, you didn't want to see an immediately useful card get drawn right off the top from the Conservatory, but the fact that you have the option to get the Sona on battlefield this round and untap whatever else that you put in would have been a good boon. But we're just going to hold up here Wages of Pain coming through. So a quick test of like, what's in your hand? Do you have the sauce or not?
We'll have to see exactly if he does. I mean, it could just be one of those scenarios where you're like, okay, I'm going to let this Wages of Pain resolve and play some sort of action speed spell. But nope, it is going to be a Feral Strength. So an additional +3 is going to be met. So this Ravenblue student is going to be out of range for now. And with only one rune available, I cannot imagine that there's anything else that this Victor player can do. So finally, this Ari player is going to get on board here. The Sona will be able to probably get himself onto that Void Gate, although it is a little bit risky. That said, you do have to start denying the points that is coming out of this Victor player. And, well, this Sona will also allow him to ready all of the runes that he's exhausted this turn already.
Yeah, it's the most unfair thing that the Ari deck gets to do is have Sona on a battlefield and untap those 4 runes, especially since it lets you kind of catch back up in all the tempo you basically lost in the beginning of the game with having to miss your early drops and then lose the Eager Apprentice, like you said, which I have to believe probably drew into the Ravenbloom student on the following turn, because normally you'd want to have Ravenbloom and then threaten having something else up, but here's another Ravenbloom going to follow up. And really the Ari player right now, the scary part for them is gassing right now with draw, but the Conservatory should help if it gets moved into. We'll see what Victor responds with. That's a lot of runes getting tapped here.
I have to assume it is that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and there it is. I'm a bit surprised to see a Victor player on the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. You don't see it too frequently with these Victor players. But that said, a 1-Might Sona and a 1-Might Ravenbloom student, definitely not the scariest of units to deal with. So unless this Ari player has something like a Thwonk to be able to thwart exactly what's going on here, it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. 1-to-1 here is going to allow for this trade onto the Sona. If he has something like a Feral Strength or another Discipline as well, that could be useful, that will force that Thousand-Tailed Watcher to come into that battlefield, and then it will require a Thwonk. But there is the Thwonk used already, and so now it feels like this Thousand-Tailed Watcher kind of gets to go in with impunity here, and that's going to feel pretty bad. But that said, this Ravenbloom student does actually have that capability to outtake this Faithful Manufacturer now that there has been a spell played. So he has to decide which battlefield he wants to try and overtake, but I have to assume it's going to be this Void Gate.
Yeah, the Ravenbloom can get big fast. I do like that the Victor player did the smart thing, didn't get the big eyes and go in with the Watcher right away, or try to go with a big unit early, draws out the Thwonk. And now we'll see if the Ari was sitting on another one or what they are sitting on potentially to survive this. If not, then The Raven Bloom student's going to go away. Oh, no, there's the second Thwonk. So good patience from the Ari player, going to be able to catch back up a little bit as Victor kind of takes a null turn here. But is able to get the Sona off the board, and Ari's down to 1 card and drawing into hopefully something to keep the gas up, because that Watcher being as big of a unit as it is, if Ari doesn't have something to threaten back, it's going to be a little bit tough. Although still has the Inquisitive sitting in the champ zone though, which is a very effective card. Being able to stack those negative debuffs. And ooh, there we go. The Meditation, a really great draw card for Ari, especially missing the Dreaming Tree, becoming even more premium value here. You can take that defending unit that you're holding with, tapping it to draw 2 cards for 2 energy. It's great. And we see the Inquisitive Ari come back out as the hold on the Conservatory is the play, it looks like right now.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, the good news is that if he's going to be able to hold at least one of these 2 battlefields for the time being, he will be ahead on point tempo now, finally. He will have to be able to overtake one of the battlefields in these following turns, because he is still behind on point tempo. If this Victor player is able to take one of these battlefields, the Victor will be on 5 points first. So the Ari will still have to find a way to break one of the holds, or just stave off the aggression that the Victor player is able to put out. But that said, Victor is just absolutely known for being able to take all of these battlefields here. And I have to assume what's going to follow here is a Bellows Breath. And so this is going to be very difficult to deal with here. Unless this Ari player has something like Defy or a Not So Fast, this Bellows Breath is going to be an absolute devastation here for this Ari player. So we'll have to see if he has some sort of answer here, because if not, this is absolute nightmare territory.
Yeah, it is for sure. Discipline comes out, we're drawn, we're digging, we're hoping, we're praying. The answer is not in hand. The good news is the Ari player can have the answer, but with such a small hand, is it in there? We discipline and we don't have it, and that's devastating to this board state right now.
Yep. So now this Victor player going to be in a fairly commanding position. I mean, the Ari nearly clawed himself into this victory here, but at this point in time, I have to say it's very heavily favored for this Victor player. He is going to be able to hide a card as well, which is going to make things even more difficult for this Ari player to break. And if it is something like a Hidden Blade, it's just going to be very difficult to break indeed. So instead, this Ari player is just going to take the time off here, just develop all these Desert's Calls, get 4 Sand Soldiers onto the onto the base here, and it's going to be up to this Ari player on this next turn to really break what this Victor player is doing. He's at 6 points already. We have to assume that this recruit is going to be able to go onto the Void Gate. He might just opt to protect his Thousand-Tailed Watcher instead, and just hold on to that Hidden Blade. But looks like he's just going to go ahead and start himself off with this Faithful Manufacturer. Doesn't want to play something like a Victor Leader for the time being. And yep, going to go right into that Void Gate, get himself into that 7th point. And now this Ari player has to break both of these battlefields if he wants to have any hope at coming back into this game.
Yeah, tall task, but definitely can be done. Desert's Call is one of those cards in Spiritforged that I've really enjoyed, not only for the Ari deck, having it be a spell that can be drawn by Conservatory, but also if you're running Sona, then you pay the 4, you get the 2 Sand Soldiers out there. Also really good into Victor, because you create two Sand Soldiers off of that spell. Not only do you have, usually you're better into the tokens, but you also have fodder for Call the Week early. Unfortunately, we get them late, so now this is just the bodies we have. But yeah, Victor stacking up here should be the play for him, at least with the cheap units, and then he can basically prepare for a crackback if the Ari player is able to overtake here and avoid maybe potentially like a big like Watcher turn or something like that. Surely probably a Hidden Blade face down here would be able to either draw more cards or would have been able to potentially win the game, but I think he backs off thinking, okay, it's a lot of tokens, there could be a Watcher coming in, and not wanting to take that gamble of losing his like kind of main piece right now, which is that Watcher.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. Absolutely. Look, I think if he has something like a second Thousand-Tailed Watcher, it's just going to be pretty much impossible for this Ari player to ever come back at all. And I think right now the Victor player is thinking that this Ari player has her own Thousand-Tailed Watcher to respond in kind. But unfortunately for this Ari player, not going to be able to utilize it, as he's just going to go ahead and pull back to base and say, look, okay, on this next turn, If you have anything to deal with everything that's happening right now, good, good job. But yeah, this meditation is going to come down. You're just going to exhaust one of these sand soldiers. Hopefully, find something a little bit more useful. But I mean, he's already exhausted 2 thwonks. I can't imagine he has a third. But if he does have a third, that's got to be the card that he's digging for, because otherwise, this game is just outright over. And so for now, this conservatory is going to be able to trigger. Hopefully, he doesn't. Hopefully for this Ari player, he doesn't find himself another spell to utilize. And it looks like it is going to be a Xin Zhao that's sent to the bottom, so no spell found. And now this Victor player has to decide what he wants to do with this face down card. Is it a Wages of Pain, or is it that Hidden Blade like we were talking about?
Yeah, I think Hidden Blade is better for the Victor player here. I think Wages is fine, but I generally don't enjoy hiding the Wages of Pain if I can, just because it's locked into that battlefield of targets where I'd really like to have the Wages of Pain for maybe Eager Apprentice or something like that. So we'll see what it actually is shortly here, because it's gonna be flipped one way or the other. There's the Hidden Blade, and going to probably, I assume, draw off of that here, but definitely a think happening in the process. There we go. So Victor gonna see 2 more cards for his hand, and potentially set up for this final push. Will be on 8 runes. So if they do have a Watcher, will be pretty good. Like we talked about, if Ari was able to dig for a Thwonk or something else, might be able to overcome it. But having a bunch of 1 might units holding each battlefield is going to be really, really tough if there actually is a second Watcher coming for the Victor player. But there are a lot of other options too. Even Bellow's Breath will be able to clear a battlefield. There's a lot of other stuff that the Victor player has that they're kind of in the driver's seat here, depending on what Ari has to back it up. Oh, a Blitzcrank. Okay.
So this Blitzcrank here, I'm not necessarily sure is actually the right line. It will be able to trigger this conservatory, but if there is something like a Hidden Blade here, that does just mean that the game is over. This is a very risky line. We'll have to see exactly what gets flipped over the top. It's the Zonia's Hourglass, so nothing is found here. And oh my god, 2 runes are exhausted. Is it another Hidden Blade? Oh no, this is the worst case scenario here. I mean, this could just be it right here. A very risky line. I think he had to go for it, because otherwise he probably would have lost anyways. But I mean, that is devastating to see. So it looks like he does have a not so fast at the very least. This Blitzcrank will go away. So I mean, aggression staved off for now. This does mean that there is no Thousand-Tailed Watcher line for the next turn as well. So is able to get exactly what he needs off the top there with that not so fast, but very risky line indeed.
Yeah, with one card in hand that had to been. What I've seen from the Ari player this game is a lot of like, I have to do these things, which is a great place for the Victor player to put you in. But for right now, this turn for Victor becomes very pivotal, because now the Ari is sitting there being like, you have to deal with these battlefields right presently now, or I just win. Victor surely probably has something that can then help answer them, but I think the getting rid of the Watcher was a big boon for the Ari player, at least at this stage of the game. However you had to do it, however expensive it was, you're limited on options. You got one card in hand currently, and the Victor's threatening the win right now. And there's Bellow's Breath. And yep, that Void Gate is going to be very painful right there. Going to clear out that.
And that is a doubles Bellow's Breath as well. So that means that both these Sand Soldiers are going to go away. Oh, and 1 damage to each of the Sand Soldiers, rather. Okay. So the Sand Soldiers are going to be able to survive for the time being. But now this Victor player does have the opportunity to draw with at least one of these units off of this Void Gate here. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do, or if he just opts not to do that at all. But this does mean that, again, another turn where this Victor player will not be able to Thousand-Tailed Watcher on the following turn. And this is typically why you don't see these Victor players running too many Thousand-Tailed Watchers. It's just very difficult to get up to that 8 to 10 rune threshold unless you're completely out of cards and out of gas. And I mean, right now it kind of feels like that is the case. Is deciding what he wants to do with the rest of this turn, but I have to imagine it starts by moving at least one of these units into that Void Gate, and it looks like that is going to be the case.
Yeah, Victor has Ari right now in the deep waters, and when you're in a state like this where units are kind of the premium, clearing any part of the battlefield or units for Ari is very damaging. When on your side you can just generate a ton of units constantly. So it looks like the Victor player has said, you know what, I'm just going to stack up this side, and you're going to have to draw into a card to save you, or I win the game, basically. So pushing all the chips into the table right now for the Victor player.
Yeah, I mean, this Ari player made it a lot closer than it needed to be here. If he does find himself that thousand-tailed watcher off the top here, that will be the game. But with the amount that thinking that this Ari player is doing, I just have to assume that that isn't the case as of yet. Blitzcrank is going to come down. And I mean, this faithful manufacturer is going to come onto the side of the battlefield. We have to hope that this Ari player finds himself like something like a charm or some sort of way to move on to that other battlefield for the time being. But finds an eager apprentice off the top, not what you want to see. No
No.
triggers have benefited this Ari this game. So an unfortunate conservatory this game. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the GG. The GG comes right
Yeah.
out as well. And we'll have to go on to game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a way. Yeah, Sona last card in hand, unfortunately for that Ari player. But there is still a world where that Ari player still drew into like a discipline or something, was able to clear the far battlefield, and then you kind of flip the tables yet again, where Victor has to somehow clear the other battlefield to win. So the Ari player was very close, despite having a rough start and being basically forced into options by the Victor. But Victor cleanly plays it out in the end. And is basically rewarded for it. It's, you know, conservatory give, it's a conservatory take. You know, sometimes you're hitting all the spells off the top, and then sometimes you kind of brick.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? 2 Zonia's hourglasses,
Yeah, Eager Apprentice,
and,
yeah.
and an eager apprentice as well off the top. So nothing really. I mean, I feel like you would have wanted to have seen that that Zonia's hourglass to protect that first Blitzcrank. So it's kind of unfortunate that he wasn't able to do that there. But game number 2, he is going to be able to start on this Grove of the Godwillow, and I think this is probably the best battlefield in the game for an Ari player on the play here. So definitely happy to at least see this Ari player on this Grove of the Godwillow. Is going to be able to very likely utilize this incredibly well. But that said, there is a Vile Mausoleum on that other side, and so this Ari player is going to find it very difficult to move around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Biomass Lair is not the scariest thing for Ari player. We see the Desert's Call being the 2-drop. That's another nice part about, you know, being able to run less 2-drops because of Desert Call, and using that kind of as your 2-drop and as a spell. But this Ari player, you know, you're usually going to hold with units. You're not as likely going to always be moving stuff around like a purple deck like the Yasuos we've seen, or Lucian that wants to go in and take and go back. You usually send units there and they're going to hold. And if they have the option to go back, that's great. But I don't think Vile Mausoleum, it's probably like a tech card for Victor's other matchups. And in this matchup, it's not as big of a deal. Ari going to run that Sand Soldier into the Grove right away and then start to try to mount the campaign and fill the hand with that Grove. And, you know, has been the staple go first. And there's the Sona. This is the power play right here. You get to untap all your runes. You have 6 might sitting on board. A tough thing for Victor to necessarily break right off the bat.
Yeah. So Wages of Pain is going to be the first start here. Might be a cold week to follow this up. And look, there's 3 runes available. We didn't see Defy last game. We have to assume that there's got to be something like a Defy for this next game here. And instead, it's going to be a Discipline. And so rather than, you know, exhaust another, or recycle rather, another rune, he is going to be able to deny essentially what this Wages of Pain wants to do, as well as get to draw an additional card for the for this turn. And, well, it's going to make him that much more likely to be able to find that Defy. So he's just going to go ahead and send his recruit in. It could be something as simple as a Cold of the Week even still. But that said, that is going to de-ramp this Victor player. And we know he's on these Thousand-Tailed Watchers. And so as a RA player for the longevity of the game, it's not going to feel too bad.
All right, we do see the take here, scoring the point. And then here comes the call. Now that we have gotten the most out of our unit, we're going to call the week. Get the death knell bonus here.
Another gold token going to be utilized here. And so now it's going to go back to this Ari player. He's going to have to find a way to get back onto this Grove of the God below. Obviously, a turn off is going to be the requirement. But that said, it does not feel good to play an Ari Inquisitive as of yet. We have to assume that he has some other sort of units to play, but with the amount of thinking that he's doing, I'm not so sure that he's got any low cost or no power costed units. And so, yep, there is a Clockwork Keeper. He's going to use it to draw a card and going to go ahead and develop a Zonia's Hourglass as well. Popping a Zonia's Hourglass to protect a Clockwork Keeper cannot feel good here.
Yeah, I would have loved to develop that earlier, but went for the power play on turn 2, getting the Sona on the board. Didn't want to waste time trying to develop. Unfortunately, Victor had the answer to clear it out cleanly, and now it's basically there for hopefully we get something else on the battlefield, and hopefully it's not this Clockwork Keeper that we're saving with this Audi's Hourglass here. But I'm sure that they have something else in their hand now. They've gotten to draw through a decent amount of cards. Ravenbloom student going to be able to come in. Ravenbloom, a good holding unit. That thing can get huge fast, and Victor, without its direct just kill spells, it's harder for them to clear a unit that can get the balloon really quickly.
So Stupefy is going to be the card that comes down here, which means that this recruit is actually going to be able to trigger this Zonia's Hourglass more than likely. I mean, it will be up to this Ari player to have something like that, not so fast, like a Feral Strength to be able to bolster both of these units here. Unfortunately, the Feral Strength isn't going to be able to trigger the Ravenbloom an additional time. It'll just be that one time. So instead, it is going to be a Discipline. That Clockwork Keeper is going to be protected just for that extra time being. He's gonna be able to draw himself an additional card, hopefully find himself holding on to the Grove for at least one more turn. But there it is. Okay, so WASD is just going to ask if he can get that might counter, just be able to track the unit's mites a little bit easier. So 6 might in total will be the case here, and still 2 runes available. This has to feel risky to go in here, and I think for the time being, if you are this Victor player, you might just be forced into conceding this battlefield for at least one turn.
Yeah, I think Ari might have held this at least this point, especially since now the combat went through, so you kind of get to heal back where it didn't have that opportunity before with the Wages of Pain. Lecturing Yordle going to come in, get the capture, bring it up to even. Another Lecturing Yordle coming out. Lecturing Yordle definitely jumping more into play than usual. I've seen after the post bans, a lot of people wanting more card draw again and just an efficient tanky unit. And this Victor player building up and developing that board even more. So Arya is going to get this Grove of the Godwillow proc, and then hopefully get to develop a stronger board state here. But now we're getting to the kind of scary part. Victor's gotten to see a few cards, has 3 cards in hand. Could be a clearing combo, but the more this kind of goes on, the more you have in the back of your head, you know that there's a Watcher lurking at some point. You know that there's a potential Imperial Decree, and as much as you as an Ari player, you're stacking up your hand. You're still kind of having those thoughts in the background of that there's some really good clearing, and so you're gonna have to take an opportunity to potentially back off or have really good development behind it because the clearing is going to come through.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see exactly how this Ari navigates the rest of the turn. I can't imagine that he wants to spend any other runes. I mean, there's a ton of small units here, which is exactly what Ari wants to see. All of these small units are just 1 might weaker, which means that they have either 1 might or 2 might in total. They're essentially just a 1 might unit. So 4 might in total, definitely nothing to be worried about here. I think exactly like I said, just go ahead and keep all of these runes continue to be available. This meditation means that he's at 7 cards in hand. And so now 5 runes are going to be exhausted, and Imperial Decree going to be the card that comes out. We'll have to see if exactly this Ari player is playing something like a Wind Wall here. And I mean, with the amount of time that is being thought here, it could be that there is no cards available, and instead, actually, there is no cards available. So the Superior Decree is going to come down. We have to assume that it's going to be onto that Clockwork Keeper first. Go ahead and proc that Zonia's Hourglass, and then send in just 1 other unit. Break this hold that this Ari player has been able to break out here. But yeah, I mean, no discipline, no pump spells are going to be able to protect this Ari player for the time being, and you don't want to use cards like Thwonk on a recruit, but apparently is going to be forced to do so, and so this recruit is going to go away. But I mean, that is definitely not the favorable use of this flonk here.
It's definitely not how you want to be using them, but I think that right now the Ari player is just really trying to maximize resources, and the Victor coming through and being like, all right, well, if that's the game we're going to play, I'm going to get a bunch of tokens off of it now and kind of replace these, reduced might units so that I can get death knell triggers off of, and be still be in a good board state of how many units I have to throw at you. So Victor definitely feeling good, at least at this point. I think that for the Ari player, that this like there's not really a lot of great options here, but this is where I think something like Emperor's Divide that I've really enjoyed in Ari decks becomes kind of like your savior, because if you have that, you can kind of avoid like losing your full units of battlefields and that kind of thing. But we are not seeing it here, as we're just going to slowly lose some units. Sonya's Hourglass going to come through, and then Raven Bloom, it can get very, very big, but you only need that 1 point of damage to come through and knock you out.
Which is unfortunate here for this Ari player. I mean, look, this is not how you want to have this turn go. 3 might versus 2 might is not going to change a dang thing here with this Imperial Decree. And look, he doesn't have to recycle any of his runes either. He's going to fully exhaust all of his runes. He's okay with this completely, as look, the only thing that this Ari player has available is a Clockwork Keeper. I mean, he doesn't have any way really, unless he has exactly a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, to kind of overtake any of these battlefields, which means that this Ari player might be forced to take a turn off just to be able to kind of refill his backline. And while there's 7 cards in hand, there's really no answers to what's going on the side of this Victor player. So it really does feel like this Victor player has been able to pull himself ahead. But with this third discipline, I mean, he is going to be able to at least get back onto this Grove of the God Willow. 4 recruit tokens are going to be on the side of Victor player in his base. And I mean, if there is a Thousand-Tailed Watcher on the side of this Victor player, it doesn't matter how many counter spells you have, it's not going to be able to do a dang thing.
Yeah. It's now that okay, we're gonna pull I guess assume we're pulling the Victor out. Yeah, it's like, I'm tired of your token generation. Blitzcrank comes out, but Blitzcrank is one of those units that can be good if you have your opponent on the ropes and they don't have a lot of units and you're just constantly clearing them, but isn't as great in the scenario where you're just going to tread water with it and they have a million tokens to throw at you. And there we have a hidden card finally coming out from the Ari player. So interested to see what this is, and hoping it's it might be Azani's Hourglass. That's the hidden card we've seen, but could be plenty of other things that could save him from some big clearing combos. Wages of Pain, and looking to just if we can clear out this one unit, Blitzcrank holds, they go back to hand. You're gonna have to reveal whatever's hidden there. Or you're gonna have to do it now in Zanya's, which you probably don't want to spend again, like we said, on a 2 might unit, but you're starting to get into a really scary state. And there's the Defy finally making its grand entrance in here to stave off the Victor's plans. Wages of Pain, gonna spend a rune, and Wages of Pain gonna go away.
So, I mean, he's definitely in a much better position now. If he's going to be able to get this hold onto this Grove of the Godwill, he is going to be able to kind of refill his hand, if you will, here, but bring himself up to 6 cards in hand. And at that point, that Blitzcrank will go back as well, which means that he will be able to utilize it yet again. But instead now, this Victor player does have that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, is going to be recycling 2 here, which means that this Blitzcrank is going to be at 2. This Clockwork Keeper is going to be at 1. He's going to go ahead and send this Thousand-Tailed Watcher by itself onto that battlefield. You have to be afraid of the Thwonk, but I think it's just one of those scenarios where you can't really afford to play around it. And so now, Ari does have an opportunity to respond. I mean, like you said, it could just be that Zonya's Hourglass, which would feel pretty okay. It means that your Blitzcrank doesn't get to die, but with the amount of thinking that this Ari player is doing, we have to assume that it's something else.
Yeah, and you're out of disciplines at this point, so any of that wouldn't save you. But there we go. You get the +3 coming in, and you're gonna at the very worst get to trade. But if we have something else in our hand in those 4 cards that we can go to tip the scales and not lose to this Watcher, not have to trade with this Watcher, would be absolutely massive, especially with the tank on blitz, but there's not really anything left in hand that it's really gonna be there, knowing that there isn't a discipline in hand or something like that. Would have to be a thwonk at this
It
point.
could
On
be a
guard, not
thwonk
gonna
or
do
it
it
could
too.
be a
Feral? Feral
feral
strength?
strength. Yeah, if it is that feral strength, it is the
The
thwonk,
thwonk.
and oh, you hate to see it here. So the second thwonk is going to come down, which means that this Thousand Tails Watcher is going to get stripped away as well. And with only 4 recruits remaining on the side of this Victor player, this Ari player is going to be potentially able to pull very far ahead now, as this Lecturing Yordle is going to get yoinked out of that Vilemons lair, which means that a recruit is going to have to go in there, and it's just going to thin those lines. This back line that this Victor player has, this is an absolutely massive turn here for this Ari player. And wow, I mean, that Thousand-Tailed Watcher was supposed to be that saving grace here for this Victor player, and with that gone, we might be seeing a game 3.
Yeah, the tables have definitely turned here for the Ari player, and it's finally good to see that for this Ari player had the answers this time, was able to defy the wages and ruin the plans. Victor was like, "Oh crap, I gotta pull the oh crap button and throw in the Watcher and send it," and had the exact answer to survive that push. Has a Blitzcrank here now that can constantly be brought out to pick apart the Victor kind of backline and leave them on these ones, and we'll see what else they can develop potentially out of this for this turn to kind of start to springboard ahead with this board state, as the Victor player now down onto just 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is just completely out of options, it feels like here. So I'm going to take a peek at what this Victor player has. I'm not going to reveal anything, but I have to say it's not looking great for the Victor player. This Blitzcrank is going to come down like we had talked about. Going to go ahead and yoink this Lecturing Yordle, which means that there's just even fewer options for this Victor player. He has to find something like a Bellows Breath and an Imperial Decree, really to just kind of push him back into this game, as there's only 4 recruits as his entire backline here. And with just that available, I mean, look, this Blitzcrank and this Clockwork Keeper are going to be an incredibly difficult hold to break. And if there is something like a Wind Wall as well, an Imperial Decree will not be enough. But with this Desert Call being fired off here into the base, he will be able to get around at least that. So if there is, you know, exactly that Bella's Breath, he might be able to bring himself back. But again, you have to be worried about those defies, and with how many cards he's been able to draw off this Grove of the God Willow, it's incredibly risky to do so.
All right, well, the commitment's early. Imperial Decree coming out, and we're sending it again now into this battlefield. First one going to head towards this Blitzcrank. We'll see what else is hidden here. Usually at this point, I'm not expecting another. Yeah, there's the Zonias. So Blitzcrank going to be saved.
Block.
So the good news is because Blitzcrank has tank, he couldn't clear out, you know, the Clockwork, and then, you know, Blitzcrank can try to avoid that Zonia's play. So at least he gets to keep his Blitzcrank in base here and have a strong unit. We're going to see just the your turn draw effect here with the meditation coming through before you lose your unit. And Victor not going to be able to bump just ahead, but the double conquer definitely on the board for potential for Ari here to springboard back into the driver's seat.
So if he does have something like a Cold a Week here, it doesn't even feel that good. But that said, I mean, it could just be good enough. I think at this point, you go ahead and send your recruit into that Grove of the God Willow. You sack one of these units into that back line if you have exactly a Cold a Week here. And it looks like that is going to be the case. He's going to go ahead and...
Big.
Yeah. This is pretty big here, because that means that only one of these battlefields is going to be allowed to be overtaken. And it really felt like this Ari player was going to be able to push ourselves into this game 3. But you know what? I say that as this Victor player doesn't even want to take this Grove of the God Willow here, wants to wait for the time being, go ahead and get that 7 to 8 point threshold here. Doesn't want to go ahead and try and take that push right now. He's too afraid of something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher onto the side of that Ari here, which means that this Blitzcrank is going to be able to go ahead and go right into this Grove of the God Willow, get himself up to 6 points, and now it is going to be onto that Victor player to really kind of defend from what this Ari player is able to do. I mean, he will be at that 7-point threshold beforehand, but with these units into that base, it's going to be increasingly difficult to be able to hold on to that.
Yeah, I think it was one of those plays where the Victor player is like, I don't want you to double conquer on this next turn. But like you kind of pointed out, I feel like going to 7 might have been a better option, especially if you're going to, show that like I'm on the top deck o'clock. Unless your top deck's good though, that's the difference.
So 7-point is going to be used here. 6. Is this a singularity? And it is, but if there is something like a not so fast, that will be an absolutely devastating scenario. And there is that not so fast. I mean, so many cards were drawn off this Grove the God Will. It makes perfect sense that he was able to find something like that here. But unfortunately, here for this Victor player, it means that we're very likely going to a game 3 at this point. So he's just going to go ahead and bolster as much of this front line as he can, because he is at that 7-point threshold beforehand. But again, on the side of this Ari player, there has to be something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. There has to be some sort of ways to break exactly what this Victor player is doing. And I mean, there is things like Feral Strength, and there's that Thousand-Tailed Watcher like we talked about. So game number 3 here, Victor player kind of ran completely out of gas, was playing properly around that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, but unfortunately for him, that did just mean that it was game anyways. So here in game number 3, as the Ari player, I'm going to ask you to root against him just a little bit here. How does the Victor player get this game number 3?
Well, I think that, the Victor player, for game 1, the Ari player stumbled a little bit, and the Victor player capitalized, had the answers. Game 2 had a lot of great answers for the Ari player, but just kind of ran out of gas. So I think that, finding more opportunities potentially to draw a card, depending on what the third battlefields end up being here. I expect maybe we might see Trifair. No, we're going to see Paper Tree. Interesting. Okay. And a Conservatory. Okay. So that's another way to get card draw. I think Victor really just needs to not run out of gas here and can keep the pressure on the Ari in this round. So trying to maximize how many extra cards he can get to keep up with Ari when Ari starts to draw a lot. Paper Tree is going to be interesting though, because it's one of those ones where it's like, it's the battlefield you don't want to hold. So I feel like both these players, well, the Victor is going to be able to get onto the Conservatory first, and then everyone else is going to be like, no, you take Paper Tree. No, you take Paper Tree, because the person that, activates the Paper Tree doesn't get to use the rune right away, where the other player does get to use it. So it's kind of one of those like force your opponent to take the bad battlefield, whatever it is, type of scenario.
I've actually been a huge fan of Paper Tree and Orin for that exact reason, because as an Orin player, you're just not really playing the game until turn 3, which kind of forces your opponent to really just, to try and outpace you, take that battlefield, and then that means that you just get an extra rune to work with on your turns. So I kind of totally agree with you here. This Paper Tree is definitely one of those battlefields where you're like, I don't want to play on this battlefield at all. And so with that said, I mean, this Ari player is going to kind of try and break this Conservatory hold for the time being, allow himself the opportunity really to kind of get a hold of this battlefield, kind of break those early point thresholds that this Victor player is able to get himself on. And with 3 runes available, we have to assume that it's something like a Wages of Pain here. The Sony's Hourglass is going to come down and try and protect this Eager Apprentice, and Xin Zhao is going to be the card that is revealed at the top, which means it's going to go straight to the bottom, and Wages of Pain is going to be the card that goes straight into play now. And so Ari has to have something like a Discipline or a Define. Looks like it is going to be that Discipline.
Yeah, Xin Zhao keeps showing up to the Conservatory and he keeps getting turned away. They don't want him in their school. But the Wages of Pain, the 3 runes up definitely screams Wages of Pain. But the nice part is that the Ari player got to start with the Eager Apprentice and got to keep the Eager Apprentice, didn't get it culled out like last time, and now it has a decent developed board for the following turn with the Ravenbloom Student and the Eager Apprentice back there, and at least one of them can take a call if that has to come through. But if not, then you have a really strong potential board hold. Again, the Eager Apprentice, when it gets on a battlefield, reduces all those spells by 1. You get, when you get the 1 energy disciplines, they feel so good, Sasuke. They feel so good.
I mean, yeah, you couldn't have said it better myself. Look, this Paper Tree is going to be able to trigger, so I have to assume that this Ari player is just going to accept for the time being that this conservatory is going to be held. 3 runes means, and the fact that he's going to go on to this paper tree to me means that he just doesn't have anything in the gas tank to be able to deal with it here. So this conservatory is going to trigger, and there is a Bellows Breath. So unless he is willing to sack both these gold tokens right now, he's not. And this might be a little bit more difficult here. We'll have to see exactly what happens on the side of this Ari player. But
this is kind of the position you want to be with the victor, though, right? Is like what we're talking about is like you want to be the one basically being like, do you have it? Because you have 3 cards in hand. You know, I have 6 right now, so I'm feeling good about like how much gas is in my tank. It's like I'm gonna keep you to keep forcing answer even with your board state. Because if you don't have the answer, then you know, then I get to blow you out. So we'll see how they decide to solve here. At least it's gonna offer the trader basically say, hey, you know, I'm gonna trade out my little guy, although it gets the -1 moving in. It's part of why actually, you know, we got paper tree, but the reason I love Trifarian into the Victor matchup is that it makes his 1 might units 2 might, so they actually get the reduction where you get the bonus on your end. But Thwonk coming in here.
Yeah, this Thwonk coming down definitely tells me that this.
Or did he draw that from Conservatory? He drew it from, or
Yeah.
no, he played it.
He
Okay.
drew Consult to Pass from the Conservatory here.
Okay, gotcha.
But now this Victor player does have an opportunity to respond in kind. I mean, he does have that Bellows Breath. Unfortunately, now this means that this Bellows Breath will not be in range. But what he could do with that Bellows Breath, I mean, we've been seeing it all series long, is that Imperial Decree. So we'll have to see exactly if he does have it in hand. He's got the gold to be able to work with it here. It will exhaust pretty much his entire turn to do so. And with all these runes being exhausted, I have to assume that that is going to be the play. And I mean, look, he was able to exhaust out a Thwonk from his opponent's side of the field. So gonna feel very good about that here. 2 runes going to be recycled. This Imperial Decree is gonna come down. And now, does he have the answer for their Bellows Breath?
We're gonna find out very quickly because it's gonna jump right out of his hand if possible. But again, this is the question of like, nope, it's gonna be a Consult the Pass. We're good. GG, go next. We're getting advantage of the Eager Apprentice while it's still alive. That's what we're going for here from the Ari player. But again, you know, the position I was talking about is like you want to basically say, hey, have the answers. Consult the Pass going to even up the hands a little bit, but Victor now kind of getting back a little bit of strength. But there is a Sand Soldier still in base. And Sand Soldiers are pretty good for trading up if you can. Again, offering up the paper tree and being like, hey, look how easy this is to take. Please take the paper tree and let me re-ramp up my runes, please. Or, you know, come into the Conservatory and I get a Death Knell trigger, and I get to look at another card and potentially draw another card in my hand. So Victor feeling pretty good, but Ari has the discipline. So gonna go in, clear this out. We'll see what the Victor gets to see. I don't get to see it on my end, so you can give me the intel, Sasuke.
It was a faithful manufacturer, so definitely not sad to see that go to the bottom here at this stage of the game. 8 runes available, 4 cards in hand, 4 points as well already. We'll be able to get himself up to that 5th point, which means that he will have 9 runes available as well. And with this Eager Apprentice coming down, as well as a hidden card, it might be that block. It might also be that Zonia's Hourglass. Those kind of been the only 2 hidden cards that we've seen out of the Ari player. But I mean, yeah, look, this Victor player, I feel like is in a fairly strong position. He's essentially 2 points ahead, has plenty of time to work with as well. And yeah, I was a little bit surprised as to see, because chat kind of mentioned it, I was a little bit surprised to see that Thwonk come out to try and kind of force the trade onto the Eager, onto that Honest Broker, because it was a 1 might into a 2 might unit, so he didn't actually have to commit anything further, but kind of scared.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit confused. That's why I was a bit confused.
Yeah.
I thought it was from the Conservatory. I thought it was the Conservatory draw because I was like, surely. But you know, maybe he just had the mind sense the Imperial Decree was coming in, so I wanted to. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna see the Victor try to build back up here with his board state. But I actually really the you know, Ari basically being like, okay, you wiped out my board, and like deja vu, it reappears on the Conservatory side. And you have an Ari Inquisitive now. back in there. Again, Ari Inquisitive, like not the best into this matchup because there's not very many things that you can reduce the might on and be super effective. Unfortunately, a lot of those origin cards, you know, we only reduce, you know, down to 1 in a lot of cases instead of to 0, like every Spiritforged card that would be very nice to deal with some of the Imperial Decree shenanigans, if you will. Would definitely be a
Yeah, I mean,
completely different game.
it would be nice if I could have Vex in Ari.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
be very cool. Yeah, yeah. So here Ari is gonna push in to the paper tree. We're gonna take that and try to match those point totals, put some pressure on the victor player to basically say like, all right, now it's your turn to come at me, and look how many runes I currently have up. There's still options that the Ari player can wait to develop this turn potentially if we have like another Desert's Call, or we'll see what they do. The tap in 2 might see another Zonia's Hourglass hit the board. Nope, Raven Bloom gonna come down.
Raven, definitely an interesting choice here. 9 runes available. I mean, we haven't seen cards like Singularity, but I mean, I have to assume that there's cards like Singularity in the Ari player's deck. I mean, we got to see a Singularity out of the Victor player. I was a bit surprised to see what's the name of that guy? Mixologist in this Victor list, but it does make sense with how many 2 to 3 energy units he is running here. And now that there's a second Eager Apprentice, I mean, we'll have to see if this Victor player has a way out of this here. But I mean, I'm not even sure that a Thousand-Tailed Watcher is strong enough right now to deal with everything that's going on with the side of the Ari here. And with this Ravenbloom soon able to bolster the back line, I feel like it's going to be pretty easy for him to just overtake that battlefield again. And with the fact that they're both on a 5-point threshold here, it does mean that this Ari player wants to hold both these battlefields to kind of get that point lead and get that point tempo back in their favor. And for the Victor player, I mean, he is at 11 runes. He was finally able to get himself up to that 11 rune threshold point, well past that 8 rune threshold that was in game number 1. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see exactly how he navigates this turn because, I mean, he's taking a long time to think about it here. And with the Lecturing Yordle, I don't think he has the cards that he wants.
Yeah, that's a sign. If I'm on the other side of the board as the Ari player, I'm definitely going, okay, like he's digging. So like this is you're feeling better if you're on that side of the table right now, knowing that it's not just like an instant, all right, we're going in for the big Imperial Decree, like clear again. You know, we're not replaying that again. Now, still could come through. Might have top decked it. Could be in hand for all we know. But when the Lecturing Yordle comes through, it's like they want something else there because Lecturing Yordle isn't giving you immediate impact right now in this moment as your opponent is threatening to hold to 7 and being such a strong holding leader in this game. So yeah, we'll see what the Victor player can pull out here and dig for, and it's going to be a lot of thoughts because I'm sure there's going to be some hard decisions made at this round to see like what do I actually do to get back in this game. The longer it goes on, the Ari player's confidence is starting to rise, holding 3 cards in hand currently, 4 runes open, which still has a lot of stuff. Because here's one of the deep like things that might be happening internally, right? It's like Singularity is a really strong card unless Calm is on the other side, because when you pay 6 runes in 2 power and they just like not so fast it, like that's a crushing play. We saw it last game that that was the only play, but that could be the internal calculus happening here and being like, I just got to do it. But if they have the not so fast, then I get blown up on the spot.
You're absolutely right. So here comes that Singularity like you had talked about here. The only other card that I could think about that can be a good response to what's going on, it's something like a Feral Strength, which we've been seeing all series long. And with the fact that there's 2 Eager Apprentices, it means that there's only 2 Feral Strengths. Feral Strength with the repeated cost does only cost 2 mana, so that repeat is essentially free for the time being. And if he has exactly double Feral Strength, I guess the Sand Soldier won't be able to survive, but this Eager Apprentice will. And that's not going to feel good at all. So this Feral Strength is going to be the card that comes down. It looks like he's going to spend one more rune than he needs to, but this does also mean that this Eager Apprentice survives for the time being. Now there is a hidden card still available, and if it is cards like Block, that's going to feel pretty bad for this Victor player, and I think he has to play around it for the time being. Now, that said, how does he get around this Eager Apprentice? There's still one rune available. That could be anything. That could even be a discipline for the time being. And if there is something like that discipline, that's going to feel even worse, as this Eager Apprentice will be able to full heal and be at 9 might for the turn. And there will be no way for this Victor player to get around it. So Glask Miscologist is going to have to come into this battlefield. Did not want to do that for the time being, but is forced to do so. And well, we'll see what card gets flipped from the top. It's going to be a Blitzcrank sent to the bottom. So definitely did not want that Blitzcrank to go to the bottom there. Definitely wanted to be able to utilize that here on the following turns. But Thwonk going to be the response. And that is absolutely
that's
devastating.
crushing. That's a heart dropper right there. Again, like you said, the one thing you didn't want to happen is to have this apprentice heal, and you sent in, you send in a bigger unit just to try to basically be like, okay, I know that like you're on your last leg, but I can't risk you healing. And then lo and behold, they have the Thwonk. One of the few Spiritforged cards that as soon as I saw it, I was like, yes, this is going in every RE deck, and probably most green decks, being a strict upgrade over Rune Prison, since the nature of which you used Rune Prison anyways was defensive, but now you just don't have to pay a power and you can repeat it and yada yada. We all know how good Thwonk is, but right there, the greatest clutch use of it right there. And the singularity coming from that we finally saw, you mentioned it a little bit, but that just like helps clear out a few more of those units that aren't just those one might units. And Victor really going to be put to the test on this following turn, going to have to clear both battlefields now.
Both battlefields with only 4 recruits available. I mean, the only thing that I could really think of is something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher or an Imperial Decree. I mean, but look, the Not So Fast has been exhausted. The Paper Tree has been utilized as well. So that does mean that the RE player is supposed to actually have one of those runes exhausted if he did play any of those runes for the turn, because Paper Tree is not a May effect, and the hold effects do happen before the channeling does. So that is a small little interaction with Paper Tree that a lot of players are kind of unfamiliar with. It took me a long time to kind of come around to understanding that that's how that worked. But yeah, I think if there's something like an errata for the Paper Tree, I think it would make it a lot better of a card. That said, one rune, I think 8 versus 7 energy is not a significant difference, especially with only one card in hand, unless it's exactly a Thousand-Tailed Watcher and you're trying to accelerate it. Then that is kind of problematic, but I have to just completely doubt that is the case. So with that in mind, this Victor player will have 12 runes available. He has 5 cards in hand, and really has to just kind of pray and hope on a dream here that he's going to be able to hold it. And so now this Eager Apprentice is going to go ahead and pull himself back, which I think is a bit shocking here. I think he kind of wanted to try and hold at least one of these 2 battlefields, but now with that Eager Apprentice going back to base, it's kind of a small tell to me that he only has a Zonia's Hourglass and really just wants to be able to protect at least one of these 2 Eager Apprentices, and hopefully this Aria coincidentive, in case there is something like that Thousand-Tailed Watcher or this Imperial Decree line.
Yeah, definitely. When you only have the one card, you know what your outs potentially are, and so Keenly Aware tries to back off here and then force committing 3 of your units in at this stage as the Victor player. It's not necessarily what you want to do with your tokens, but if it gets the job done and it gets an ARIA off the board, then great. And again, the nice part about all these recruits is they're immune to all the negative buffs that would normally, shrink down your options here. But for Victor, he can throw away his expendable recruits, and we're not going to see an Hourglass or anything come through. Ari is going to go to the trash, and we're going to see the move back in here. And then here comes the Watcher.
So 10. Oh, it's going to be a Time Warp. 10 runes going to be exhausted. That gold token with those runes being recycled as well, which means that this Victor player is going to have exactly one more turn to work with. I'm a bit surprised they didn't use any of these last 2 runes to just play another recruit.
Did they have a
But
second time warp? That would be
that
a
could be the
painful way to
case here, and it
lose.
might be some sort of completely out of the plan.
Oh
What?
my!
That would be
Wait.
crazy. No, it looks
Okay,
like
it's a
it is
watcher.
going to be this
Yeah.
thousand-tailed watcher. So if there is a Thwonk as the final card in hand for this Ari player, if he finds it from the top, unfortunately, it's a Desert's Call. And what once was a commanding position for this Ari player just means that
Oh,
the Jana
yeah!
comes out of nowhere,
The trump
and
card!
now what? I mean, turns just keep getting flipped right back and forth. This Jana might just be the death knell here.
I think that's it.
Whoa! Everything keeps flipping back and forth. I don't know how either of these players is going to be able to come back here. A cold a week is not going to be enough.
You can even see the players in
And
chat.
Estelian
Wow,
just
insane.
going-
Another
Oh
one of my
my
favorite
goodness.
cards in Spiritforged, Jana coming down from the top ropes, ruining all the plans for this Victor player.
An
Wow, what a
absolute
game. What a series.
crazy game here. Jana coming out of nowhere, a card we hadn't seen at all during the series, and I think a card that a lot of players just don't see at all. And it's kind of the newfound version of Fight or Flight. Able to take game number 3 here, and I mean, honestly, I'm at a loss of words.
You know what we want to see. We want to see good matches. We wake up a Saturday, we come in here, and we come in, we see the a Victor Ari matchup. We get to see this new post-ban meta, and this match definitely delivered. But we're gonna take a quick little break here, and we'll be back to you for round 4. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Padocast. With me is Sasuke. We're back for a round 4 matchup, one that has been requested. We just came off the hype of that Ari Victor match and how that one ended. This one hopefully is going to deliver the same amount of hype here in our post-ban era. Sasuke, what are you thinking as we head into the Kaisa Aurelia match post bans?
I'm really curious to see how it goes here. I know that prior to the ban, the Aurelia player definitely was very favored into it. I mean, with cards like Discipline, Defiant Dance, Defy, Not So Fast, it just was incredibly difficult for that Kaiser player to be able to kind of find a foothold into that match. But that said, with the Dreamy Tree getting hit, Fight or Flight getting hit, just a couple of other small tools being a little bit less useful than they otherwise are now, with the fact that Dreamy Tree no longer exists. It's become more difficult for the Aurelia player to kind of maintain its consistency. That said, there was a tournament I think a day ago, and Aurelia was performing quite well. So we'll have to see exactly how the match was favored. But Kaisa has definitely moved up a couple of tiers in terms of the tier list here. I think a lot of players are putting her at the top of the table now, with how hard Draven got hit, with how hard Aurelia got hit. So I'm excited to see how this matchup turns out between the two of them. But yeah, I mean, what's your opinion on the matchup here? I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that Aurelia, like you said, was in the driver's seat before. Still, I think that losing the Dreaming Tree, like you pointed out, does hurt the consistency. And losing Fight or Flight was a little bit of an answer for a few things that Kaisa can throw at her, namely that you might deal with a Ferris Forerunner, but really you were usually saving your own stuff in most cases. And Aurelia could just deal with the Ferris Forerunner because she's going to be huge. Um, but we'll see. Actually, I think this is a good preview of what this matchup is going to look like, which is what I'm excited about. And we've heard a lot about this Kaisa player. And one thing that I feel very strongly about in Riftbound is, like, the deck matters, but the pilot is the premium thing. There's so many decisions that you have to make in a game of Riftbound that, the pilot is going to matter pretty heavily. So there's a lot of fans of this Kaisa player. They're supposed to be very good. So we'll see if maybe the Kaisa player can, outmaneuver this Aurelia, find those key moments to kill the queen, if you will, take that piece off the board and take some games and maybe take the match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see if maybe it's just a bit more of a skill matchup than it used to be here between the two of them. I mean, again, I still probably favor the Aurelia player. I think it really is going to be up to the Kaisa to just kind of bolster the back line, and then use that back line in those key moments, like you were talking about. Find that key moment, push onto that battlefield. I think it really does come down to something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, subtract a lot of might from one of these units on these battlefields, and then really just be able to kind of take control there. I think with the fact that Fight or Flight no longer exists, it's really going to come up to these Aurelia players to have exactly Rebuke to be able to answer one of these big units coming in here. But without that available here, we'll have to see exactly how it goes. But I just got notice from production that the players are ready. They're waiting to start here. So they got the go ahead, and we'll have to see exactly how it turns out. But game one, turn one, it's going to start off here with this Aurelia player developing a Siren.
Yeah, Aurelia jumping out off the bat really early on. The premium things for this Aurelia into this Kaisa are going to be like Azanya's Hourglass, the Guardian Angels, those kind of things, because you need to protect your units and not get blown out by falling stars and the likes of those kind of units. Obviously, you don't care as much if you lose a Lonely Poro, but you can definitely get into trouble as the Aurelia player if you hang your Stellacorns, out to dry, that kind of thing. But both of them out with an early start, and Kaisa looks like going to be able to take the initiative here and take the first battlefield.
Yeah. So I think an interesting choice, I think the chatter just kind of pointed out to me. I wasn't kind of really paying attention to it early on. But a Hollowed Tomb is the battlefield of choice here for game one for the Kaisa player. So a very interesting tech choice in terms of battlefields here for the Kaisa player. We'll have to see exactly how it gets best utilized. But to be honest, I don't even remember what the card does.
Basically what it does is when you hold, you return your chosen champion from the trash to your zone. So that means that you can be a lot more aggressive with your Kaisa survivors, because if you lose them, you can basically pull it back out, send it back on the battlefield, reaccelerate, that kind of thing. So really, that's I think where it's coming from is like, hey, if you have hate for my chosen champion, I can take it out. Now the scary part though is like the last thing you really want to do is make there an opportunity where an Aurelia can get their fervent back if you spent all the resource and effort to get through and kill the Aurelia fervent. So that could come back to bite you, but it is a hold trigger, right? So it's not a conquer. So there is potential to force them to stay on that battlefield and punish them that way if they want to try to get their Aurelia back. Because I think once you've done the legwork to get rid of the Aurelia, you're probably pretty good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. So 3 runes going to be exhausted. It is going to be a Swiftfoot Boots, and 2 runes going to be exhausted as well, which means that this Aurelia is going to go ahead and utilize it to give this Lonely Poro ganking
the most
here.
dangerous Lonely Poro.
This is a very angry Lonely Poro.
He was so lonely, and then someone,
screen.
Dobby got a sock, and then now he's running rampant. But yeah, the smoke screen coming out. Have you ever seen this much hate for a Lonely Poro with shoes on? And not so fast defending the Lonely Poro and its honor.
It really just kind of feels like Smeagol found his ring, and he's kind of like, or is it trying to find his ring, and he's on a bit of a rampage here. And look, this plunging Poro trying to fight right back, but the not so fast is going to go ahead and defy essentially what the smokescreen wants to do here. But that does mean that this Aurelia player exhausts 3 runes to do so, and the Siren, I have to assume, is just going to go ahead and be used to kind of protect this Lonely Poro for the time being. I mean, you can't expect it to survive for at least another turn here. It makes sense why he wants to protect it here. Look, he doesn't have any of the units he wants to develop, and to put down this Aurelia, it still is a little bit risky. That said, I think that what this tells me is that there's nothing like a Zonia's Hourglass, no GA like you had talked about to be able to protect this Aurelia. So for the time being, this Lonely Poro is going to be the card that he utilizes. And I mean, look, he used, 3 cards in total on this turn: the Siren, the Swiftfoot Boots, as well as that Not So Fast. But now the response in kind is going to be a Rocket Barrage. Going to go ahead and strip away this Boots of Swiftness, and it's really just going to be back to square one here. And this Poro is back to being real sad and not going to be able to do too much anymore.
Yeah, Rocket Barrage, one of those cards that I think is getting more and more kind of popular, especially as we kind of move into this post beta. Oh my gosh, the falling the amount of hate right now from this Kaisa, because the Kaisa is like, hey, you know what? I'm not spending, I'm not spending max power for a lot of the things that I'm doing. You just spent a lot of power to protect your, Lonely Poro with shoes. And so I'm just gonna start to clear your board and make sure that I can force you into a situation where like you have to maybe take a risk. And then if the Kaisa has something to punish that, then that's going to look very good for the Kaisa. And on following turns, they're going to be able to activate this Kaisa Survivor potentially and start to get that active and draw from that.
Yeah, this is definitely an unfortunate scenario here for the Aurelia player. Losing their Swiftfoot Boots, I think, is a much bigger hit than people are kind of initially realizing here. It means that this Aurelia player is not going to be able to protect herself is going to be finding it more difficult to protect himself, even more so than it was before. That's just 2 less might for 1 power that they are to be able to utilize. He's only at 5 runes available as well. And look, I think this Kaisa player is actually playing this matchup incredibly well, and it could just be that Kubi here, the Aurelia player, is being a little bit impatient and just kind of jumping the gun a little bit faster than he needs to here. This Aurelia player is obviously guns racing for the time being, and for the next turn, I have to assume that this Kaisa is going to come down, go ahead and bring himself into that Sunken Temple, get himself a draw off that Kaisa, as well as right now, he is forced to play this Aurelia Fervent, and this is very risky to do so.
This is such a bold play.
And there it goes.
And Falling Star number 2, there it is. Like, oh no, this is falling apart really quickly for a Aurelia player. Dang. Well, I mean, again, like we said, like this, kind of like we were leading to this, like pilot really matters too, but also like I think that the Kaisa players played this very patiently. It's kind of hitting all the lines that they want to hit, utilizing the cards in their hand. Double Falling Star is a really hard thing to deal with. In Origins, it was kind of one of those things where it's like, well, if they have Double Falling Star, then what am I like? How am I playing around anything? And I think that in this case, Aurelia kind of forced to make enough decisions, or forcing themselves into enough decisions that they kind of left themselves out of, like, okay, I'm going to gamble with the Aurelia Fervent to try to get back into this game, realizing how dire it's going to be to develop against this Kaisa. And now, though, getting the ultimate punish and losing that Aurelia, that's, we'll see what they can do to get back in this game. Aurelia can again activate, be very aggressive and come back, but stripping the tools of not having any Zonias out there to protect or save from the removal of Kaisa, losing those boots like we talked about, Rocket Barrage, it can hit your backline and kill that your 4 might unit, so it's good there. But being able to kill gear too, especially like you talked about the Swift boots being as valuable as they are, creating a lot of the mobility for the Aurelia to swing back really quickly and score lots of points, affect a lot of the battlefields. Really huge momentum. Now, the good news is Aurelia does have 6 cards in hands, but they're really thinking about, okay, what am I going to play that's going to help me, maybe probably not even immediately this turn, but be able to kind of get back in the swing of things on following turns, because this Kaisa, they're going to keep drawing cards, has 3 in hand, going to have 4 for the next turn, going to have a lot of answers. And if you overextend yourself too much trying to get back in, that's like the danger against Kaisa, because she punishes that so easily.
Yep. So, I mean, does have himself a Steelcorn Herder, which is definitely what you want to see here, and is going to go ahead and use this on guard as well, which means that he's going to be able to bring himself up to 5 runes. And so now, going to go ahead and try and put himself onto this Hollow Tomb, get back as Aurelia like we had talked about. And he's going to be able to draw himself a card as well with that move. Going to go ahead and bring himself up to 3 points, but this Kaisa player still has 3 cards in hand, is going to be able to go up to 4 cards as well. And now, with that said, he might just go ahead and use this Siren. He does have to pay the 1 energy to... he needs to... What? He didn't exhaust the Siren or the 1 energy? I think he's missing a step here.
I think I saw him pay the 1 energy for the Siren to bring the Steelcorn back.
Yeah, but he has to pay 1 energy for the Aurelia to ready herself with the Conqueror.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
right,
we're not judges. Yeah, we're not judges, chat. We'll just have to move on and pretend like that didn't happen.
All right. So
yeah.
Steelcorn goes on a ride, draws, fills your hand, and just like that, Aurelia in a position to come back. But the 3rd falling star. I mean, I don't think it's as bad in this instance, because the Aurelia, the Kaisa doesn't really fully have a board right now, but that's wild. to have to play around 3 falling stars at the very beginning of a game.
Yeah.
But the Steelcorn did its job. It went around, cleared the boards, got you back even in points, and was able, just to drop a bunch. So
you ever see Happy Gilmore?
Yes.
It's all in the hips, baby. That's what that Steelcorn Herder remind me of. It's all in the hips.
And Steelcorn number 2 coming out.
I mean, thankfully at this point, this Kaisa player doesn't have to worry about any more falling stars coming down. But I think at this point, you are actually legitimately concerned about a card like oh my god, Rocket Barrage. We have to assume that there's at least 1 other Rocket Barrage in this Kaisa player's deck here. There's a lot of gear that you want to hit in this set 2 meta. There's a ton of equipment. There's gold. There's just an absolute plethora of cards that are worth hitting at this point in time. So this Guardian Angel is going to come down as well. So he finally finds himself a Guardian Angel. Is going to go ahead and recycle a rune, get himself that Guardian Angel that he really needs to find. And attach it to this Steelcorn Herder. And now we have to see if he's going to go ahead and bring it onto this Hollow Tomb. Looks like that's not going to be the case. He's going to go ahead and go right into that Sunken Temple, go ahead and trigger that move, get himself up to 5 points, and is now finally at a point threshold.
Well, Sasuke, who needs Aurelia Fervent when you have Steelcorns, That's really... what this Aurelia play is saying right now is like, that's fine. You got rid of her. Now I have my G8 up Stellacorn, and we're just gonna try to ride this to victory now at this point. And you know, Kaisa though does have a lot of really good threats that they can, they can send out accelerated or pseudo accelerated. So the Stellacorn being left on the battlefield, not necessarily in the safest position, although I have a feeling I know what that one energy is sitting there waiting to cast. So we'll see. We'll see if Kaisa can get over that.
Yeah, I mean, Defiant Dance is definitely a very, very scary card to deal with here. I mean, he's got 6 cards in hand, so he's got a plethora of answers to work with here. But at this point in time, he's just going to go ahead and utilize this Pouty Poro. I don't know that I agree with this line here of this Bellows Breath is just playing a little bit overzealous, if you will. I think he should have been a little bit more patient, try and find himself a little bit more things to work with here. But that said, with the ability for the Stellacorn Herder to just move around the entire map, kind of with pure impunity, if you will, it's going to be very difficult to do so. So just trying to hope that his opponent doesn't have this Defiant Dance. But if he does here, he's going to go ahead and recycle 2 runes. And I think at that point, the game will just be over. So 2 damage is marked here onto this Stellacorn Herder. I mean, even if he does get rid of it here, it's just going to force the trade. And this Unguard, in fact, is going to be the card that is responded with. So this Patiporo is going to do nothing. And now this Kaisa player is kind of stuck in this difficult position and going to go ahead and try and find himself a way to get back into this game on the following turn.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a shot. I think maybe the Kaisa player got tunneled on that it's going to be Defiant Dance and that like I'll burn some runes off of him and maybe that'll be a saving grace. But now 2 cards passing in, a Stellacorn holding and pulling back. This is not where you want to be as the Kaisa player. It started out good, but then one rambunctious Stellacorn later, and it's looking tough.
Yeah, I mean, look, this Kaisa player had just such a good start. But unfortunately for him, just does not have it in the gas tank to kind of close it out here. This earlier player was able to find 2 Stellacorn Herders, and 2 Stellacorn Herders later, what once was 3 cards in hand is now 9, and a Draven Audacious on the battlefield as well. And now it is going to be up to this Kaiser player to try and find his way into this game with only 3 cards in hand. It looks like he's going to go ahead and recycle 1, recycle 2 for the deflect cost of the Draven to try and go ahead and get the Singularity off. And now this earlier player very likely has some sort of answers. 1 rune is going to be an exhausted, and it's going to be an on guard at that. So this Draven Audacious is not even going to get taken away here. And so, yep, that is going to be game number 1 going to this Aurelia player. Very, very well played. Unfortunately here for the Aurelia or for the Kaisa player, it is going to be game number 2, and he's going to have to find a way back into the series, but will be on the play at the very least.
Yeah, Stellacorn really being that MVP unit again. Another unit that a lot of players questioned or thought that might sneak onto the ban list just because of how strong it is in a deck like Aurelia that has so many ways to move it around. And we saw the strength of it right there, where the Aurelia looked like they were in a tough position. They've lost Fervent, they've lost the Lonely Poor, not so bad, but they've lost key equipment. But then all it takes is a Stellacorn to hop on the board. You're able to clear all the boards. You draw 3+ cards or whatever. I think it was in there, maybe 4. I don't remember how many drew on that turn. And then you're feeling really, really good at that point.
Yeah,
I mean, you just draw into your other Stellacorn for when they kill the first one.
Yeah, Stellacorn Herder right there just said, "Hey, buddy, hop on my back. I got this."
Yeah,
and yeah,
let's go on a magical journey.
Really that was definitely that was a pretty magical journey. I'm not gonna lie here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever played Legends of Runeterra, but Stellacorn Herder in the original Legends of Runeterra was a 1-cost 0 might 3 health unit that whenever you healed it, it gained 2 attack, and it was just such a beast of a card. And it's doing exactly what it's been doing in Legends of Runeterra, which is just kind of overtaking games, kind of really just making things incredibly difficult, incredibly awkward to deal with. And so we'll have to see exactly how this Kaisa player is going to find himself back into the series. Again, he will be on the play here if he so chooses. We don't know exactly what these battlefields are yet, but again, I still have to favor the Aurelia player. It really feels like this Kaisa player is on the back foot, especially even if he does bring it to a game 3, he's going to be on game 3 on the back foot on the draw.
Yeah, as strong as a start as we saw last time for the Kaisa, really did like the kind of match defining cards for Kaisa are going to be like Thousand Tail Watcher or Bryn here when they want to hold up spells to kind of try to respond to what you're going to do. And we basically didn't even get to that stage because while it started so great, like losing all your battlefields and then never really seeing like a real meaty unit, because normally the problem is like Fervent's running around gaining a million might on the way. So like whatever you throw out there, like she's going to be able to usually overcome. And if you have to rely on Stellacorn herders, for example, there's just certain units that are so big that you're not going to be able to get over that hump and retake some of those battlefields. So since we saw kind of none of that come through for the Kaisa, hopefully we get to see her establish a little bit more control off the back of really strong removal if they get it again this time.
Yep. So looks like at least one of these players has finished their sideboarding and is starting to do the mulligans, or it looks like they actually just did do their mulligans. So now it is going to be up to the Kaisa to finish their mulligans. Looks like that is going to be the case. And here we are off to turn 1. And it looks like a Plundering Poro, kind of a signature card of the Kaisa players here in set number 2.
Yep, you know what's better than having free power? More power, free power, like that's kind of where you're at, especially how much removal this Kaisa player is running with double power. Being able to pay for that and being able to get it for a true free cost with your Falling Stars or Singularities feels really good, and that is a really strong board off the bat. It takes a lot of cards out of your hand, but being able to get out this much might early definitely is a lot more stable than we saw in the first game.
This is definitely a great start. I mean, you just said it here. Look, Noxus Hopeful, I think, is one of those cards that a lot of players are understanding as one of the most powerful cards in the entire game thus far, at least in the Fury domain. That said, it is just an incredibly impactful card, but it's not one of those cards that I felt was like problematic. I had actually talked about on my Twitter post a few days before the ban had hit that Fight or Flight honestly felt like a pretty ban-worthy card. It was one of those cards that you didn't really think was that impactful, but it was in every single purple deck as a 2 or a 3 of, if not at least a 1 of. And even in the Chinese region, the finals was 2 Aurelia players that ran at least 1. I know that if I'm not mistaken, I think there was an additional 1 that was run in both of them as well. So, I mean, it's a very powerful card, but it's not so overpowered that you can't. That it feels like it's a ban-worthy card. I don't think any player has thought so far that Noxus Hopeful needs to get hit. But that said, here we get to see a card that I think a lot of players don't really play around too often, which is Get Excited. And so the fact that the early player did have a hard bargain, it means that again he kind of exhausts all of his runes, is able to overtake this battlefield here, and does get to ready 2 more runes. So potentially we'll be able to utilize that as well. But that said, it is going to take him a few turns before he's really able to come back onto this rune threshold here. He's stuck at 3. This Kaisa players at 4, or at 6 rather, and the point score is pretty even. Yes, this Swift Boots is going to be able to do a lot of work, but with the Ferris Forerunner in that back line here, I have to feel pretty afraid that it's going to be a long time before this Ferris Forerunner is fully dealt with.
Yeah, again, I alluded to it a little bit in the lead into the match, but Ferris Forerunner is like a really awkward unit for Aurelia, where like Aurelia kind of has to solve, like Aurelia Fervent kind of has to solve it with buffs to be strong enough. But before that, you used to be able to use Fight or Flight that we've talked about. But now that you don't have that as an option to rebuff this Ferris Forerunner, it's just a really solid unit for Kaisa to run out here and battle it out with the units that Aurelia is going to be able to put on the board. But this Lonely Poros, like I've actually been pretty impressed with how much mileage this Aurelia players being able to get out of just a Lonely Poro. Not usually the sung hero that you would expect for the deck, but and normally you expect it to go hold, die, do its job, draw you that 1 card, but it's putting in work and miles, racking up a lot of frequent flyer miles for this Aurelia right now. But Kaisa's board state a lot stronger now, being able to have removal plus other big units, and we're gonna see a progress day. We're just gonna fully fill that hand, hopefully find a bunch of answers, and prepare for what now, you know, the Aurelia's been kind of held down on runes, trying to protect this Lonely Poro into that stage. But now we're also transitioning to the stage where Aurelia Fervent has the potential to get online, depending on if we have a Zonia's or Guardian or something else in the hand to start playing around with it. Definitely don't want to hang it out to dry, but it's gonna be a lot harder for this Lonely Poro and its sweet shoes to be able to deal with the Ferris Foreigner and what the board state that Kai'Sa's starting to build up, but it's gonna fully tap out here.
Yeah, so I mean, this Targon's Peak is going to be able to ready 2 more runes, so this kind of Plundering Paro is essentially free to deal with it. And I think the only card that this Kai'Sa player really has to be able to interact right now must be something like a Smokescreen. It could be just something as simple as like a Hextech Ray, but either way, both of those cards do get hit by Defy. So if there is something like a Defy in that battlefield, it is going to be very difficult to deal with. But instead, just going to go ahead and say, look, I'm not really afraid of a Hextech Ray. So Pouty Poro is going to get stripped away, and now it is going to be up to the Kai'Sa player, or sorry, this Aurelia player rather, to give it. I don't know what this Aurelia player is thinking here. Maybe he's just going to go ahead and conquer the battlefield, go ahead and use something like a Siren. Maybe he has something like. Honestly, I'm out of ideas here because he's only at 3 cards in hand. There's a Lonely Poro on the battlefield, 7 runes available, but he kind of just ran out of gas for the time being. I mean, this Aurelia player getting this progress day off when he did is a huge boon for him. And the fact that this Ferris Forerunner is already on the battlefield as well just makes things even more awkward. I mean, you had talked about it, so well that this Ferris Forerunner is 6 might. It's a very, very difficult card to deal with for these Aurelia players, especially if you don't have anything like a Stellacorn Herder to just kind of move around the battlefields and give yourself all those draws that the Stellacorn Herder is known for.
Yeah, it is one of those tough situations because the last thing that the Aurelia player wants to do here is overextend. And you just saw your opponent progress day, draw a bunch of cards. You know that there's also a survivor kind of waiting in the wings to find an opportunity to get a draw at some point. So you're kind of in the situation where it's like if I put out something else and it immediately gets punished, I don't, with a thin hand, you might not have enough answers. Then you've lost the game on the spot. So I think they're in a situation where it's like, how much do you risk and say, do you have it, and how much do you try to hold back and bluff a little bit? And we see a Tide Turner just played straight to the battlefield.
This is definitely an interesting choice here. I think it makes a lot of sense. He's a little bit afraid to go ahead and drop down this Aurelia Fervent. Doesn't want to get it hit by something like a Singularity or really any of the removal tools that Kai'Sa has available to it. I mean, even something as simple as a Rocket Barrage right now is an effective answer for it. So gonna go ahead and just put down this Tide Turner and hope that there's not enough in the gas tank for this Kai'Sa player. And so now with this Darius coming down, it means that there's just a little bit less to deal with here in terms of tools for this Aurelia player. Look, this Electric Yordle is going to come down. This Darius is going to go ahead and ready. And there's 7 runes available, but only 2 cards in hand. And so the Kai'Sa player kind of has to play a little bit gutsy here and hope that there's nothing like a Defiant Dance, because if there is, it's going to be pretty difficult to get over. So with that said, he probably just has to send in that Plundering Poro with it just to kind of play around a card like that. But you can't expect more really than just one combat trick in terms of what this Aurelia player has available.
Yeah, it is one of those things where like the resource right now that you're pressuring here is the hand, and the fact that the units they're showing you are very small, can't get over your Ferris Forerunner. So I think the option here is like you said, is you take the gutsy call, you move it, you push in, and say like, hey, do you have it? And even if you do, you're going down to no cards in hand. There's no Stellacore. There's no like. It lowers your options enough that here we go. Yeah, we see it, and there's the take. Lonely Poro going to draw the card, and Kai'Sa now starting to establish again, having those more premium units like we talked about that were missing from the previous game, and might be enough to hold out here unless we can see the big Aurelia turn come out and start to clear this board and get them back in a winning position.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. I mean, this Aurelia has a lot of tools available with just that Boots of Swiftness. The fact that that Lonely Poro was able to draw him an additional card here means he's all the way back up to 4 cards in hand. So 4 runes, 5 runes going to be exhausted here. Here comes that Aurelia Fervent. We have to assume that this Boots of Swiftness is going to go ahead and get attached as well. So this Aurelia Fervent is going to go all the way up to 7 might. Is going to be able to overtake either one of these battlefields if he so chooses. And now if he has some sort of additional way to trigger a ready on her, he does have the Siren, so he can go ahead and move across both of these battlefields as well. We have to expect that is going to be the case. But yeah, I mean, definitely in a very, very strong position that he otherwise wouldn't have been in. I'm not sure how he's at 7 or 9. Oh, right, because the ready as well as the target.
Yeah,
Where is that?
that counts. Yeah.
3 target. Yeah. Okay. Yep, 9. That is accurate. So 9 might. It's going to be very difficult to overtake, even more so than we thought initially. So if there is something like a smoke screen, he might be able to get himself over that hump. But it is going to be kind of up to exactly a smoke screen, really, to just kind of stave off the aggression that this Aurelia player is going to be able to put out on this turn.
Yeah, as the Kaisa player in this situation, it obviously this is the strong Aurelia turn basically to come in, but then the question is like, okay, but like I really just don't want to see like the Guardian Angel or the Zanyas back this up, because if I can remove this after the Aurelia does its thing, I'm gonna have 2 other mechs in my base if Ferris Forerunner gets taken out. I have stuff that I can go if Aurelia for some reason stays on battlefield. A Watcher is going to be a really strong play into that in the following turn. There's just a lot of options right here. So we'll see what the Aurelia really gets to back this up with. She's going to send it back to base, try to tuck it in, but all that might that it just got is going to go away. So if Kaisa has a way to remove it and there's no way to protect from that, then we're going to flip back to the initiative going straight to the Kaisa player.
Yeah, I mean, look, this Kaisa player is at 9 runes, and Kaisa players are known for having Time Warp in set 1, so it could be that he's just on some sort of Time Warp plan. But that said, I mean, there is cards like Ride the Wind. It won't be able to get you that 8th point, but it will be able to draw you a card and make things a little bit more awkward for you. And again, I mean, this Ferris Foreigner is going to be able to make 2 more tokens, so you're not actually stripping away 6 might from either of these battlefields. This is just one of those cards that kind of works exactly like a Wormcoil engine for Magic the Gathering, and it was just one of those iconic cards that for the longest time was just so difficult to deal with. As you strip it away once, it essentially brings itself back for free in 2 more bodies, so it's even more awkward than it was before. And so now it is going to be up to really this Aurelia player to find a way back into this game. 6 might is the Aurelia's attack here, so now, I mean, how do you get yourself kind of out of this hole if you are the Aurelia player here, if there is something as simple as a Time Warp for that final point?
Well, I think the scariest part, if you're relying on Time Warp, is going to be Aurelia's best friend, Hard Bargain, and that is the inner struggle that you're going to have if you're like, all right, well, I'm going to go. There's a lot of lines that ruin it for you, mainly being the fact, like you mentioned. There could be a Ride the Wind that stifles you in being able to run that line, but then the Hard Bargain, I feel like, is the most obvious one that I'm afraid of if I'm the Kaisa player at this point. So if I have another cleaner way to get rid of this Aurelia, I want to go that route. And I think what we're seeing here from the Kaisa players, I'm going to go in early, see if you're going to spend your debuffs and your other abilities. We're going to see the Ride the Wind come through, and here comes Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's not really doing anything that's deeply impactful here. Both these units are going to get stripped away, but again, I think really it just comes down at this point to whether or not this Kaisa has that Time Warp, and I think that's really just been his game plan with the fact that he was able to move both these mechs onto that battlefield. He kind of just wanted to force some sort of trick, see if he had something like a Defiant Dance, because then it would have forced the trade, and then he would have been able to get onto that battlefield anyways. So that's kind of what I expected to be here. Otherwise, this would feel pretty great, I guess. So it looks like he's just gonna go ahead and try and see if he can get whatever other runes
Ooh, we're throwing in the Hextech
exhausted from
Ray.
his opponent's turn. And yep, there is that defy, which means now there's no hard bargain available.
That's what
And
we wanted.
that's exactly what we wanted. So, yeah, I mean, you have to feel pretty good about yourself if you are the Aurelia player here or Kaiser player here. If you are on that time warp plan, which again, that's kind of what this tells me here. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. And I mean, he hasn't said the GG, and yep, there it is.
All right, Echo coming through with the time warp, and yeah, great play by the Kaiser player. Played patient enough, and that is exactly what we're talking about had to happen at the end. Is all right. It's if I can get on for the time warp, I have to reduce enough runes from the Aurelia player so they can't just hard bargain me. I don't know if hard bargain was in the hand of the Aurelia player, but that was the main hurdle to get over, and the Kaiser player was able to do that. So props to them. Again, another great series we're seeing here, going to a third game. Both players have basically kind of showed off strengths of their deck. We've had some good back and forth. Right now, I'm feeling pretty good about this game streak. How about yourself, Sasuke?
Yeah, I mean, this is another pretty good series. I have to say the Janna savior finish was just chef's kiss. I mean, she really was the savior at that point in time for that Ari player. So that Ari player is going to go ahead and continue on. I think they're still undefeated. I don't know how they're doing in this round, but it was an absolute joy to watch. An absolute treat to be a part of, and here in this series as well, I think both players have gotten to showcase exactly how their decks are supposed to fire off. So we'll have to see if either of these players are able to take number 3. Again, I still kind of favor the Aurelia player, but I will say it's felt like the Aurelia players kind of played a little bit impatiently, if you will, kind of exhausted a lot of resources on their early units where I don't think that they necessarily need to. So I hope they play a little bit more patiently, but I guess they're just kind of afraid of all the removal tools that the Kaiser player has at his disposal. And without cards like Fight or Flight to protect your units from things like Hextech Ray or a Void Seeker, which we haven't seen at all this series, it does feel like the Aurelia players definitely lost a lot of its tools.
Yeah, but Aurelia going to start out with the Tide Turner, get that early 2-drop, going to get to the side right away. It looks like we're running Zon Warrens in the Void Gate here. So Kai's going to have a little bit more ability to kill things that stay on battlefields. Unfortunately, Aurelia usually doesn't like to leave things on battlefields, especially that one. And Zon Warrens, I think that, we've seen the traveling merchant and those kind of cards kind of coming in to fill the void gap, if you will, of losing things like Called Shot and other things that can give you a consistency in a deck. So being able to draw
the opportunity to save Void Gate pun. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my bad. But anyways, we're gonna see the oh my gosh, the Tide Turner move in and actually take the Void Gate. So I'm just gonna eat my words here as the Tide Turner just moves in onto the most dangerous of battlefields.
I mean, that tells me that he's very, very happy with what he has in hand. So, that's the only reason I could see that being the case. And a Rocket Barrage is going to come right down, and I have to assume it's going to go ahead and strip away that Guardian Angel, which means that this Aurelia is going to have to come onto that battlefield naked. And that also tells me that the Kaiser player is on something like a Falling Star, or possibly even a Singularity, to be able to deal with whatever card that his opponent is going to put down, because otherwise there's really no reason to just Rocket Barrage a gear like that by itself. So this Patty Port is going to come down onto this on Warrens. He doesn't want to force the trade onto the Void Gate as of yet, and now he has to decide what he wants to let go of his hand. And I mean, both of these players have got to feel pretty confident about what they have in their hands.
Yes, they do, and I think that really, again, the Thousand Tail Watcher going to hit the discard. Haven't really seen it come into play, so don't blame the Kaiser player for dropping it. We don't know what else they have in their hand as well, and it's not going to come out anytime soon. So we see that, but again, the Rocket Barrage, key card to be able to remove the Guard Angel, the Zoni's Hourglass. Those are the big gears and things that are going to keep this Aurelia alive when it does get active. And so taking away that safety blanket is a really huge play in the Kai'Sa's favor. But now we see an all too familiar sight, which is some small unit getting some sweet kicks and then going and stepping on some battlefields. And that Patty Poro going to head straight to the trash.
Yeah, Pouty Poor is going to be a little bit more upset here as well. The fact that the Tide Turner is going to be the card that strips away from Pangangle's, or not Pangangle, Kubi's side of his hand, which means that this Tide Turner is going to be still sitting at 4 might, and the fact that he probably has 3 cards in his hand that he's very happy to hold on. Again, we saw that he went on that Void Gate, did not want to allow that Tide Turner to hit the graveyard, or whatever cards were in his hand to hit the graveyard, was very happy with what was in his hand. And then for the Kai'Sa side, the worst card in the Kai'Sa's hand was a 1,000-tailed Watcher. So both players are very, very happy with what they have in hand. And now it is going to be up to the Kai'Sa player to kind of continue to bolster what he has available. And one thing I will say is I feel like we haven't seen the Kai'Sa come out at all this game, and I mean, this is the time we've had to see it hit the field.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it early in game 1, and then it immediately got munched by a rampaging Stellacorn Herder. But game 2, yeah, it basically kind of like sat in the garage. But now we're pulling it out. We're creating a strong might board between having that and the Noxophil. So, well, that it feels good, but you know that like there's a lot of runes up for the Aurelia player. They're super mobile. They're just happy right now, grabbing their points, and it feels almost kind of like the Kai'Sa's like best case scenario. She hopes that the Aurelia player does expose or give her a 2-for-1 potentially from a singular or some other combo of cards. Now at this point, is just kind of begging the Aurelia player to overextend, but the Aurelia player has a very comfortable lead right now, so it might be hard to coax them into that situation at this stage in the game.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, look, this is definitely not a horrible, unwinnable scenario for Kai'Sa, but they're definitely on the back foot at this point. And I think if you're the Aurelia player, you're feeling very confident. You're kind of okay with even just passing at this point with 7 runes available. This makes things incredibly awkward for the Kai'Sa player to kind of play into this Tide Turner. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with the rest of his turn. And as I say that, this Aurelia Fervent's going to come right down. And I think this will give, exactly like you talked about, this Kai'Sa the opportunity to do something like a Singularity if they have it available.
Yeah, I'm just hearing Yu-Gi-Oh! You activated my trap card moment. Like it had, I mean, the reaction isn't swift though. So that could be a good thing for the Aurelia player. But I feel like, you know, they're probably just calculating like, all right, what are the outs that I might have to deal with this Aurelia? Because it can get pretty big pretty fast. But it looks like we're probably going to start with a Falling Star, it looks like. Yep, and there comes the Falling Star.
So, is it going to be a 1-and-1 scenario, or is it just going to be both on to... nope, it looks like it's going to be on to the Tide Turner, and I'm surprised to see he recycled 2 runes and tapped his Kai'Sa there. So I'm not sure why he tapped the Kai'Sa, if that is the case. Regardless of that, though, I mean, being able to conquer both these battlefields, I feel like it's a pretty good start.
It looks like he did damage to the Aurelia. That's what I see. So maybe he was playing the deflect cost for the Aurelia.
Oh, I see. Okay, now I see it.
Yeah, because of the void. I think because of the Void Gate. The first was on the Void Gate. Yeah.
Yep.
So the one was on Void Gate. Yeah. So that's where we found it. We solved the conundrum.
Good use of the word conundrum.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, But now Aurelia has some damage on her. You still have 2 runes up, but then the big play from Kai'Sa coming in here. Now let's see what they decide to do with the battlefields. Does he expose any units here? We'll see what the Kai'Sa decides to do now that has been able to strip at least some of the battlefield so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be up to the Aurelia player to have like some, yeah. I was gonna say something like a Discipline, Defiance, or On Guard to be able to respond to this 1,000-tailed Watcher. So he does have that. That is going to give the Aurelia +3 because it was chosen. So that is going to be able to protect him from the likes of that there. And now with all of his runes exhausted, that means that, this Aurelia does get to survive for the time being. And we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with the rest of his, his turn here, because moving on to both these battlefields can feel incredibly risky. I feel like you're kind of just accepting that both these units are going to die if you do that at this point. And the fact that this Noxus Hopeful is going to get taken away kind of even further solidifies my point that he's, or I guess not really. Sorry, I realized that that was not the same Noxus Hopeful, and my brain just melted a little bit there. But yes,
No, it's fine. It's okay. This is on words. He didn't want to play with that toy anymore. But yeah, like you were saying, if you go out and put the Noxus Hopeful onto the battlefield, it's getting picked up right away. We know that this Aurelia is probably going on a world tour. You're tapped out. So what are you willing to lose? And it's going to be the Kaisa getting able to draw you a card. But now the thing you definitely don't want to see is a Guardian Angel coming back out and knowing that you now have officially lost your window to take down this Aurelia Fervent. Definitely a game swinger type of decision there. And now that it gets to sit up, you also are going to get to hold up a lot of runes to protect it with a Guardian Angel and waiting in the wings. Like, this is a little bit taller of a task than was previously for the Kaisa, especially down this many points in the game so far.
This is definitely the worst case scenario to be in if you are this Kaisa player. I mean, look, there's 7 runes available. I have to assume that this Guardian Angel is going to get attached here. He's going to go ahead and discard a Ride the Wind. So that tells me that his hand is absolutely gas here. A bit of a shocker to see him go ahead and strip away that Ride the Wind. And now this Guardian Angel as well going to get attached to this Aurelia player. 2 more runes going to be exhausted. It looks like it's going to be a Lonely Poro. And now it's going to be off to Pangol's turn. But with only 8 runes available, I just don't see how you're able to overtake what this Aurelia wants to do. There's 5 runes available for this Aurelia player. You have to assume that there's cards like Rebuke, possibly Defiant Dance, possibly Discipline, just all the sorts of combat tricks that Aurelia is known for here. So getting over this Aurelia hump is going to be incredibly difficult to do so.
Yeah, it's going to be a big investment coming in here to try to get this Aurelia off the battlefield, let alone off the board. And Thermo Beam. You save it in your back pocket for this one moment. These equipment decks hate to see it, and being able to remove the Guardian Angel and the Boots of Swiftness, like huge play. But you still have to get over the fact that you got to get her off the battlefield. Rebuke coming in. So the one downside to Thermo Beam is very energy intensive, even if you get to cheat some of the power. So you have a lot of other limited options to try to make up for this. And now with 3 runes and Aurelia sitting on base, you have to have the answer. It looks like we're gonna have get excited, gonna come in, and this has to kill. If it doesn't kill, then that is the match. And Defy, oh my gosh, the hand is gas, like you mentioned. And every attempt Kaisa's making is getting rebuffed and rebuked here.
This is not the scenario you want to be here in. I mean, look, there's only 1 rune available anymore for this Kaisa player. So that will very likely spell the game here for them. And unfortunately here for Kaisa, there is that GG that's going to go ahead and get called out here. And yeah, I mean, look, I think game number 2, the Kaisa player definitely got to have a bit of a showing here. But in game number 3, it just felt like Kaisa did not have any of the cards that they wanted to see. It felt like the Aurelia player was just kind of in full control, especially in that early game where he kind of had 2 turns where he just moved, got to move to both battlefields with those boots, get himself an early 4-point lead. And I think really just made things incredibly awkward for the Kaisa player for the rest of that series there. And so, yeah, I mean, not being able to get rid of that Aurelia was the worst case scenario you could possibly find yourself in. And I mean, she just kind of did what she always does. So very, very well played from both these players. But unfortunately for the Kaisa player, that does mean that Aurelia is going to go ahead and move himself on, and even had a Defiant Dance. So yeah, very, very well played.
Did you have it? Yes, I had all of it. Like one of those scenarios. But It's been an absolute blast to cast with you. I think as we are kind of heading to the end of this round, I believe. Okay, yeah. So, Sasuke, I've had a great time casting with you. My first time on the desk, you made things very smooth and easy for me. So, thank you for that. If anyone out there, do you have any shout outs, any places where people can find you, Sasuke?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so for shout outs, though, I'll give a shout out to you and a shout out to Plus for just running the whole thing. I think Runes and Rift is an amazing project. Really just kind of headed by Plus. I think he does a lot of work behind the scenes. And then he even goes ahead and gets himself cast. He does this every week. He does all sorts of stuff for the community. So, guys, if you haven't already, please give Runes and Rift a follow. Subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. And then for myself, you can find me on YouTube at Sasuke TV, or you can follow me on Twitter at Sasuke X. I think that's kind of where I reside. I don't post too often on the YouTube stuff, but it's mostly just for me. It's been about deck techs. I get to speak to pros, give them interviews, and really get to do a bit of a quick deep dive. I try to keep it between 5 to 10 minutes in terms of deck techs, so that you guys get a really good intro on how the deck's supposed to work. And then if you want to learn more, just go to those pro players and find out more from them. But for Pato, what about you? And where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on X at Pato Riftbound, and then PatoCast Riftbound on all other social media, YouTube, all that kind of stuff. I travel to a lot of the regionals and big events, so I do interviews with players live at the events. I do similar to you. I do a lot of deck techs or stuff around Ari, and then I also like to just do commentary as well on the side, picking out really big impactful games that are happening on streams like this or other big tournaments I might not be able to attend, like in the China regionals, and be able to talk about the game that way. So if you're interested in that, you can find me there. But yeah, overall, again, shout out to Runes and Rift and everything for inviting me on and creating such an awesome tournament experience. I love community events like this, and also to get to see some awesome games post bans and get to see that live and see what players are cooking. So thanks again, and I think we'll go to we're going to a short break, and then we'll have a new lineup of casters for you in the next round.
Yeah, just real quick, hold on. It is going to be Agito Swiftly and Orbital. So some really talented casters for you guys. So you're in for a treat. Don't go anywhere.
good evening, Riftbounders, spectators, and whoever we've left out of this introduction. I'm Again Swiftly, and I'm welcomed here tonight by a wonderful person known as Orbital.
Hello, hello. Glad to be here.
Are you having fun? You having some exciting times?
Yeah, I am. I've been watching the games a little bit throughout. I had a little busy morning, but of course it's exciting. I always love some good Riftbound action, watching a lot of the players adjust to now the post-ban situation, and seeing what decks flourish and seeing what decks do thrive out here.
And that's it. Essentially, the last bit of testing we had now between Lille and the Atlanta region, I believe, and then it's all of a sudden going to be set free. So
Yeah.
this is the perfect time to be tested.
Yeah. I think the tests here, we also big shout out to Runes and Rift here. We did a set 3 small tourney yesterday as well. It was just 4 rounds. It was just checking things out, but it was interesting to actually watch a lot of the adjustments being made specifically to LeBlanc. I think what I'd lovingly call the Revolver LeBlanc style, which was brutal to watch. We also saw Victor still rising to the occasion. A lot of people have talked about the fact that Victor feels like a big winner in the post-ban situation, whether it be set 2 or going into set 3 as well. So I am very interested to not only see the set 2.5, as we have lovingly called it, and the set 3 clash at future regionals.
Yeah, it's nice to see that people are already adjusting themselves into a new position. As you're seeing, Kai'S are getting more prevalent again. They are slightly changing their list to just deal with these new, I suppose, opponents. Irelia becoming more prevalent as like the next sort of best purple deck in the meta. And as you said, Victor, he's always just firing off, right? So it doesn't really matter either way for Victor. But with that being said, for the next match, we do have ourselves some real still action here between, no, hold on, 2 Killbots, Victor v Victor.
Yes, it is going to be one. I believe it is Knight Oramus going up against Rift Lounge. These two have made their way up into the final echelon brackets. And remember, this is the last round of the Swiss. After that, it is semifinals and finals. So top 4 are cut into that playoff bracket. And the winner, of course, will come out on top in the next couple series. But it is interesting to see a mirrored Victor matchup, especially this high up. It does kind of show the prowess and the ability to be a little bit more stalwart. I know a lot of people dislike the minion action, but I will be honest, I do appreciate a really good Victor that knows how to manipulate and keep a board state for themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Tempo is key in this game, no matter what version of decks you're playing, mid-range, aggro, or control. And being that Victor himself is mainly a control deck, it's just to keep tempo is pretty darn good.
Yeah, I want to see so much more as well as we're heading on in. I believe the players are ready to go, and we'll see exactly what they decide to put on the table for us here today. I did not get a chance to double check exactly what they were running, but I'm assuming it's more of the same, just traditional. We got the Ravenbloom Conservatory and the Void Gate to start things off between the two. And it looks like Rift Lounge will be kicking things off with turn 1.
Yeah, so you're going to presume you're going to use your turn 1, get yourself a recruit out, maybe stupefy it to get an extra draw early. Same thing again on the opposite side, going for, okay, we're getting the gold token building generation version, which is pretty good if you are scared to try and get into the Jaces early on.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Before
run
up
on
here.
with a little extra energy, all the fun there.
So what do we do now? Do we just make ourselves another recruit? You might as well, right? 4 runes up, 6 cards in hand, anything spicy.
Looks like yes. You're gonna drop 2/3, and there you
Oh.
go. You go ahead and drop in. You drop in the Xin Zhao for an early play, which I highly appreciate. I think that's always the appropriate task when getting field control. This also puts, I feel like, Knight into a very precarious position. Obviously, that Xin Zhao puts out a pretty big threat in the early game. So it is nice for Rift Lounge to have drawn that pretty much off the top of the deck.
Yeah, to be fair, it's something that I like that people
Hey,
started doing.
let's go.
So it's something I do like to see that a lot of these recruit decks are starting to do themselves, be it either like Legion variants or essentially the variant that is Victor. I've thought about what can we do to make this deck a little bit more aggro based, which obviously in this case is a Xin Zhao, which also in this case is just poking each other with spears.
Yeah, I mean it works. It's no big task, and we end off in an even state. You know, pretty much net 0 on either end. However, with the current board, it was a little bit more involvement from Rift Lounge, who was now sitting only on 1 token. You were the first one to jump into the mix, and instead now you're the one having to re-aggress in the current state of the game. You can see, playing out units, there's a high chance that Knight should be able to hold at least on one battlefield, unless there's going to be a hefty clear coming out, which I don't know if Lamambu wants to actually invest into, since you're still sitting only on 5 runes total.
That's it. I mean, most of these will run a blood money. You could always pay the 2 and get your blood money going, get yourself the extra gold for yourself. Obviously, they'll get the death kill, get their own gold, but that leaves it open for battlefield to walk into. You are also on the Void battlefield, which will give the extra damage to one thing, so that's now a free hit instead, then to your Wages of Pain to 4. So, it's also something you're going to be sort of sitting around and dancing around when it does come to bigger damages overall in the game, and also triggering off of a Bella's Breath for 1 will also kill it.
But I mean, do you really want to invest a Bellow's Breath right now? Like, that's
not really,
that's a
but
pretty hefty
I can see
call,
why
right?
people do it. I don't think it'd be a good idea to do it, but I did say the Wages of Pain coming in here, get yourself that gold, and, well, each of you getting a gold now. Just make it free for yourself to walk in there and just take over that position to go to free. But again, on the hold, and then possibly taking it over yourself the following turn. It's robot on robot wars, what can I say?
All right, fair enough, fair enough. We are going to take a look as out comes the play of their own. I like that Honest Broker on the flip side. And I mean, we kind of expected this, obviously, very much a mirror deck in the Victor setup. So it makes sense that the same board states would, and the same cards would be drawn pretty much off the top side. Big question is where's the state of the game, you feel like, for both these guys? Are they in a good position? I mean, this is to be expected, no?
So I don't think that either of them is in a worse position than the other one. It's going to be a little bit backwards and forwards now. Holding isn't necessarily Victor's main game, so I can just see here maybe being a trade on the other side, trying to get the hold off early so they're still on 3 each, and then having to put the Honest Broker into the other battlefield, take the position, go to 4 to 3, and then essentially just play a game of chicken.
The question is who
Goal
has the bigger
based
chicken, right? Who's
That's pretty
got the
much
who's got the bigger wings at this point?
I'd say the average uni runs here, you run a couple or 3 of the Zinzaos, you run 3 of the Honest Brokers or the Plundering Porrers, depending on your variant that you prefer, running 2 to 3 Jaces, and that's generally all your units as well as your Victor that stands in the leader area. Overall, there's not really a big unit to be scared of. Occasionally you do see someone go, you know what, maybe I'm a little bit scared of this, I will run 2 of the Watchers, which is a 7-mod unit, which is then your big hold unit, I suppose, for the last 2 turns or so. You don't normally see Time Warp, so it's not really something you have to hold and worry about.
That's fair. Give it a little bit of time. 3 tapped on the far end for Knight. Looks like we might be laying down a little bit of an open palm here. Okay. Bringing out the Zonpunk. I like it. Kill a friendly gear. Additional cost, and once you get there, if you paid it, kill another gear on the other side. Now, the question is, are you doing that to do extra gold generation on both ends? Or are you looking to just push? It looks like you were just using it to get a unit out on the battlefield. No additional cost played.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing to do. I personally quite like the Zornpunk, and I think it's going to see a lot more play over the course of set 3 when we have more of these very costly equipments coming out, very costly gears coming out. But for now, not something you usually see. Normally it's a pickpocket. Ends playing out another recruit. But yeah, this seems to be very on key. 2 up here just in case you need to do something in the background there. Sometimes you'll even see just a hidden blade coming out to help remedy some issues.
Yeah, I like this kind of decent play. Looks like a quick tap, another recruit to come on out. No wonders there. I do take a peek. It looks like we are going to get that play in Zinzao at the ready, and it's a quick swap over to the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Taking out another token, and again, it just doesn't feel too bad. I wonder, did you draw a spell? I think you might have there. Good grab, and then extra behind with the Hidden Blade off the top shelf. I think it was what they had, so a little bit more card draw to make true use of that token.
As I said, leaving the 2 up there, card draw is always good inside of this. Overall, though, they now go to 5 to 3, not to be in a bad position either. If you really want to, there's always kill spells available.
Yeah, true. A little bit of the meaning of the minds, and it's always fun whenever you play against some of these mirror matchups. It's always interesting, taking a look and saying, okay, what exactly are you, you should know the deck's inside and out. So it's always a wonder, you know what cards are being hidden. It's just how do you retaliate against it, right? So a little bit of a hidden card over on the Void Gate is another dangerous aspect to have, but Knight Oramis has a lot to be desired as, ooh.
Oh.
Okay, switching it over, giving maybe a little bit of safety over to the Zinzao.
It's a dancing hidden card. You'll never know where it is.
A floating one. It just floats above the
That's
battlefields
it.
and just kind of hovers. We're in
As you said
Yu-Gi-Oh now,
before,
boys. This is full on
that's it,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
We've got the card text for it. Don't worry, everyone. We'll get there eventually.
Yep. All right.
So
God, imagine what that would be like. What does that look like? Is this like, what would that be? It just sits in your base until someone gets attacked?
I'll be honest, I'll put my hands to this. When I first started playing Riftbound, I thought hidden cards were trap cards. It was like, okay, then we'll put them in the base, right? And then we just use them when we want to.
You know what? That's fair. I would agree with that one as well.
And it's like, no, it's going to be a battlefield.
Yep. Bellows Breath, though, being used, like you talked about, just a quick tap of 1 to go ahead and remove on Void Gate, plus the base, leaving the Conservatory up and available. That's 1 Bellows Breath down. Good pull coming out from Rift Lounge, who was probably very happy to hear that card is already gone from the pile.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad on the other way around. Again, you're not be generating... Oh, hello. Yeah, that works too. As we were saying earlier, with hidden cards, it's generally going to be a mirror match. Most of the time, if you're playing the more expensive variants, you're not playing Consult the Pasts, or you're not playing Face Breakers, but you are going to be playing the Hidden Blades, which obviously we see now. And essentially now, you've done everything you can. You've got 1 up here. You can move the Zorn Punk out if you really want to. But you probably should go to 5 because you're in the lead now.
Yep.
You'll hold to 6, go to 7, and then it's basically who can just beat the other robot senseless first.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it before, right? This token generation is very much just, kind of hate crime on hate crime kind of deal, right? It feels like you just kind of go at it with the tokens, you go at it with the units, and it's just a bloody back and forth. It's removal upon removal upon removal, and I mean, there's a setup, right? Stupefy set onto Azan, and it feels like this is the setup that we saw earlier with the Bellows Press, since there's 3 on the table. Like, this is as simple as it gets. Both players understanding what moves are available, and they just keep kind of throwing it at each other.
Yeah, as you said, that's what you want to see. Obviously, this now 1 tick does enough damage to kill off both the Recruit and the Zorn Punk. But this is kind of what you wanted. Would you like a gold, good sir? I feel like the answer is probably not really. Oh, never mind. He wants a gold.
Yeah, he'll take it. You know what? Not the worst in the world, but at the current state of things, only a faithful manufactor on the table for Knight Oramis. I wonder what you drew. Card strength or hand strength right now about the same for both sides. 3 versus 4, but base a little bit more filled here for Rift Lounge, and with both sat on 5, it'll be curious to see who takes over first.
That's it. You're in a good position here, unless they are having a time warp in hand, which, not necessarily impossible, but just not so many you see from a Victor player, because it's very rare that they get to hold to 7 then to play off that card. But they're in a position now where you go to 6, which makes you on the 2-point capturing turn. They are playing out the lovely Victor, which means that they probably are thinking about doing some heinous things on their opponent's turn. But this now puts you in position to be scoring 2 finish next game, next turn of this game. And then obviously the Victor here has to play not so much catch up, as Card Shark is a free, so it will go into the manufacture quite nicely here. That will go to 6 on the side of the Victor, and then walk out to the Recruit to the other side. But then again, you do have 2 bigger units on the side of the now other Victor. I chose this match, by the way, everyone, so it's my own fault that I can't.
Yeah, you actually did. That's the best part. You were like, I want war, I want blood, and that's what we're gonna have. Hey, Singularity Abound. You talked about the heinous crimes. Well, the heinous crimes hasn't stopped by the jail card. It's Singularity. Very quick board sweep coming out from Rift Lounge, saying no dice. You do not get to play your Victor, and instead I will maintain the board state. You have nothing that you can pay at the end either. 0 out of 7 currently tapped out. Lamambo, Rift Lounge putting themselves on 7, which means for Knight Oramis, you better pull some good cards and lay waste to both battlefields if you want this game won.
That's it. Not much you have to do now. You just have to try and hold 1 battlefield for the turn if you can, because if they do their own Singularity, they can only target 2 things, which means there's going to be something left over. Preferably double up on the... Oh, card shark it is again. Although, would you play this in a battlefield, or would you leave it in the back? Having it in 3 different areas means that you can't just get targeted by bellows 3 times.
Yeah, I actually like that. And I do
Mm.
agree with it. So it's a situation that we've seen occur. I saw it specifically with a Victor versus Rek'Sai matchup. The Rek'Sai actually pushed all their units out onto a battlefield, and then there was just a very quick Bellows Breath plus Imperial Decree, and it just wiped their entire field. So I don't disagree with Rift Lounge holding on to some safety measures in the back of the field.
No, that's Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai feels very safe having one big battlefield, and then all of a sudden, a little tiny Victor just blows a little bit of steam at you, and you just fall over.
Yep.
But yeah, it is
Nobody
now...
likes it.
No one likes it. No one's been steamed on. But now it's all down to the Victor to really figure out what they can do. They have enough to do, as you just said then, just doing the Bellows Breath combo with the Imperial's Decree, but you can only target 2 areas out of the 3. Overall, if they obviously have a second Bellows Breath, they can do all areas.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always feel that the greatest to do this.
I won't see that hold. It will be okay. So they are bringing out the Imperial Decree now. I think if you repeat, we've seen some situations occur. How many can you repeat here?
So you can repeat 2.
I think technically you can clear the entire battlefield, right? The entire so you can do battlefields plus base if you repeat.
Yeah, so you can choose your areas, but you can only choose 2 areas. So you can't choose both battlefields and the base. You can only choose a battlefield and a base. So I'm wondering what's in hand now. Okay, there you go. It's like, what's in hand now?
Very nice, very
What are we
nice.
gonna do next? There you go. Hate crimes, everyone. Hope you like hate crimes. I kind of wish this looks because it's Princess War crimes.
I still love that you use that term. That is by far the funniest one for a Victor v Victor matchup.
For whatever reason, we've just deemed that all blue-yellow matches going forwards, probably even LeBlanc to some degree, will just be called war crimes.
You're not wrong. I saw a war crime where someone apparently broke the Geneva Convention and had a 12 damage death knell effect ready to go in the back pocket. So I 100% agree. It is a war crime.
Just a small nuke in your pocket's fine.
Yeah, that's what it was. All right. Looking here, big swing coming out from Rift Lounge, though, with a lot of the removal off the table. I believe you've already seen 2 cold weeks go through. You're understanding that the hand strength is really not there for Knight, maybe, so pushing out with the Victor, is there a bigger response? Singularity back. Okay, there was a response. I lied.
So yeah, you don't want to hit the glass mixer because obviously it lets you bring something back. Where'd that come from?
Where did that come from?
Where'd that come from? Obviously, they can't go to 8 with their current board state in the back there. They can just go to 7 and draw another card.
Yep.
Making the recruit make sense here. Essentially, now having to say, hey, do you just have a way to stop me from ever pushing into anything anymore? And then vice versa until the end of time.
Yep. Just constantly bullying each other out. Let's see. It is going to be a 3 setup
have the
here.
combo?
1 on the board.
Do they have the
I like
third
it.
Xinjiao in hand is the question.
Oh, maybe. No, it's another singular.
No. Just war crimes.
Just a war crime. Wait, that was
War
on
crimes.
yourself. I love this call. You go ahead and push out. You get another draw as well. And are you bringing Zins out? You are!
Yep, there
so
you
you
go.
can double capture. What a
There you
play
go.
at the end there. Rift Lounge. No response
You know you played
from
this
Knight.
matchup too many times when you go, I'm going to kill my own thing and then bring something back.
Oh my god. That was so good. That was so good at the end there. We have to give credit.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see a person who obviously knows their craft, and war crimes is definitely a craft that they've done too many times before.
You're so stuck on this, and I love it. You are so.
There's not many hills I'll die on, but that one is the one I'll happily die on. Anything yellow blue is a war crime.
Yeah. It's just blood for the blood gods. So
It's just blood for the blood god. It's just oil and scrap
yeah, that's
just
fair.
going down the grinder.
All right. Well, taking a look at how that played out, it did feel like Rift Lounge had a little bit better on the tempo game. At the end of it, full out 12 runes, was able to really keep pace at appropriate times and didn't ever overexert. It felt like so. Knight realizing this is going to be a very technical game. I'm curious what they're going to play with next.
Yeah, it did feel very much like they just knew the pace that they needed to go at. They wasn't really just going, I'll spend 4 power this turn, blast myself out, just can't come back. No, it was always very much, I'll keep within my means after the first, I think, like 2 turns, which is generally where you want to spend the extra city points.
Hey!
No!
Hey! Let's
No!
go!
Just don't be double Arena's Greatest at the last battlefield.
It's probably gonna be. I'm pretty sure it is gonna be if we go to a game 3. That is the dumbest thing I think I've seen in a while. Double
Right.
battlefields here.
I'll
Let's go.
defend this time, and you can be aggressive this time, okay?
All right. Let's go. Here we go. Starting things off though. Knight of Ramus. What do you have to start? We saw in the previous as well early draws of the Xin Zhaos, and it looks like there is a little bit of mulligan working for Knight here. Maybe not getting exactly what they would have wanted in the early set.
I think now you know what you're working with and what you kind of need to be sculpting your hand early with. It's probably a good idea to get rid of those cards that aren't going to be massively impactful early on. So,
True.
a singularity in the starting hand isn't that great against the wall of 1/1s, but an Imperial Decree might be worth keeping.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of agree when you were talking about the singularity, but we did see where the singularity came into play. And the fact that, you know, we obviously have a little bit more God Eyes in there. I know at least what was tossed away, but, you know, if you are mulliganing some of those higher cost spells, it can be very dangerous. It can be very, very dangerous. If you don't have it in hand, where we did see it was used very effectively to remove the victors early on.
Yeah, it does come in useful. It's still a very potent card nonetheless, but sometimes there are key combo pieces that are just a little bit more important than that one in and out
100%.
kind of spell.
100%. So, see if it's being used. Token generation, the usual, the standard. No one else is going to be that much different. And it looks like it's a very quick run over to the Raven Bloom. No response, obviously. 1 point for Knight.
That's it. Looks very similar to a game we saw not so long ago.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense as well. It's a very simple play at the end. No major problems. Is there going to be a difference from Rift Lounge, right? I think last time around you were able to match, but it was a quick draw of the Zins out to the battlefield once 2 tokens were generated, and then you were able to kind of fight your way out.
Yeah, which is a simple yet very good combo, especially turn 2 or turn 3.
Yep. There's going to be Wages of Pain on a token, just saying, guys, we want to go ahead and maintain. Let's go ahead. And they know, no response, easy point. They're going to token out. I don't know why you should. There's no difference between the recruits, man. I don't know why you wanted to save that one in particular, but okay.
This one was worth it. This one's my bro.
Yeah.
Can't be anything else.
This one's name is Carl. I have named him and want him to stay safe.
Have you ever watched like LEC or LSC and they just like watch the wards? And it's like that's been there for like 17 minutes. It's got to last the whole round. Yeah, that's what this is like. Just recruits that last till the end.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not
That's
the
fair.
second
I wonder if we can keep track of it. I don't know if there's a way we can keep track of the recruits, but that'd be funny to see if we could. Currently, battle out. We are going to get a quick look at the top of the deck. Looks like you are able to hang on to the spell, and it's quick Stupefy back as well. So really want to keep that recruit alive for a little bit longer. But there is token generation on the far end, so Knight is stacking up their base as they also bring out the Victor early, assuming that Rift Lounge does not have a removal on hand.
That's it. Early game, hope for the best, right? At the same time, you've kind of seen what they were going on for the plan there. Tried to fight back, tried to keep them low key as possible, keeping that one open just for a Stupefy, which traded, but generating a gold early on isn't terrible. Again, I haven't seen these deck lists. They might be running the Jace Armory package. Sometimes that's a bit of a con. Sometimes it's just what you want and need at the time. But from what we've seen of these, low to the ground seems to be very good.
Hey, there you go. Very, very comfortable in their own ways. I don't know. I'm just curious. It really does feel like a very technical game. It's a lot more of the guessing game, right? You're not really responding, I feel, to what's going on the battlefield itself. You're responding to what you assume the opponent has in hand a lot of the time here for this mirror matchup for the victors. Because there is so much removal, because there is so much pace of play, both really do feel like they are constantly judging, like, can I get away with this? Because once you lay it down and that person just says, I tapped 2, you're just like, okay, this I know what's coming next kind of deal.
Yeah, it's one of these like you expect the person who's playing opposite you, who plays the same deck as you, to know the deck just as well as you. So you're having to try and mental arithmetic around your own brain to figure out what they're doing in their brain, and then to also figure out that in a lot of decks it's just like a kill spell finishes their turn fully. I don't really have to think about too deeply into that. I can just do whatever I want to. Whereas now it's like they're generating X amount of bodies. How many bodies can they generate next turn? Obviously, it costs very little for them to do this procedure. As you see, every single turn it costs 1. So is it really worth spending these bigger spells that cost you a lot more value over turns than it is just a case of, I'll just kill it?
Yeah. Well, we are still waiting. Another Stupefy to come on out. Looks like a Bellows Breath setup is coming up next. You have the runes for it. Might just be a 1 wipe. However, that was a drop of a Stupefy of 1, or was that just to maybe
Psychological
draw a card?
damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Psychological
looking and I'm
damage.
like, Bella's Breath wouldn't really. Okay. I guess it was just a card draw real quick and bring out the Faithful Manufactor.
They've still got access to it if they wanted to do it. You know, they've still got 2 blues available. They've still got 2 ups, so they can repeat it as well. So, what do we know? Just casters. We have closed hands. What do we know?
Yeah. We definitely don't know what's going on half the time, so we just
I
yap
don't.
and we see pretty card move this way.
Make funny noises. Does it work? No, fair enough.
And then we watch someone forget to pay for their card costs, and then we just go, oh, that's the nuts.
Yeah. So yeah, we're smart. We saw what happened. It didn't work very well. We're very smart.
No. Yeah,
Praise us.
it-
It doesn't work that way.
Praise us. Give us snacks for that one. Give us the treats.
Thumbs up if you
alright.
like the stream, everyone. We do really well. Don't thumbs down now. Thumbs up.
No, that's not. Give us a moment. All right, there is the hidden blade. Very nice to cut off an opponent, and it will be a quick slice of the recruit. No more card draws as the hand strength for both players is actually reaching a very critical point. It looks like as the Bellows Breath comes out. Quick sweep all on the back line. Well played by Knight Oramas, ensuring that at least for the next turn, you will be able to capture or hold on at least one of these battlefields, it feels like, outside of a very high cost play by Rift Lounge.
So besides maybe having specifically a colour of the week and Bella's Breath that you can repeat, it's not going to be that simple to remove these cards from the battlefield / the base. But you again are in a position where you're not really generating enough units yourself currently. But overall, as we've seen, we've got the manufacturer that will bring out a body and itself. We've seen the glass mix that will come out again. We've seen the Zinjouts, as long as they haven't soldiered them out, obviously. We've seen the gold generation. We've seen the card sharks. So this isn't the usual prison deck that you see where it's just like the 1 or 2 units. It seems to be a good mix of 50-50.
Yeah, it's a little on the nose about that, just always kind of bouncing back and forth, and I can only assume it's going to get better. We are kind of waiting here. My eyes are drawn to the fact that 9 runes are currently available. You got a lot to play. Do you have a good state of mind? Are you going to have enough to take away these battlefields and claim your own? Because you're currently 2 points behind, so you want to keep that pace up.
That's it right now. You want to just try and keep as much as you can off of these battlefields, just trying to get so at the most in hold to 5 next turn. Obviously, if they somehow bring something out and make it to 6, so be it. But overall, you do need to start generating something in the back there, while also remembering, it's also a kill deck.
Yeah. It really is at the end, but that's a huge tap of 8. Sending 2 away, and it's a watcher to come out here. Yeah, this is one of the few high costs that is going to be used to kind of blow over a lot of those recruits. Also hold the battlefield here. Huge pickup, and it's a very large investment as well.
I say now, fingers crossed, does it stay for more than a turn? Chat,
True.
does it stay for more than a turn? That's the question.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, fair enough.
I do not think so. I think there's going to be enough where you're just like, I don't want to deal with that today.
Well, we can have 2 Call the Weeks. We can have Imperial Decree and Bella's Breath if we really wanted to. We could have...
Or just a
Hidden
Vengeance.
Vengeance?
Okay.
Yeah, Vengeance too. How many spells can
The
we name?
easier one, 3 words. Kill a unit. War crime, baby. Woo!
War crimes. The soul out of it, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, now we're also in a really dangerous spot because remember we talked about Rift Lounge going pretty ham with that call card, and you've now drafted this position for yourself where it's one turn away for Knight of Ramus. So you're gonna, unless you have a couple more recruits to come out here, Knight of Ramus might sit on 7 because of the tokens, because of the extra value, because you went so hard with the Watcher. There's a high chance that Rift Lounge is going to be battling for their life here. I feel like they're on the back foot.
I do agree they had to do something last turn, and Watcher probably was the thing they had to do just to sort of make themselves feel a bit safer at this turn in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But this hand basically has to just drop like a board wipe twice. So you can get rid of the glass mystery in the back there. It will kill itself. It will bring something back. You do it again. So essentially you want Imperial Decree and 2 Beller's Breaths, and that's what you're going to need to push this through. Unfortunately, you only have 2 blue runes up, which means that you can't repeat it.
You could repeat it, right?
You can repeat it once, but you couldn't do the second one, so you need to...
Got it.
Oh, here you go, another Watcher.
Oh, they don't care. Yeah, just a straight up push of another Watcher to clear out 2 more token recruits, and it's a big question because, hey, is there an option?
Nope.
Does not look like it.
I have a game plan. What's that? Let's go to game 3. All right.
All right, we're good. You throw down Watcher, and they're just like, that's my last turn. I'm good. We'll go ahead and run it. Okay. Is it...
Just politely ask your opponent, how many Cooler Weeks you got in your hand? 2. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
Treasure.
Treasure Hoard for both to end it. A lot of gold generation here. A lot of gold gear generation.
To be fair, both decks do need a lot of power to kind of like make these decks work.
True.
Neither of them seem to be doing the Jace thing, which is probably for the best. But again, as we've seen, pretty much every single kill spell has a cost to it, and it's normally at least 1 ruin, some are 2. So if I can make a little bit more gold in the back, I'll take it.
It's a good time overall. We appreciate everyone tuning in to what is the end of the Swiss bracket. Remember, after this will be a round of the semifinals. Top cut will be activated, and we'll have 4 players battling it out over 2 more rounds of play. We're very excited to see who comes out on top, and one of these victors, they're going to have a step up a little bit further than the others. Starting things off, though, it is going to be first turn for Knight of Ramus. No, I lied. It was first turn for Rift Lounge, as they drop 2 tokens once more and bring out a Xin Zhao. What do you know?
Just to let chat know, because someone's asking, I can't see what's going on in the game, and I think Orbital can, as they're in the game itself, but we can't see the hands specifically.
No, we do not. We have no idea what they have.
So we're just doing what they call playcasting, which is essentially, I'd like the deck to have this in hand. What would you like to have it in hand? I want this to have it in hand. But that's it. We're just having to guess like what's the optimal lines and like plays for a deck that we generally see quite a lot. As you can see, double Xin Zhaos for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, I could pull up what they have, but who wants to do that? Who wants to actually know what's going to happen next? Let's be honest here. I don't think anyone wants to know what's going to happen next.
Especially a pot to the back of the head and then a shank with the spear from Xin Zhao over here.
True, yeah. That's well, maybe that one you would have wanted to know. However, good starting for Knight at the current moment. You keep the Xin Zhao available, and now it feels like Rift Lounge has to immediately respond to that unit piece. Obviously, you already got your 2 points, so you're pretty happy about that. But we saw this removal, I think, back in game 1 as well. It was kind of a trade out of early removal on both ends because of the Xin Zhao play.
That's it. As you can see here, obviously, it's just backwards and forwards. First class summons always are. They both seem to be having the same hand, give or take. So it's a case of, can I just continue on the play I want to make, or do I have to sort of fight back and be more resourceful? I think it's just going to be a general. Hello. Why 2 ruins tapped?
Okay. Well, there's a good capture. Number 1. You go ahead and grab 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's a solo.
Suppose, yeah, make you
recruit,
gold.
that's a problem. Yeah.
So
it's
to make you gold, make you generate your token. So you've got you swing your 2. Okay, that makes sense now. There we go.
Yeah.
If they're finding the token itself. Free still up to play, so it's still fairly. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Has TCG Arena gone crazy? Find out at 5.
And 6 and 7. You know, we have a few more matches to play. We do have a few more matches to go. Yeah, time being taken here as we swap on over. Knight is able to hold. Goes up to 3, I believe. I thought they held. Am I crazy?
They went crazy. 2 to 3 because they took with the recruit, and then it was only 1 on the other side when Xin Zhao beat the other Xin Zhao. So yeah, holding to 2, perfect point here. obviously can't exactly take the other battlefield right now. As I'm going to say for the rest of the game, could Bella's Breath this if you really wanted to, just to get rid of those 2 tokens and walk in and go to free yourself, and then get yourself another
To
gold
be
generation.
fair, that is a very core part of a Victor deck, so you're not wrong. Like, it's always an option if they wish to play it.
How many times are you going to Bellows is the question.
I
Hey,
think I saw someone
neither.
once full send all 3, and it was the funniest thing I'd seen before. I was like, why didn't you just copy? And I was like, oh, because you didn't have the runes available. So it made sense.
Yeah. So you see, brought out the Honest Broker to bring out their second Zinjiao of the game, possibly a third in the deck, we'll never know. Walking into that battlefield and poking them violently with a big stick. Do they want to tap to get their gold, or are they going to generate another rookie here? That's the question here, everyone. Looks like a rookie. There we go.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Go ahead and set your board state up a little bit more. You have 2 very strong units, in my opinion, out on the battlefield at 4 costs against the likes of a token deck. I don't think you're
Very
going to
much
have
so.
great removal unless you do like a singularity, but that's still a heavy investment as well.
Moving out. Yeah, that's fair enough with me. It's currently, at this time, you can only really gain yourself 3 might on a battlefield if you want to push both out. It's not looking amazing for the other Victor player, but again, we could... 4? What costs 4?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Our first outside
Oh.
year of just a straight up BF sword.
You know what?
Where did that come from, bro?
You know what? Maybe it was a good idea to pick the war crimes against the war crimes. Because who would have thought they'd play a BS sword? Not me.
It's just out of nowhere, bro. Bro slams down like, look what I got in the shop. Hoya!
What costs 4? That's a kill spell. A sword, yes. Exactly what I was thinking. A big sword.
Well, and also the thing is, you essentially brought out a mini Watcher, right? You brought out a 5-cost unit, which is better than anything else that's going to be thrown down. So you're assuming that you're now going to force either a full swing with the recruits and more, unless you got some sort of removal in your hand. But if you have removal, I feel like this would be a really good time to use it, right? For Knight, like, this is a really good time to use that removal. If you don't, I'm actually wondering if they're drawn out. Okay, there we go. Nice.
Okay.
Wages of Pain drawn.
So we know they play, obviously, the Zorn Punk as well. So if they could generate a gold... there you go. If they could generate a gold, they could play the Zorn Punk and then just blow up that equipment. And there we go. Everything was right as rain.
Yep. Good removal, good play overall, and I think this BF sword is not overly worried about, right? Like, this is... It's okay, it's understandable, but, you know, good plays out from Knight as they now convert the battlefield over, and oh no, Rift Lounge, no, that was the play. He's worried, Rift Lounge, no.
Oh, bro, I'm so sick.
That's true. It is one of 2 ways to look at it. It's either I have a sick play ready to go, or I'm sick of what's about to happen to my whole deck.
Go game 4.
Game 4, my butt. Get out of here.
Oh. I mean, to be fair,
good.
you go into
for
9
Knight.
this turn, you've got a load of ruins up, you've got a handful of cards. It's not like there's nothing in it, like the hand you can't do. Worst case scenario is you just have to do something horribly stupid, like Bella's Breath, Imperial's Decree, just to like clear everything right now.
True.
But at the same time, it's not the worst position to be in.
It's not, but it's still, like, it definitely could be better, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
it could 100% be better at the end of the day. And there's a full tap of 8. You are dropping. Is it the big boy?
It's the big boy. It's gotta be the big boy.
It's the 1,000 Tail Watcher! Let's go! Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy.
I will have to say though, we haven't seen many kill spells from either of these players yet, so I'm just concerned that doggo's not going to stay here much longer.
Oh, well, there's one. Okay, Bellows Breath out. Knock away all in the back line. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's pretty
Huge
good.
way to remove without Imperial Decree. That was
Got
amazing.
my own, right? Here comes my doggo. Well then.
Yeah. Still though, this back and forth is amazing. Honestly, I mean, considering what we've seen before with multiple Cold Weeks and, you know, executes and all that stuff, the fact that they barely played that throughout this game specifically, and they're doing more board removal just with head-to-head, I think is very impressive for them.
So the question now is, do you have the second in your hand now so you can win the game?
Oh, true. Can he do it?
Can you do it?
Can Rift Lounge do it?
They're fully tapped. They can't say no to anything you throw at them. You can kill it.
Yeah.
If you can get an accelerated unit out on the field, do that, and you win the game. Can you do it? Can you do it for me, Jimmy? Can you put your war crimes behind you and just win this game for me?
Can you put the war crimes behind you? You terrify me. You terrify me in so many ways.
Good.
Eyes out
On
here.
their toes.
I mean, I half want to take a look at the hand. I want to so bad, but
I mean, you can if you really want to. Time.
bro got timed on his back end. All right, I mean, the question is, if you Imperial Decree and all, like, you still need to get on the board somehow. But I don't know
That's
if
the
there's
issue,
enough.
yeah.
Like, did you just not draw a Cold a week or anything?
Just trying to think what you need to do. You need to be able to get enough units on the field to play another Zinjao, which is probably the only other accelerated unit you run in this deck, because I doubt you run Corvea, the yellow
Oh, yeah.
accelerate unit from the last set, the one that makes like loads of tokens when you walk in. Because that way it doesn't matter then, 'cause you can walk in with all those units and just take out Big Wolfie.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I think it
never,
would be a Zinzao. It would have to be a Zinzao at this point, and it looks like there is that tap of 3. Makes sense, but a Wages of Pain? You're gonna throw
Oh.
down 1? Oh wait, do you have enough? You do another Wages? It's down to 1?
Do you
Oh
have?
wait, do you still
Do
have the
you have
Zinzao?
it?
I think you have the Zinzao.
We'll never know.
Come on, do it for us, buddy. Do it for us, buddy. Show us the card. It's a Bellows Breath. It's still good enough. It's still
That
good
works.
enough.
That works too.
Board wipe out. Board wipe out, baby. Tap another recruit token.
That's it.
Ah!
That's it. It's not exactly what it will do. It helps.
It does. That's so dangerous, though.
What's your next turn plan? I don't have one.
That's so real.
That was everything I had.
Yeah, that's so
Oh, it's
real.
gonna throw it over at me.
All right, swing of 6. There's another Watcher, baby. We got the other one out. Let's go.
Just doggone machine crimes.
Yeah,
Every day.
I hate whatever's going on right now. I'll be honest. Like, I hate all of this. This is BS. Watching another Watcher go down, and poor Rift Lounge is like, dude, I got 2 cards in deck. There's not much that they can do right now. I'll be quite honest.
What can I do to survive this round? All right, so spending 2. and
Oh,
getting
Hidden
one, so
Blade?
you can play
Hidden
them.
Blade is good.
Yep. Sure.
Okay.
Get him for
sure,
gold, let's go.
Sure. Give yourself a little bit more card draw. You have more in hand, but you're tapped out. One recruit token. You got 1 exhausted.
Do we have it in jail?
You have a Zinzao! GG's! Let's go!
That's what we just see, boys. Woo! Top deck gamers.
I'm just gonna say, Agito, I never want to cast with you again. I never want to see a Victor v Victor again. I never. That was.
This is on me.
This is
This is
so.
on me.
This is so dumb.
I have to say, any other deck that mirror matches or any other decks that you watch is like, I can guarantee this is in the hand, and you can I can walk you through every single play they do.
Right.
War crime decks you can't, because you never know how
No.
many kill spells or what they're doing in those decks are doing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And it's so interesting because of how many other cards we've seen drawn on either side. Like, we've seen full removal from them, right? We've literally seen 3-4 turns back to back of removals, where this time we had almost no removal, and it was full weight versus full weight until the very end. And also the fact that you were somehow able to draw all 3 Zinzaos. Like, are you freaking kidding me, Rift Lounge? Like, come on, man.
Look, when you're good, you're good. When you're lucky, and crimes
Yeah.
are crimes. So it's fine. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to go to another match, but if we can't, we'll chat a little bit more, guys. Obviously, Orbital is only here for a short time.
Yeah.
He's very busy.
Yeah.
But hopefully, we
I
can
can't.
get
I can't stay for another war crime, man. I can't. Listen, I gotta go set some rules in place or something.
Now, I'm pretty sure you were here yesterday for all those war crimes as well, right? So it's fine. You've seen enough.
I was
For one weekend.
by far the worst war crime I've ever seen. Like, I'm not gonna lie. If I ever get the chance again, shotgun roulette, I guess. Like, that was having loaded cannons at 12 damage is wild.
All I know is Death Kill is a very interesting keyword, and I hate stuns. So I'm sure set 3 is gonna be really fun for me.
Yeah, it's I okay. To be honest, I am very curious to see how set 3 is going to interact, because obviously it's a very small metric, right? There's so much more in the future, but I am very, very curious to see how much it goes. We are going to dive on in, though, as we have Game Slayer and Peng Eagle. We finally get Peng up here playing what looks to be a Kaisa deck. Oh, did they finish?
We may have lied. Oh.
Plus lied to me.
Don't listen to the man behind the curtain. He's doing his best.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Thank you for being here. I've been told I've got to kick you off now because it's just me and... I won't say Sasuke, but I don't think it's Sasuke. But it's just me and somebody else after this. So thank you so much for being here. NA. So thank you for being here, Russell. You've done a fantastic job of trying to condemn these war crimes while I was actively enjoying them. Is there
I'll
anything
enjoy
you
them in
want to
the
say?
future. I'll enjoy them in the future. Don't worry.
Oh no! No one really enjoys war crimes. You go home, you feel dirty and greasy, and then you eat a kebab, and then you didn't feel any better.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right, I will say my goodbyes. Thank you for having me here, and I might be back a little bit later, though. I might.
Oh. Sinister unravelings.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. All right, we'll go to a short break. Next round will be semifinals, though. I'm excited.
Catch you guys in 20-ish.
All right, guys, we are indeed back and trying to close out today's event. We are down to the final 4 players. I believe it was about 36 players in today's tournament, down to those final 4. As we mentioned before, believe it or not, the Ari player we took or that we witnessed just a couple rounds ago, that was our #1 seed. He went completely undefeated with that God-saving Jonna play for those that have been tuning in for a little bit now. And he will be playing against a Kaiser for our semifinals. But before we go there, I do want to go ahead and tell you what the final 4 legends remaining were. We have a full, unique 4 different legends. There was #1 seed Ari, #2 seed Yasuo, which we also saw earlier in today's event. So he's on the other side of the bracket. So maybe it's a Ari Yasuo final if things go the right way. But #3 is the Victor we just saw in round 5, the War Crimes, as Aguito likes to call him. And then Kaiser as our #4 seed. So, man, Aguito, how are we feeling about that top 4 today?
It's very Origins-y, if you ask me. All 4 of these decks are from the original set, which is unusual to see in card games. It's very rare that you can see 4 of the same deck coming from the original sets, maybe 1 or 2 poking through, but maybe these players have just been playing nothing but this since release and have just the best of the best.
Yeah, the best of the best. It looks like no Dravens or Aurelia made it, which is strange to see. Like, ever since the beginning of Spiritforged, I'm pretty sure there's always been at minimum 1 Draven, 1 Aurelia, 1 Ezreal has always creeped in the top cut. So this might be the first time in the Runes and Rift Season 2 history that there is no Draven / Aurelias in contention for the championship seat. So things are definitely feeling a little bit different in this 2.5 meta. So it's interesting. So let's see if things can keep going the same way. Can Ari continue the undefeated streak that they're rolling hot today? I will go ahead and give these guys the green light. Just 4 more players remaining. Let's see who's the first one locking in a spot to these semifinals, or rather, who's locking in a spot to these grand finals. Alquito, if you're ready, let's join these players at the featured match table.
Ready, baby. So it's cool to see here the Ari versus Kaiser, a kind of Holden stratagem versus, as you've already seen before, War Crimes. Less War Crimes than the other deck we just saw. To be fair, though, Kaiser does have this a little bit of an aggro engine built into herself, obviously having Accelerate, but overall, she just kind of want to clear the board as much as possible while taking away points where she can. Coming with a very standard 2 cost here with the Ravenbloom Student, which was at one point Origin's most picked up card.
You know, something I do want to point out, though, traditionally speaking about the Origins meta, Kaiser used to have a very favorable matchup against the likes of Ari's, right? Because Ari likes to set up on the battlefield, tries to set up that blue chosen champion on one of those battlefields, but that champion is just at that all-important 3 might, and that is just the perfect might for a Kaiser deck for those pesky falling stars to take down 1 unit, maybe even 2 units like that Ravenbloom Student if they can't buff it up high enough. So traditionally in the past, Ari has had a really tough time dealing with Kaiser, but maybe things are a little bit different. Let's see how Estelion approaches his matchup, as he is on the play since he was the undefeated higher seed. Does get to get on the battlefield first and score the first point, as we're seeing the first point of the game being scored. It just matters because I think this was the Kaiser player, was it a turn or 2 ago or a round or 2 ago? There was one that drew all 3 falling stars in a single game. Did you see that, Alquito?
I did, and sometimes you're lucky enough to do that, sometimes you're skilled enough to do that, and sometimes the comets will just fall out the sky for you.
Right. Sometimes things just line up picture perfect for you, but here we go. It's not an accelerated Kaiser Survivor, so just playing it down to the base, but that is already going up to 2 points, and we've seen a nice little crucial component of Ari's game plan was that Blitzcrank earlier on. So if he has something like a Blitzcrank bringing in the Kaiser Survivor from that back line, wouldn't feel all that bad. But first thing, getting a free meditation with the tap of the unit into energy, drawing 2, trying to keep that hand size nice and healthy. So Blitzcrank no longer available as you only have 4 runes. So I'm wondering, is this the time you go ahead and try to establish out your champ? But we said he's trying to bring in the Survivor in. There's another way around. It's the Charm, it looks like.
That would be 2 spells played on your side, so that's 4 into 4. I'm sure we can find ourselves 1 more spell, right? Just go into 5 at least to fight back against this poor little Kaiser. We do see the Hex and Break him out, though.
That's right, the Hextech Ray, no matter if the Raven Bloom is going to take a whole lot more than just a simple buff spell, because it's looking to trade 1-for-1, which isn't terrible. We are talking about taking down a survivor, so you're denying them the draw in the future turn, you're denying them the point for the future turn, so this could be a decent trade to say the least. So I don't think Ari is feeling all that upset about it, as long as he's able to play out a unit this turn. If he's not able to play out any unit, then you kind of definitely lost a bit of tempo. But I would imagine he had to be expecting something, because Kaiser, whenever they have a single energy up, you have to expect something like a Hextech Ray, because that was pretty notorious card in the Oranges set.
That's it. It's either going to be a Hextech Ray or a Stupefy, something simple enough. But as I did mention earlier, there's always a chance to see yourself a little bit of counterplay with a little bit of a tougher might unit coming out here. And that actually adds 3 might to the Raven Bloom as it is a spell.
And wait, let's do quick math. So he played 2 spells. He's up at 4. Discipline brings it up to 7. And then Hextech Ray effective 4 HP. There must have been a spell we were missing. Wait. Let's take a look. It was Meditation, Charm, Discipline. So 3 spells. So up at 5 plus the 2 up at 7. Doesn't that trade? Oh, the Ori, of course. That's the single thing I was missing. I haven't played against the Ori in forever. Of course, the Charm bringing it your way, and the Ori making that Kaiser a simple 3, so surviving to see another day. But the Hextech Ray coming in offensively is going to take a little bit more. Okay, it's actually the Zonya's Hourglass getting revealed.
If you need to keep the one unit you've got alive, you've got to do what you got to do. But just like everyone who plays against Master Yi, the old version, everyone forgets what Ori does the first time they play him on the first turn.
It just seems to be like we don't get to see, well, we haven't in the past got to see too many Aris, but now they might be running around a bit more frequently. So it's good experience that we're seeing it here. It's double Stupefy just for the double draw. And he just goes ahead and retreats back to Yodo, as he's most likely will be passing the turn with a couple runes. But if he has something like, and triple Stupefy, you know, it's a bit of a feels bad moment. Yes, you do draw a good amount of cards, but now you're completely out of that nice little Stupefy option on a kind of counterplay, combat trick capability type stuff. So I don't know. Wait, that was 3, right? Because I definitely saw 3. It was 3, Agito.
There is 3. There's definitely 3 in that trash.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just have to dig deeper. Stupefy is not a terrible card. 1-for-1 over and over again. Doesn't cost a power. Not the greatest thing to have to give up, obviously, but it doesn't feel too bad. Coming in here with a Emperor's Divide? Desert Skull. Getting yourself out these recruit, Sand Soldiers tokens. It's quite an interesting thing to think about, is having these extra little might things around, just building up a little base in the area. It's not like in yellow you have to worry about Imperial Decree. Bella's Breath is a thing, but you're having to repeat it, so it costs you 2 and 2, so it's more of a detriment to yourself. They obviously have 2 of the blue runes up currently, presumably 4 next turn as they'll go to 10, but it's not the worst position to be in.
I'm wondering here, though, does Ari want to go ahead and try to push up, or does she feel like she doesn't really have the cards in hand to try to defend one of these battlefields? You could go ahead and conquer Zon Warrens, go up to 3, pitch a card, draw a card, but choosing to go for the paper tree, so still goes up to 3. And looking to most likely hide a card. We saw the Zonya's Hourglass before, and I'm trying to think back a couple rounds ago. What was a potential other hidden card? Because the only thing that rings a bell was the Zonya's Hourglass, but I swear there was another one, but I wasn't the one on the cast. So, you know, when I'm on the backseat, I'm looking at all different things. So there might have been another one. Anything that rings your bell, Agito, for that hidden card?
I say in green and blue, you're looking at things like Consult the Past. You're looking at Wages of Pain. Not necessarily you're going to play Wages of Pain, but Wages of Pain. There is the Emperor's Divide, which is the green flash, as I like to call it, which is the essentially a fight or flight in green. Zonya's that we've already seen, and I think there is something else, but my brain will forget until we see it. So that's generally like the 4 cards that you'll probably see hidden on these battlefields in green and blue.
Yeah, it could be something like a nice little draw engine as Consult the Past, but I swear there was just this one card that is on the tip of my tongue, but I guess it will be revealed soon enough. Passes it back over the Kaiser, conquers with a simple Yordle, and that has 10 total energy to work with this turn. We saw him pitch to get excited, So most likely has a good amount of kill spells, as he feels like he doesn't necessarily need that get excited anytime soon. But you know, I like this card being played in Ari decks, a Desert Call. But as I say that, the board might just be going bye-bye. Falling Star coming down, 3 damage on both of the backline units, unless there's something like a not so fast to save the day for those Sand Soldiers. Or do you want to save it for a little higher value units, because they are technically tokens, right? So they're not that important. Oh, and it was a consulted pass, Agito.
That's it. Right now, I'm agreeing with you. Tokens aren't exactly these big bodies that can just stay around to do what they want. Possibly just letting them go is always a plan either way. But consulting the past here, maybe get yourself a counter spell that you're after, or maybe a unit or a body that could help out next turn could be more valuable.
Right. And chat helping us out like they always tend to do. It was blocked. That's the one card I was thinking about, that Ari we saw earlier round. So not that we're seeing the deck list, but I just remember they did indeed play a block on the feature match table. So they might have something like that later down the road. But for now, just trying to keep that hand economy nice and healthy, nice up, and has about a couple runes to play. And guess in case there's a kill spell heading over in the Ravenbloom's direction. Because right now, the Consult the Pass does increase the Ravenloom student up by 1, so at 3, and doesn't decide to accelerate the Watcher, interesting enough. So trying to play around something like a Twonk, as we saw that in the previous rounds. So I think he just decided to play it nice in the base, but that will be going up to 4 points for our Ari player. They don't have anything that can interact with the backline except the Charm and except the Blitzcrank. Are we going to be seeing something like that on this turn? Because if you get rid of the Watcher, Kaiser only has 4 cards in hand. You're feeling pretty good about your odds closing out this game number 1. And I think this is the biggest hand size we've seen from Arya so far in all the rounds we've got to witness her.
Well, possibly. To be fair, green and blue do draw quite a lot of cards. It's not unusual to see a fairly sized hand in these. Sona, I love you, but I hate you. This woman, she's everywhere, and she's only here to upset me.
Right, you love to play her, you hate to play against her, and in this situation, going to be reading 4 runes, as she is indeed ending the turn on a battlefield. So 4 to 4, tying things back and forth. These players go. Now you have a Watcher to be very considerate of, so effectively does have enough might to take down the current paper tree, but with the hand being at 7 for our Ari player with 4 runes available, I don't know about my odds of cracking that battlefield, at least on this turn, because I smelling a stun heading over in the Watcher's direction. And Kaza being Fury, being mine, there's no true counter potential from her side. You can't hard bargain or anything, honestly. There's no counters. There's definitely no counters in that domain color, so it's a little bit more predictable, but they do make up for it in just sheer high quality cards like those Falling Stars, like those Hextech Rays.
That's it. Red isn't known for its counter ability, but it's definitely known for its power. Like you said, Falling Stars, Hextech Rays, Voids, Seekers, which I'm not sure if they're running anymore, as well as the Icathian Rains that you normally see 1 or 2 of in decks now, as Aurelia isn't as prevalent as it used to be, but still is kind of a top card going forwards. Moving out that 6 might now, as we did see originally from the lovely young Vixen, that is Ari, giving it -1. So it's 6/6 currently. But did we just see a big thwonk then?
We just did, and this is a pseudo, not a true counter, but a way of protecting your units, a retreat coming down, allowing you to enable that Watcher ability 1 more time, as well as accelerating it, which he might just very well be doing on this turn. So 1, 2, accelerate 1 more time. Do you have a second Twonk available? Because he's no longer stunned as he returned back to the hand. So he's 6 to current 6. Actually, wait, it's 6 to 8 currently. Oh no, 6 to 7 right now because of the one spell. So he's down by 1 actually.
So it's 6 into -3 on both. So Ravenbloom would be at 1. Sonya would also be at 1. So it'd be 2 into 6, but Funk does it anyway. So a second Funk in hand is also very interesting. And there we go, out of spite now.
Right, Falling Stars, a little bit of get back from this Watcher. I'm wondering if they didn't realize they were actually 1 more might above the Watcher, right? Because it was 7 collective might versus the 6 swinging in from the Watcher. you didn't have to use the stun. I wonder if he didn't realize that at the time. Either or, he had a plan B the entire time, whether the Watcher went down, but you wanted. Wait, the Watcher doesn't recall back. The Watcher's dead. Oh, -3. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Sorry,
Yes,
chat.
it's -3 both of them,
To be
which is why it
fair,
got
I
the
wasn't
one.
supposed to cast these semifinals, so I'm a little bit out of it, but I will get it together. Of course, -3. What in the world am I talking about? Watcher's like the biggest card of set 1. But yeah, forgive me, chat. We're back at it. Throwing it over to Ari, and now he has to figure out how is he going to make his way to truly defend these battlefields, because one thing he does have going for him is Kaiser's running very, very low on cards. 3 cards is not where you want to be as a Kaiser player.
No, again, not a massively good draw engine when it comes to red. Blue has a little bit better. Void Seekers was essentially the other card that got you draws. Kaiser herself used to get you draws. Unfortunately, she perished very quickly in this matchup. But overall, 4-4, and I'd say overall the Kaiser's on the back foot and still keeping up pace. Can't be too bad. Next turn can go for 6-4 or 6-5, presuming that the clockwork will walk in here and take a battlefield.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point. I think
sure
go ahead.
where this needs to go really from here, just because again, 6 cards in hand is not too bad. What we've seen from the Ori so far isn't really a loss of units, just some very good units. But again, we're now sort of on the back foot.
It does feel that way, and something as you mentioned, eventually Kaiser's going to run out of those good kill spells, because I believe, gone through at least 2 Falling Stars, 1, 2 Hextech Rays, all 3 Stupefies, so she's running out of ways of clearing this board. Is so unlikely that the last 3 remaining cards are going to be something like a Falling Star number 2, so Ari realizing it and testing his odds, saying this is the time, no better time than the present of developing my chosen champion. On top of that, to make it even better, we have a charm to -4 on that Watcher, or -3, I guess, because it's 2 or 3 for the champion. 2. Okay, so -3 total.
Champion. Yeah. And then also gave in the old feral strength, just to make sure that Ori was also just punching down as hard as she could.
And that it did, taking down the Watcher, throwing it back over, and now with 3 runes, if there's something like a Defiant Hand, I'm feeling a whole lot better. If I have no counterplay here, then I'm slightly nervous, because you never know what is in the hand for Kaiser. You know, you mentioned they don't really have Void Seeker, but Void Seeker wouldn't be all that bad. Granted, Ari's just at 3, so it would just take that 3rd and final Hextech Ray, but there is reaction speed, spells like the On Guard, like those disciplines, so taking a safe route over on the paper tree most likely will be tying things 5-5, and this semifinals is as close as it gets, as we see a time warp get played out on the side of Kaiser, so make that 6-5. If they draw into something like a Watcher, things might be getting super interesting here.
Overall, interesting play. Not necessarily going to be winning you much, but you have put yourself ahead now. It's now on your opponent. Can they do something the following turn, as they have now been shrunk down by 1? There's not a lot in hand to do, but there's definitely things you can do in hand. As you can see now with a Falling Star.
Unbelievable.
That does help.
The 3rd Falling Star has been found, but as we predicted, there had to be some kind of counter in the hand. We saw no Defiance, we saw Not So Fast, so that was the perfect opportunity to go ahead and let that go. And that is it, Aguito. No more Falling Stars for the remaining of game 1. You have to give a nice little breath of fresh air, or a sigh of relief for the Ari player, that you don't have to worry about that spell going forward.
No, you don't. And as you can see, Meditate has been used exactly on battlefields every single time, tapping out a unit, getting maximum value of it each time. And hopefully we're getting some actual value out of this. We are now in the position of, unfortunately, losing this next turn, going to 8 on the side of the Kaiser. But we do have some interesting cards to see from this deck still, so hopefully we can kind of push it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, we haven't yet seen that Blitzcrank as we saw in the earlier rounds. For Kaiser, I think we've seen the majority, but the Desert Call one more time on repeat, so should be able to establish 2 Sand Soldiers in the back line. Or actually, it wasn't repeated, just one time, so that you could keep a couple runes available on the defense. 3 cards at the ready, 2 cards for the Kaiser, sends in the Sentry, and off the back of the Time Warp, Algito, that is going to be a surprise win for Kaiser. Unbelievable. I didn't think that was possible, but she found the line.
To be fair, no one ever suspects the following turn Time Warp, to be fair. It's a very unusual play. But it happens, you know, most Kaisers these days are running 2 of. Very rare to see 3, but definitely 2 of. And as, I don't know if we're allowed to say this, the players are talking to each other, it was a top deck. So sometimes you're just that lucky.
Yeah, sometimes if you're the Kaiser player, you are the luckiest person in the world. As Algito confirmed, that was a top deck from the Kaiser, right? And that means their main boarding 2 Time Warps seems a little bit expensive. I mean, I can understand maybe like 2 Progress Day, but 2 Time Warps, it does make sense when we think about it with things like Get Excited. At the worst you can do with a Time Warp is go ahead and pitch it off something like a Get Excited and do an impressive 10 damage onto any of those units. So not the worst. I don't know if they're running all 3 Time Warps, but it doesn't seem like the worst idea. And in this situation, paying off quite well, as you were able to go ahead and play out not 1 Time Warp in that game 1. You played out 2, so you went from 5 to 6 to hold 7. Wait. It was 4 points total off 2 Time Warps, right?
It was 4, and then on their turn they went to 5, held to 6, pulled back, and then on that one, which was the turn afterwards, they went to 7, held to 8 on the Time Warp. So yeah, they got 4 points out. 4 points out of it in brackets.
Right. So yeah, not too
Yeah,
bad. I don't think
sometimes
Estelion could have ever played around that. It's very tough to play around Time Warp in these colors. The only thing you could do is something like a Wind Wall, which he had the energy, but not a lot of Wind Walls being played, as you know, not so fast in the fights. Tend to do the majority of the heavy lifting for most of the spells that Kaiser has. But a Valmon's Lair trying to keep things in place, and a Falling Star even on a single unit seems to be the choice Kaiser wants to make. It seems a little early, but maybe he just feels confident that he's going to keep drawing into more, just like he did in game 1.
I think sometimes it's a case of, if I can keep them from scoring points, eventually I'll get units and then we can kind of meet in the middle. Right now, I mean, close to say, but right now it's just a case of, if I can keep them 1 step behind while I'm also a little bit behind, I'll do what I can. Taking the first point though on the side of the Ari is pretty good. And as you said, Wind Wall is kind of the only counter some of these weird big spells, and generally you only really run them in the side deck, so possibly going to see 1 or 2 in this game, but I wouldn't expect it from game 1.
You know what I will say, I do like this Eager Apprentice in these art decks. It works very similar how Vex works in the purple decks. You get a nice little cheap discount. It doesn't add any additional cost for your opponent, but just for yourself, it's a -1, or I should say a reduction of 1 to a minimum 1 on all your spells being played. And that's not during combat. Of course, on your opponent's turn, you could only play those spells unless the reaction speed in combat. But we'll be able to conquer with the Kaiser. But interesting enough, goes into the Valmon's Lair, which you're effectively trapped. But we have seen cards like the Retreat to kind of make her way out of that battlefield and then accelerate her on the other side if she finds the opportunity to do so. So it doesn't feel like she's fully trapped in there for the whole game.
Well, that's it. You got a way to deal with the situation, and as you said, Retreat's pretty good. You essentially go 1 for 1 and card back to hand, especially with Accelerate. Middle of the range Accelerate, mind you, but still very good, and just keeps you in tempo.
It really does. So let's see. And something that's been able to keep the tempo rolling, or keep the card advantage rolling, is that meditation card, which in the past we haven't honestly seen too much of. But I believe this Ari deck is running 3 meditations by just the sheer amount that we were able to see in game number 1. And it seems to be a nice little piece of this Ari deck to really make sure they never run out of answers for the remaining of this best of 3 series. And I like it. How are you feeling about meditation in Ari?
I'll be honest, it's pretty good. As we saw last game, all 3 were played at 6 draws total. Now in this version of the deck, with the Eager Apprentice out, at 6 draws for the cost of 3, if you get access to all 3 of them. So overall, very cost effective.
Yeah,
maybe we'll also see a charm since I'm just trying to wonder if they're trying to just basically buff up the Raven Bloom to try and drag over the Kaiser, as Charm can take you from a battlefield to a battlefield, but obviously not back to base.
You're saying your own units back to base?
No, so obviously it's in Varmors right now, so you can obviously charm it over to the other battlefield and then have them fight. But from the seams of it, fair enough.
Yep, I
Going
know.
all
I know
in
exactly
on
what you're
the,
saying now.
Rangers. So this is an interesting display on the other battlefield. Spells cost maximum of 1 really at this point. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. When your Thunder Song coming down, you have to play reaction speeds. Play the hidden card if you see it. So consult the pass. Does get deployed, get the nice little draw too. And does he want to go ahead and try to play something like a discipline to try to buff up these units? You're trying to prioritize the eager students. So Raven Bloom goes up to 3 from the 1 hidden card being played. I would imagine you want to try to hold on to one of these. Only 2 energy to be considered up for the Kaiser remaining, and then there's 6 total might incoming on that board, but -2 from the Ari, right? So only effectively 4 might to worry about. So if you bring a discipline, one of those eager students should be able to survive at that nice 5 might threshold.
They cost 1 less as well, so they're only 1 costing might by 2. Draw a card. With this as well, the Raven Blue student will also gain a bonus for just having a spell played. If there's any more cheap cost spells that they can, like another discipline, now we're going to go to possibly, is it 5 on each side maybe? So 5 Eager Apprentice, 5 Eager Apprentice, 5 Raven Blue student. That's 15 might on that battlefield for this turn. Yes, they've emptied their hand of these combat spells, but you've kind of wasted your turn there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most they can do. That they can only play reaction speed spells to react to the activation of the Thunder Song. So I believe that should be it. So the best you can do, and I didn't see him pick targets for the discipline. Oh, he spread the difference there, Agito. It looks like he's going 5-5-5, knowing that the most incoming damage from the Hopeful, from the Yordle will be 4. He's being greedy, but rightfully so. He wants to make sure every single unit most likely survives, unless there's something like a combat trick, maybe even another falling star. But no, it's going to be a smoke screen, reducing that might from 5 down to 4. So a Yordle swinging in for 1 should be enough to take down the student. But now the Hopeful is no longer enough for that Grove. So holds one more time, double draws for the turn. And this is exactly why Ori has a boatload of cards currently. 9-5, you have to be feeling comfortable. You have to be thinking your opponent has to have the counters, right? If you think they have it, they most likely do have it with 9 cards currently.
So right now, there's 9 might you have to deal with. You don't really have to worry about Kaiser unless they can get it back to hand. But for right now, it's just 9 might on your next turn. You're running at 6 currently. If you can put any couple of small bodies out there, if you've got access to any sort of combat spells, and you hope they haven't just got a second, or you can just blow them up right now. Crimes are crimes.
Blow him up. Kaiser's completely tapped out, so no such thing as a retreat available for this Kaiser player. So 1-2 punch, taking down the bigger priority targets, leaving behind a little lonely Noxus Hopeful this time around. And Ari has been piloting this deck to perfection. A little bit of side note, Estelion, it was the second highest MF Aurora, just losing the best of legend out in Bologna to the winner. So it was the second place, was the only person, the only MF player that was above Estelion. So very experienced player, has been in the game for quite some time as we see this Desert Call being played out. But interesting enough, we were saying traditionally Kaiser has a very favorable matchup, but that hasn't been the case of what we've seen so far, has it?
It hasn't, but would you say this is a traditional Ori build? I don't normally see the Eager Princes in these decks. I don't normally see the Desert's Call in these decks. So there's obviously some difference that they've had to come up with that has just pushed them into a different direction.
Right.
Very similar to the other kind of decks that we see here, not putting everything onto one battlefield to hold, even though that might seem like a good idea, has obviously proven to be a better idea not to. But again, having all these reduced cost spells, having all this draw power, having access to all these battle combat spells, it's just putting Ori in favor.
Right, very well said. It seems to be the difference maker for sure. Eager Apprentice making those reaction speeds just come out that much more cheaper so that things like Falling Star aren't as effective or they don't cost as much resources as they used to in the past. On top of it, I think the Desert Call is indeed making a bit of a difference here because sometimes you could clear enough units, but Desert Call just adds one too many units for something like Kaiser to deal with. But this is where Kaiser starts to slowly try to mount some kind of a comeback. You establish a good back line, the Ferris Forerunner, two little guys on top of that. But look at the hand as we keep going back to, I am terrified if I am the Kaiser player. I would just imagine he has every single pump available and a Pharaoh Strength repeated to go up to 6 total might, taking down the Noxus Hopeful. I think little by little, Ari's just getting 1-2 steps ahead of Kaiser.
That's it, and it's always like taking that inch, you'll get your mile. They're currently up a full turn of points here. Obviously, on the other side for Kaiser, they do have access to the Ferris Forerunner, very powerful card. They do have access to the Poro if they can try and conquer with it to just get themselves the extra points. They do have the Watchful Sentry, which, oh no, I seem to have fallen in battle. You can get a redraw, which is something Kaiser really needs right now, as you keep saying. 8 cards into 3. There's only so much magic that 3 cards can bring, but 8 cards can bring any kind of magic.
It really feels that way. Pass it on with 4 runes remaining, so you just don't know what is hiding in the hand. Things like Not So Fast, things like Defy, but this makes things a whole lot more straightforward. The Bryn Year Thunder Song number 2 coming down. So saying, do you have any other reaction speed spells? We already saw you utilize 2 disciplines, so you have to go ahead and rely on something like On Guard or another Pharaoh Strength. But On Guard for the Eager Apprentice, they're not alone, so that only gonna be a +1 in that circumstance. So I don't think we're gonna see these Eager Apprentice sticking around too much longer. As I kind of say that and think it out a little bit further, we can't forget about those twonks that were utilized in that game number 1, and that's cheap repeated twonk. You could double stun for just 2 energy. If Kaiser kind of forgets a little bit about that and sends more than 1 unit at a time, that could be very problematic for Kaiser.
It could definitely be the issue you see here with a lot of people just forgetting cards. For instance, if you're not used to playing against Twonk, to be fair, they've played against it twice now in the last round, but it's not something you see it very often. You only really see it in things like occasionally Jax or Master Yi or Leona, or sort of the 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. Definitely in Vex coming next month, but so far it's not a card you really sort of have to interact with. Now that the Pharaoh Forerunner, now that the Thundersong has come down, no.
Yeah, so nothing can be played, so those Eager Apprentice will be coming down. No twonks available. Stupefy just to bring it down so that you can't even take down the Ferris Forerunner once to stick it around for a little bit longer. So this could be, as we said before, a bit of a turning point in this game number 2 of our semifinals. Finally gets a conquer on the board, which felt like, actually, what am I talking about? The Ari Legendary bringing it all down so that you could trade. And Agito, shame on me. How many times am I going to be forgetting this legend ability? But I think this has to be the last time. It's almost getting embarrassing at this point. Either or, 5 points tying things up for this Kaiser. And now look at the board state. Ari has the hand, but Kaiser has the units online. Double control of both battlefields. I don't know. We were favoring Ari early on, but this is a little bit to overcome, I want to say.
I was saying earlier, it takes 1 turn just to swing the game, and that was that 1 turn that just kind of pushed it in. I do have a funny feeling that maybe Kaiser also forgot about the Ori trick again, as they were trying to save what seemed like the Forerunner, but unfortunately, it was also taken away. So no extra draw, unfortunately, leaving them just 2 cards in hand here, but in a deck that just revolves around spells and small unit advantage. Not the worst thing here. We are seeing a double repeated here of the Desert's call, which is obviously we want units in the back here. Makes sense. Try and get as much out as you can. Haven't seen the champion Ori come out though, but getting close to that point where you start either doing something with it or bringing it out. Never mind. Here it is. On the table we go.
Almost like
We
he heard you, Agito. So going up to a 7 point, then Kaiser doesn't want to go out without a fight, trying to tie things up. Because I think it was indeed Ari getting that game number 1, if memory serves me right. So Kaiser looking to tie things up and most likely take us to that all important game number 3. But it is just 4 cards versus the 8 currently. If you can't clear the back line, I think you would have to take something like the 3rd falling star of game 2, and imagine that two games back to back where you do have 3 falling stars in a single game. That is just a little bit too crazy, not just for an Ori deck, but pretty much for any deck in the current format. But something's telling me that he doesn't have it in hand, or he might have just slammed it down to clear 2 units in the back. I guess, did we see a singularity from this Kaiser player, or was that the victors earlier?
They do play it in this deck. I don't think we've seen one come into play. No, we've seen 2 falling stars, but no singularities currently. I'm just going to say, they're at 7. Did they top deck a time warp?
Right. The game-winning time warp is what we saw in game number 1. All it takes is 1. But, same reason that we don't think the falling stars in hand, he most likely would have slammed it down. I guess something you do have to be mindful of, there's 3 runes. That kind of signals a bit of a wind wall target. But I don't know. Something's telling me that Ari is not even sideboarding a wind wall. It just seems too expensive these days when you have more efficient removal or efficient counter like a Not So Fast and a Defy.
I totally agree. I do feel like if the Eve Apprentices were still around, then it's a very reduced cost wind wall. And if anything, actually, it's too cheap then. But unfortunately, they have now gone to the wayside. But since wind wall can capture pretty much everything besides Thundersong, it seems, I do think you need to put it in here just in case a mysterious time warp does come out of nowhere or hell rain down upon you. So I think it's worth at least having 2 in the deck just in case.
It would be nice, ideally, but Riftbound having a restriction of 40 cards, and here's the answer actually earlier. Does Kaiser run a singularity? Looks like the answer is a big yes, trying to take care of these backline units. But here is the card we were talking about a little bit earlier as well. The Not So Fast coming down to try to save the day, but he is tapping out the remaining of the runes and 2 singularities in a single turn. That is devastating for an RE player.
It's not what you want to see, but they still have a unit available.
1 unit and a dream. You can't double conquer, but more importantly, you have to take down this Poro. But I just don't like my odds at defending with a Thundersong 2 mechs and a Sentry in the back line. Granted, you do have a whole lot of runes, a whole lot of cards in hand. If you have some more defensive options like those Thwonks we saw earlier on, like the Pharaoh Strengths we also saw, maybe there's a way that the single Sand Soldier can deny the double conquer. But even at that, best case scenario, you do hold for 1 more turn. You're only going up to 6, and if you get the other battlefield, you're only going up to 7. So that gives an entire additional turn for Kaiser to maybe top deck that time warp 1 more time as they did in game 2 or game 1. So I don't know. Ari's looking to be in a really tough spot so far.
This is the question now. Do you hope and a dream, get everything you can out, and just pray that you can pull off that 1 extra card? Or do you just somehow have a Blitzcrank in your hand and pull something to its doom?
So
Who
not
knows?
only denying the hold, but trying to take down that Poro with it. Or not with it, but just in general. So, setting up the Tank Fortress on the Grove. And that's going to be tough because right now we can do the math. It's 5, 8, up to 11 plus the 2 plus the 1 is 12, and then minus 4 on everything. So the total might those units could swing into is 8. I guess technically that's enough, but that's not considering any combat tricks coming out from Ari.
I mean, both ways. They can obviously bring out a kill spell from the side of the Kaiser. Any combat tricks they have here from the Ari, both running devastatingly large amounts of both. But we haven't seen any Fox come out this game, so there's always a chance there's Fox in the hand. Maybe there's a final. I think we've seen 2, so maybe a 3rd discipline, or maybe a random end guard. I know it doesn't give you 2, but +1 is still better than nothing, which would put you in line. Yeah, it would give you 8 to 8, so it's not so bad. Moving out at the mech here to get that extra draw, as obviously can't conquer to win the game. But is that the dream scenario, is the question here.
All you need is a time warp in hand. You have sufficient runes already fully tapped on rune. Not fully tapped, but fully out of that rune deck. 12 runes available to work with. I don't think they have it, or else they would have slammed it like we said before, unless he's actually is thinking about playing around something like the wind wall, because that is something. But to be fair, we haven't seen a wind wall in all the rounds we've seen from Ari, but we haven't seen the deck list fully, so we never know if there's a nice little cheeky one of in the deck. It could be the game-winning one of, but let's see if he has another way around it, because honestly, something like a Thousand Tail Watcher seems a little bit more reasonable and more likely to come down, and that should be enough. Even with the repeated twonk, I believe you still get there for Kaiser.
You just have to take the other battlefields, try and think what you need there. They go down to 1 and 2. Or another singularity would work as well.
True.
Just anything to clear the battlefield will just help push them through. I think we've seen 2 singularities. I think they generally run 3, so it makes sense that you might see a third one. Overall, though, they are just going to try and hold the battlefield down, which I don't think is the worst place to be. 5. Yep, they would have 1 additional might, wouldn't they? So that goes down to...
So
that's 7 into 7.
Mm-hmm.
So they would just essentially take it out, and then maybe if they do have an accelerated unit in hand that they could play to do that, like you said, the Watchers. Maybe they play a second Kaiser for who knows what reason. But, what do they have? Can they do anything to sort of push back on this sort of turn is the question.
Right, it could be. I mean, there's honestly a lot of different play lines here, because you can even Hex Tech Ray the Sand Soldier, make it just 5 to 7. On the other side of the thing, you could double stun Twonk number 1. Does he go for repeated? Because I think he only tapped 2, which I guess is enough. If you stun the biggest unit, you only have 3 damage, so you don't even take down the Blitzcrank, and you go ahead and take down everything. Oh yeah, because it was trading 1 for 1, but the stun makes it all the difference. But oh my goodness, a little bit of BM is that? Wait, Agito. Oh, he drew it from the Sentry. The win wall, as you said before, coming into play. Unbelievable back and forth in this late game of game 2.
That's all it is sometimes. I think the idea was, could they try and clear the battlefield? If they couldn't, could they at least try and play around the time warp? Windwall says no thank you, and then it's 7 to 7. And if you have a Watcher in hand, it's now 8 to 7. So onto that wonderful game 3.
No, Ari, wait, didn't Ari? No, Kaiser won. I confused it because Ari was ahead the whole time, but Kaiser won from that time warp top deck. Of course, guys, forgive me for confusing you guys at home. It was Kaiser who won game number 1. Ari, as we just saw with the incredible wind wall protected from that time warp, I think you nailed it perfectly. I believe this Ari might not just have 1, possibly 2 wind walls to try to counter out these destructive time warps, and I love it. I am here for it. I am so excited to have a game number 3. For everyone wondering, where can we see this Ari deck list? Because I think I saw like 100 comments already saying, can I get the Ari deck list? Chat, we post the deck list after the event. We don't post them before the event, because then people can get their hands on it. So it's closed deck list for the whole event. We will post them afterwards on our Discord, of course, and on Twitter when the time comes. So patience, guys, patience, and you guys will see this Ari deck list, because I even want to see it for myself. It looks awesome.
Yeah, I've been hearing people saying they want to start playing more Ori just because of the changes with the ban list. And if this is the Ori I have to face at locals, I want to know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I want to know what they're doing, and I'm happy to see it here, because now I feel like I know what to, not totally what to expect, but a little bit more prepared than I would otherwise. But it is going to be Kaiser on the play, which he tends to get to the points first. As we're seeing here, Sentry will be the first point of this game number 1, or game number 3 rather, and just goes ahead and establishes that chosen survivor in the back line. And right now, there's not too much interaction for Aura, as he doesn't have a bigger unit for something like a Charm, as we saw in that game number 2. So it just pushes towards the Grove. And interesting, wait a minute, Agito, I was just realizing this. Grove with a God Willow from Kaiser? That is interesting.
I guess they just need an additional draw. We've seen the Zormorans from them earlier. Their last one, I've already forgotten. And then the Grove now. I think it's just a case of how much can I draw in this deck. Dreaming Tree, I think, was a staple. Occasionally you see a bit of this, which has also been taken down, and then Reaver's Row was also kind of there. I'm going to do fake battles with you.
Yeah, and a
Void
card we
Lair is the
haven't
other one.
actually seen too much of in this best of 3 series is the Piercing Light. So targeting the Eager Student, targeting the Sona rather. And right now it has enough, but thanks to that discipline, saving one of these units is the game plan for Ori. And choosing the Sona, I guess that is that more high value, because isn't it ridiculous rating 4 runes at the end of the turn? It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Sona is very good to see in the turn. Obviously, in this case, Sona goes goodbye. Overall, though, I would like to probably value the other card just as much because that's a continuously valuable engine. Unfortunately, if someone's going to hit you in the face with a smoke wall afterwards, you didn't stand a chance either way. But at least you tried.
Yeah, played towards your outs is what you did, but you couldn't play around everything. And you can't even defy because you're out of calm runes. Maybe a nice little 6-6 split for Ori. Wishing they had a little bit more calm in the deck, but shoulda, woulda, coulda sometimes, as Kaiser getting a bit ahead of the curve. 3-1 with Ori having nothing established on the board. Things are looking pretty good for our Kaiser player, if I do say so myself.
I do agree. Oh! Fine!
Oh. Nice.
All right then.
Just like that, trying to bring things back to an even playing field.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see a singularity come out here. It makes sense that obviously you want some kind of kill spells in your deck when you are having to do a weird control-y variant with a little bit of aggro. Overall, though, happy to see it. Kind of slows down the pace of the opponent. They're going to go to 4 here. As we've seen, they don't seem to run any other accelerated units. We haven't seen the Watchers, we haven't seen Darius's, we haven't seen a second Kaiser, so presumably they're having to go one at a time into battlefields now. So that has helped them kind of slow down the speed of this game. Otherwise, it would have been 5-1.
And man, kill spell after kill spell. Both of these guys going back and forth, trying to eliminate the back line. And that tends to kind of favor the true kill speller, being the Kaiser core. Singularity is a good option for Ori, but you don't run as much as the Kaiser players tend to do. So going up to 5 points, Kaiser, as we said before, getting a little too far ahead for Ori. Ori is much more of a defensive setup and just hold down the groundwork you laid early on, but playing from behind is not where she feels her best and not where she feels very comfortable in, as is 6 points, and Kaiser pretty much can delay the inevitable, is delaying the inevitable of closing out this game number 3, because you have so much time to just build your back line. You don't even have to rush anything. Kaiser at this point, or rather Ori at this point, has to do double conquer for 3 times in a row and you still don't win. Or let me see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 3 times in a row and you don't even win. So that's just so much breathing room for Kaiser. All she needs to do is conquer 1, 2 more times and she wins the game.
That's it. Or, as we know, a time warp. But no, unfortunately not now. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the situation you're in. Do you have a way of getting these stuff off the field? Can you put yourself in a position of not being out this turn? Do you have a way of fighting back against the Rebel Alliance? Sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes
In this
you
case,
do. In this situation, you just don't have too many outs. I mean, yeah, revealing the hand, double wind wall, the block, the crank, the twonk, and the student. And that is going to be all she wrote for our semifinals. A heck of a matchup. You know, to be fair, not that either player got lucky or unlucky, but the top deck time warp was Ori's game to win, but things just don't tend to happen that way sometimes. That's the fun of TCGs, right? Sometimes at the very end, things can completely change things around. And not to say the better or the worst player ends up winning, but sometimes that's what makes things like the little RNG factor TCGs keeps things interesting, doesn't it?
As a viewer of TCGs, I would agree. It's always good to see kind of that Hail Mary pass that just comes out of nowhere and you just get to go, hey, I'm sorry, I just get to win now. It doesn't always feel great when your opponent's the one getting that in the face and going, but it was my game to win. How could you take it from me so valiantly and do 4 points for no apparent reason?
Right.
That one obviously wasn't that kind of game. It was a case of I'm coming backwards and forwards. We're having to fight this out together. Unfortunately, I just have a couple extra units up. I just pulled out Piercing Light, which is a fantastic spell that doesn't get enough praise. because unfortunately, Falling Star is just a little bit better.
Right, just a tad better, depending on the situation, because you do 4, or I mean, it is better total, right? Because it does 6 over the 4, but repeated. I mean, either way, they didn't even have the Defiant hand, as we saw when he revealed the hand. Even if he had the Calm Rune, no Defy available on that in that current hand. But I will say, I think Estallion made a huge point that Ari can definitely hang in the current 2.5 meta, and we might be seeing a whole lot more Ari going forward. So I'm excited. I'm a fan of Ari. She tends to be a really big fan favorite, as I believe it or not, I think she might be maybe the most popular set one, at least in terms of like League of Legends, right? I know you know League a little bit better than I.
I think we went through this before, me, you, and BMU. And I think it was Lux had the most skins, and then it was Ori, and then it was Irelia.
Okay. And then Ezreal's somewhere in the mix.
He was like just under Irelia, yeah.
There we go. But guys, there was just one more match. Let me take a quick look at the bracket to see who ended up winning. For those wondering what was on the other side of the battlefield, it was, or not battlefield, but the other side of the bracket, it was a Yasuo versus a Victor. And both of our spicy picks got taken down. So Yasuo losing at the hand of the War Crimes Victor, and then Ari losing at the hands of the Kai'Sa. So we will have a true Origins final. Kai'Sa, the old queen of the meta, and Victor, a real rising star in the new bans meta. So that should be a good matchup. Both players have been playing cleanly. I am excited to close out the show. I will be taking a step back, as I believe NA45 woke up from his little bit of a nap, and I think Alguito will be taking a bit of a step back as well. So 2 new casters coming your way. But before we head on out of here, if you have any little final shout out / remarks you want to leave us on, Alguito, that would be perfect.
Same as usual. Thank you for having me. It's always fantastic to be here at Rifts and Ruins. I'll always say the wrong way around. I don't know why. Enjoy the finals. Obviously, it's not the one we wanted to see, which is going to be Ori versus Yasuo. Some in-law fun. But why not have a Void Lady versus a Robot Man? So have fun. See you soon. You know where to find me if you want to find me. And I'll catch you guys for the next Runes and Rift.
That's right. I put Alguito's awesome links in both of the chats. But guys, we will be right back. There's only 2 players remaining, so we'll try to make this break as speedy as possible. The timer's going to say 25, but it'll be nowhere near that time. So we will be right back to close out today's first ever post-ban meta. Going back to good old set 1, will it be a Victor champion, or will it be the Queen rising one more time? A Kai'Sa deck taking it down. We will get our answers when we return. Be right back, guys.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome here, everyone, to the grand finals of the post-ban set 2 matchups here. We are here with Runes and Rift, of course, with their weekly tournament, and it has been a blast so far. I am returning back to the desk after casting that round 5 or round 4 of Swiss. Now I'm here in the grand finals. We got NA45 to go ahead and close things out with me. How you doing, NA?
I'm doing good. I'm impressed. The tournament has run really quickly so far. I guess this is the result of no miracles. So yeah,
Yeah.
excited to see the finals.
Yeah, it's a lot more interactive, I will say. It's quite interesting to actually watch, and for your viewing pleasure, it's also quite interesting because just like No Miracles, we have seen the rise of a certain deck come to the forefront. And with that being said, we will be having the most played deck, I believe, here in this tournament, Victor, with 8 total decks, going up against a Kaisa deck. The only, I believe, or no, second most as well, third most, 5 Kaisa decks, 1 of 5 here with Wrecker.
I mean, I'm excited to see it in action. I like the Victor deck. Thought it was cool. Unfortunately, you really had a pretty poor matchup into the Miracle deck. So yeah, looking forward to see it.
Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised. I mean, we were talking about some of the bands, you know, and mentioning it, and obviously Victor came out as one of the big winners. Very stable deck, a lot of board removal, but now facing off against a very high speed, what feels like high tempo Kaisa from the old days. I'm very excited to see how it works. How much of a matchup is this going to be? Because I think a lot of people in chat and obviously in the history books would say the Kaisa does win out, I believe, in this matchup more often than not.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad matchup for Victor. I am looking forward to see what our Victor player has up his sleeves to combat that. So with that, I think we should be ready to jump right in.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. And of course, the 2 players that are gracing your screen, once again, it is Rift Lounge on the Victor, rolling on in with a pretty powerful battlefield against Wrecker on the Kaisa. Both players sitting at 5-1 in their matchup records, which is quite surprising, I will say. So we'll see exactly how that pans out. But in the grand finals, it's a BO3. It's all day long. Let's see how they go. And it's immediate start for Rift Lounge as you go ahead and drop that Honest Broker, getting that gold generation moving. And it's a quick response on the flip by the Lecturing Yordle, getting that card draw moving early as well.
Yeah, it is kind of nice to see the Unit Victor deck really having its time to shine. It felt like it I'm not gonna say it totally disappeared with Draven, but when your entire strategy revolves around putting these little tiny tokens on the board that just say have free draws, generally doesn't work out super good. So with Draven falling a little bit, I'm not gonna say it fell too far until we see maybe the results of a couple big regional size events. I know Lille is coming up, and that'll be a really good indicator of the new format. So actually, is that the first big tournament we have with the new format? Is it Lille, or is there something before that?
Ooh. I want to say yes. The
Okay.
first major regional that is going to be
Okay.
incorporating the bands in,
Excellent.
and I mean that'll be interesting to see in itself. So yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm excited. I am very excited to go. So, looks like
There you go.
we have both players moving on to the opposition's battlefield. Actually, what's kind of cool with the Ravenbloom for Kaisa is Kaisa generally doesn't try to hold too much. Honestly, neither does Victor. But Ravenbloom is going to be perfect for Kaisa. Kaisa plays so many spells, and if Victor does ever decide to go through combat, it's pretty likely to give draws over. But
Ooh, yeah.
Kaisa accelerating out the champion and getting to see quite a few cards here: draw, discard, and draw. Okay, Watcher. Yep, I mean, that's kind of expected, right? That card's not going to be particularly good in the Victor matchup. I'm probably digging for like Bellows and Singularities.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very quick tap and a very quick movement coming out here. So you can already see off rip, we are seeing Wrecker trying to take control of the battlefield very quickly, but a quick Stupefy onto the Kaisa track does lend itself to a very different story. We've seen, I want to say when we took a look at Rift Lounge before, Rift Lounge, they actively went against another Victor build out. So it was a Victor v Victor matchup. And instead now we are looking at that removal. So bye-bye goes the Kaisa. It's a very nice and quick removal before things go a little bit sideways in there, I will say. So I like the current play that they're going for. Not only that, dropping that Riptide out of the water, saying we don't want to deal with that one at the end of the day. So you are going to not have to deal with that big unit piece.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting to see that Kaisa was okay with knowing that Kaisa unit was almost certainly not going to survive tapping out against a yellow deck, especially the Victor deck that plays so much removal. It's kind of expected that he's just going to die, and he's like, okay, I want to get these couple draws and dig in, and I'm okay with it dying. I'm not leaving anything up for retreat. Definitely showcasing a more aggressive Kaisa build, like you said, like aggressive kind of high tempo build.
Yeah, I want to see if it works, but for right now, the board state looks a little bit weak. You know for a fact that Wrecker has a lot of cards in hand, but maybe not the rune power to really swing as hard as they would like right now. They spent a lot to bring the Kaisa out a little bit early. They are still holding over on Ravenbloom Conservatory, but that face down hidden card has to be a little bit of a worry. You know, if you take out the recruit, that feels fine and all that stuff, but you know for a fact that you're in a little bit of trouble on the back end. But there it is, Ferris Forerunner, one of the big ones. Death Knell, drop 3 Might Mech unit tokens to your base. If this unit dies, it's a very big power play that can deal with a lot of the aggressive token generation. And here comes that consult from the past. Draw 2 more, gives a big hand for Rift Lounge here.
Yeah, I think it was pretty easy for Kaisa there to make that read that the hidden is a draw 2. Generally, the only hiddens that are being played are there's wages, which you're not hiding against Kaisa because anything that can be accelerated is not beating, like wages is not outing it. You're not beating a Darius. You're not beating another Kaisa with the wages. And that just leaves you with generally Consult Past and Hidden Blade. So almost certainly just looking for a draw 2 there so you can kind of disrespect it and say, yeah, sure, whatever. You can hide your card. You can get your draws. That's totally fine. It doesn't actually do anything. In this case, Victor does kind of swing the hand advantage right back, right? He does now have that 6-card hand. I guess they are at even ramp now after paying a couple power costs, but does have the gold token on the ready for the next turn. And like you said before, has a slightly better board state. The Victor unit coming down now and having a token in 3 places. So even repeated bellows is not clearing quite everything.
Yeah, and I don't I think we saw it before with the Bellows, but honestly, with the current rune situation as well, I don't see it working well for Record to even think about doing that. I think you're more wondering if you're gonna swing hard with the Forerunner and see what you can work with there. I think that, in my eyes, would be a much better call. It looks like it was a gold token denied by Wrecker, so only extra gold for Rift Lounge here. More tokens
I'm
available, but
surprised.
again, setting up the base quite well. Surprised that Record didn't take it.
Yeah, because at this point in the game, it doesn't really matter that much if the victor has like one extra gold token. Um, I yeah, I don't know. I guess opted to. Wow, that's a good. That's a very
Yeah,
good hit.
that's.
Oh my.
It would have been even better if you had the energy to play it, right?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I mean that is a little bit scary on the follow up, but there is the Yordle sitting in the base. I mean that's a pretty free one to get rid of. Would like to see something to clean up the base a little bit here. It does get scary when you let Victor develop these wide boards, especially in the base, because it opens you up to like a Imperial Decree or a if he's even considering still playing it. I think the stratagem card has kind of died in set 2. I really
Yeah.
don't think any yellow decks have been playing it besides maybe Rek'Sai. I've seen a couple Rek'Sais play it. But I would be worried about the decrees, especially when we're tapping out. And it is possible for Victor to play his own Bellows. Like a Bellows repeated in the base here into a call would be insane. Like the game almost, I'm not going to say would be over, but it'd be pretty close to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great swing to have. However, there is going to be a discard, and there's the
Wow.
Bellows to clear out the enemy backline, which we do appreciate. I know your heart skipped a little beat there, and you're like, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
Yeah.
Nah, he's not going to do it to his own side.
No,
Instead,
no, no.
remove a lot of that backline, keep the Forerunner over on that left side battlefield in the Conservatory, and still hold a lot of weight with the rune untapped. Take a look at that 7 out of 9, meaning, well, obviously you wind down a little bit more, but there is the Cold of the Week that we saw earlier. 2 tokens will come out here with the mech side, but you can still deny them as well if you so wish. That's a double conquer up to 6. One more good turn will give the win to Rift Lounge.
Yep, and it is Victor, so plenty of options to push up aggressively. Still can develop that Victor unit token or the Victor leader token, and then ideally can maybe develop a couple more units so you have enough units that you can threaten that Imperial Decree, or you can threaten like the Singularity or something. Essentially, you have enough that you can threaten both battlefields on the following turn, because right now... Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, sure, if both players are okay with it. In this case, does push up the Honest Broker there as the Card Sharp.
Card Sharp, yeah.
As the it will create the token when it dies, so more threats on the following turn, and you really don't care about the size of the threats, because again, the general, wow, okay, clearing the board aggressively, which I like to see. It does get harder for Kaisa, because a lot of the accelerate options are pretty expensive. Like Darius is 5, only leaves you 4. Even the accelerated Kaiser from hand also is 5. There are cheap options, but generally they are not they weren't played before. I guess it's hard to say without too much experience post ban list, but there is stuff like Legion Rearguard, which is cheap accelerate. Wouldn't expect too many of these though.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering here. So that's a quick capture over on the Zon Warrens. And so you're able to discard 1. You dropped out of the progress stage, just saying, I can't really deal with that one right now. I don't want to even think about that. So, yeah, big draw. I mean, why would you do that when you feel like the turn's going to end here? Did you draw anything good, though, is the question. You have 9 energy to work with, and you need a full board clear. And you need to be able to wipe out a lot of these units and then be able to push some out as well. I mean, where did this go wrong for the Kaisa? I feel like, because we're talking like the Kaisa has been behind here, which they have, but where did it go wrong for them?
I mean, that previous turn where they established a bunch of units just kind of said bellows me. I mean, there's not much of a better way to say it. It said just bellows me, and the game is rough. There were a few different options though. The Kaisa player could have tried to spread their units a little bit, like play a maybe play the 2-drop onto the battlefield with the Forerunner, because then
Yeah.
at that point the repeated bellows isn't killing everything, and they do have to trade in at least one body. But I mean, it's easy to say these things in retrospect because there are still answers for that kind of play, right? Because you can still just
Yeah.
get hit with like a stupefy on the 2-drop, which is like a easy way to clear it. It does leave your guys on the battlefield, so if he doesn't have bellows, then your stuff is getting cleared just straight through combat. So it's very easy to say in retrospect, but it's a lot harder to see in the moment. Here, Kaisa really does need to hold on to this battlefield, or the game is quite over. But yeah, that's
Yeah, and I mean, considering when we talk about a lot of the removal options that a Victor has, to see a big unit like the Watcher come out feels bad, right? That's a big turn being utilized, but here comes the get excited, and we are going to deal an energy cost out and send their own Watcher back. A great reversal and a save by Wrecker here. But is there going to be, because that was a big turn. That was a big swing, but the unit might reduction is still in effect, I think.
yes, it is. So
And
here,
so they're calculating right now, right? They're calculating to see if they can just bump in a straight up face off.
if he pushes it up, it's 4-4 and it trades, and then you can win the game with the token. The issue
Yeah.
is that one energy is a very scary thing, considering he has not played. I don't think he's played one stupefy, or was it the Victor that played the stupefy? So there's
I think it
still
was a Victor.
Okay, there's still stupefies left. There's still void rays left if they're playing them. Again, this not quite the traditional Kaisa list with so many main forerunners and the get excited. So not. It's something you need to be wary of because things get pretty hairy here if you do lose your board to that, right? And you can just say, I don't think you have the accelerate to go push up on the other battlefield, and I'm going to just try and hold there. I think it's pretty unlikely that happens because Kaisa almost certainly has removal for the card sharp in hand. But it's what kind of risk you're willing to take here. Because you do have to think about the follow-up turn as well then. Okay, let's say you do pass it over. They clear the Raven Bloom. Well, now you're back to having the double conquer, and they have 4 runes up. So it gets spooky. You got to kind of take the risks that you are willing to take. In this case, he's saying you do not have something. And it might not.
I mean, it was a gamble, right? At the end of the day, you're gambling on this kind of movement, and that's the joys of TCGs. You are gambling your hopes and dreams right now. One more token goes in, and out comes a Hextech Ray! It's even better here. 1/1 cost, blowing away that recruits. And Wrecker will stay alive. 1 point separates Rift Lounge, but it gives Wrecker a mere moment to fight back.
Yeah, I think that is looking pretty rough. So what if Kaisa has any removal in hand? I think the game should be pretty over here. Because you just go clear and it's like, okay, sure, I can draw cards. It's pretty hard to establish multiple accelerate units because, mind you, only going up to 8, so you have only Watcher. You can develop like multiple Zins if he plays multiple Zins, but that's like a big ask if you are playing multiple of that. And then there still is the potential of interruption in hand.
Yeah, and we can now see it's a full board flood coming in from Wrecker's side, dropping the double Poros into play with the plundering, making sure to keep the base also safe, still worried about that Bellows Breath plus Imperial Decree, really making sure that you can play for a turn back. But I mean, you take a look at the board, the hand state for this Victor, and you're hoping for a little extra. It is going to be a Bellows Breath option. Stupefy number 1. You need to value out the other mech, and
okay.
I think they are revealing. No, they say that's it. That's done. Wow. GG's, well played by Wrecker at the tail end. The Hextech Ray to save.
Yeah, that was very good. That was very good. It was very close there at the end. If he had drawn a second Xin Zhao, the game was over, as you can just go doubles. No, actually, no, because there wasn't a way to get another unit. So, no, yeah, well played. Exciting stuff. I always like it when the games come down to the wire like that. It feels like the bands may be very good.
Yeah. Number 1 in turn. I will say this from a personal standpoint. I love the interactions now. One of the big callouts is why they banned, I think, the called shot. It felt like you were playing yourself against the deck, right? that was really it for a lot of the miracle runs and a lot of those draws. I love how interactive a lot of these decks are. A lot of people are saying, well, it's just spell weave. Well, it's still interactive. I still get to play against my opponent. Thank you very much. I'm not watching someone draw 7 cards in one turn. Like, I enjoy this a lot more.
Yeah, I think low-key one of the nicest things that they did is because they hit all these random, like, for instance, hitting the called shot and stuff, they made it less appealing to play seals. And I think seals are one of the biggest issue with enabling silly stuff because they allow you to cheat resource costs and play more cards than you should every turn and then every subsequent turn. Because remember, every turn you have a seal live. Well, that's one more rune that you have on every following turn. So if you have 3 seals, that means every following turn is +3 runes, and it compounds. So
Yeah.
it's something that it doesn't really make very obvious, but seals allow you to play insanely higher counts of cards as long as you have the draw for it. And obviously, called shot is kind of was the crazy combination where not only is it free if you have the seals, but it's infinite cards, so you can find more seals. So
Yep. It's a very frustrating deal to work with. It's the constant reloading, accelerating. It's like playing Age of Empires and just accelerating through all the decades, right? Like you are just powering through, and while one player's still sitting on like rocks and clubs, the other guy's sitting with like a couple nukes on the end, and you're like, bro, that's not fair. I don't know what the heck you just did, but it's not cool. Looking into this game too, though, its immediate start with a 1/1 tap. A recruit was denied as a lecturing Yordle sends him back to class, and it will be the Treasure Hoard versus the Vile Maw's Lair. An early falling star as well to really deny any sort of setup of the victor's side.
Yep, I like it. Aggressively remove units. This is one of the things that has traditionally in set 1 made it so annoying for Victor to play against Kaisa is yellow-blue, not a lot of good accelerate options. So you are forced to kind of actually play the slow fair game. Xin Zhao does exist now, but other than that, it's like you can play the sprite token stuff, you can play the Watcher, and that's about it. Which feels pretty bad when your units are getting removed every turn. But I will say, this card that was played to the base right now is kind of a highlight for me because it is one of the better ways of dealing with the removal from Kaisa, and it looks to be having a bit of an impact in set 3 as well with LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Mixologist, I believe.
Yep, the glass mixologist, very, very annoying to deal with. You don't want to remove it, but already we are seeing kind of that build up once more. And this time it's actually Wrecker who feels a lot more in that advantage. A quick capture over to Vile Maw's Lair. Unable to move from here, but again, it's a death knell effect. Draw 1 once you die. So Wrecker's getting something out of it each time. But this acceleration pace, this was not what we saw last time. And it's always kind of funny to think about because when I look at a Victor deck, I think... oh god, who was it that called it War Crimes deck? I think it was Agito. Agito had one of the best ways to put it. It's a War Crimes deck, right? You're just removing, and it's the same factor back. It's like a Victor getting a taste of his own medicine, watching his units slowly fall away without being allowed to build up on his own.
Yeah, this is something that the yellow deck does. One of the downsides, I mean, it's so good at removal, but it's not really good at dealing with removal. Again, until next set, I think the LeBlanc deck is going to be pretty good in the removal, which will be definitely pretty interesting.
Oh my god, I watched one of those. It was painful. Let me tell you, once we go to set 3, I'm terrified of LeBlancs.
Yeah, it does look pretty powerful. I think it's done pretty well at some of the early tournaments here, but same colors as Victor, so you will get to see maybe a little bit more emphasis on the death knells, which is definitely a cool thing to see. Mixologist pushing into the Vile Maws and the Watchful Sentry turning into another card, trapping the Mixologist there. That being said, Victor doesn't really pull out of battlefields, more of a conquer style strategy than a hold style strategy, so not going to complain too much there. Opting to go up to odd points, but does get the gold token.
Yeah. We are going to go ahead and very quickly tap out here, hide another card with the Mixologist. I think kind of preemptively determining as another one comes out here. Love this call. I'm amazed you actually didn't slam that into another battlefield instead. Maybe hold over on Treasure Hoard just to play a little bit safer. but it's a nice play. You're expecting the Forerunner to come out to swing as well, so it's a good primer for what could be coming next.
Yeah, well, if you do put it on a battlefield, specifically the treasure hoard, you lose the board, right? You push it up, and then he just trades in with actually, you can just push in the Yordle plus the Forerunner, and the tank saves the Forerunner. And in this point, you
fair
just
enough.
want to establish units, and the Mixologist is a unit that is quite annoying for Kaisa to deal with, as it is going to turn into another unit. So not kind of giving up on that death knell before you have to, force the Kaisa to commit stuff into it, which is why I imagine it's being played to the base here. And also, spreading is good. Kaisa is at the Watcher threshold if they did want to play it. I wouldn't be surprised if Watchers were sided out. I don't think it's particularly good versus this Victor deck. In fact, I kind of hate it. But with the Get Excited build, you need discards, so maybe not.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You need to be able to kind of rotate in. We did also get a swap. I believe one of the hidden cards. It looks like Rift Lounge wanted to move it over to the left side battlefield instead. That is going to be a reduction though. Quick drop of a Stupefy and immediate Forerunner build out. So I like what we're seeing here. Quick tap Stupefy back, sending one to a -1. So 5 versus 5. Another Stupefy. Multiple Stupefies being played at the end here, which I love this call. It's a very silly way to
Never
play.
ends.
So it will be a Forerunner hold over here on Vile Ma's Lair.
Yeah, I will say I'm not super enthused by playing back the gold generator off of the Mixologist. Obviously, he has no other options here, but it doesn't feel super great because by the time those guys die and you get the gold tokens, the game's pretty close to over. So maybe a little bit too slow to do anything but provide bodies. But you can't really complain about bodies, right? As that is the issue with the Victor deck against the Kaisa deck, is not having enough bodies. But going really wide here, saying you are going to have to deal with a lot of units on the follow-up. You have to deal with the mech tokens. You have to deal with a couple Yordles. You got to deal with the ever so annoying Poro from set 1, who seems to be making his return.
Yeah, I love Pouty Poro, by the way. One of the greatest little artwork pieces. I played Legends of Runeterra in the past. It's a funny little one. Just he's so annoyed. All he wants is a specific food, and his whole kit is just very, very silly. I love it. So, as you said though, it is a problem. We are looking at the board state. We're looking at the bodies on the table, and yeah, you're looking at Wrecker who's tapped out. I still don't think Rift Lounge has the ability to kind of overwhelm. You're looking at what they have. It's just, what can you do, really?
Yeah, it is definitely an annoying scenario. That being said, I think there are a lot of answers here, especially with so many cards in hand and so many runes. You can, for the most part, deal with board by trading in. Opts to not do that. Okay, yeah, no. So is going to trade in. This does deal with the battlefields. Now this does open up a nice bellows onto the base. Double bellows clear some stuff. You're totally fine with paying deflex at this point. You're pretty stacked up on runes. You got a couple treasure tokens. It looks like not going to do that. What are we playing? I think.
Well, no, he might. He might if he has Imperial Decree as well. No, it's a Watchers.
Oh, there
he
we go.
reduced everyone
Bellow
already and then dropped a
Nice.
Bellows Breath on top. Well played at the end. It's the, I don't want to say it's the budget Imperial Decree. I feel it's a better Imperial Decree because you're able to push a 7 might unit out. Now, the problem is there's a Time Warp coming out to play. Wrecker saying, gimme the win.
No.
Oh, boy.
Okay, that's one. Does he have Accelerate for the other battlefield? It could be a Watcher. It could be a Darius.
He has the Kaisa!
Oh, yeah, he has the Kaisa! Wow. I feel like I haven't seen this since set 1. Oh my gosh. That was a fun
who
one.
would have thought the Time Warp would have come out in a set 1 versus set 1 matchup? Crazy end.
Just slams it. I totally forgot about the Kaisa champion. I thought it had already been played, but no, yeah. So that, wow, what a clean finish from him. Is the Victor's unable to clean the entire battle or the entire base up? I thought he did. I thought he did have enough, but I guess not.
I do wonder. It's a much higher cost play because you wanted the unit out. I think if he did Bellows Breath and Imperial Decree, he would have had enough energy, enough runes left over to tap that last. Because
Did he
Imperial Decree, I think, is 5/2, right? And
did he have a
then
decree
Watchers,
in his
he did
hand?
have Imperial Decree. I'm looking at his hand
Okay.
now. He did have Imperial.
Okay,
I think he
okay.
actually. So the funny story is, I'm pretty sure he drew that off of the Stupefy. I'm pretty sure he drew that off
Oh,
Stupefy,
okay.
so he had it in hand.
Okay,
But
that's funny.
yeah, I think he had it, but he wanted the unit out instead, and that was kind of his downfall. I think at that
Yeah.
point.
Well, that is unfortunate. Sometimes it's these little decisions we make come back to bite us, and it's very easy to see in retrospect as well, right? We can
Yeah.
say, okay, of course he has the time warp in hand, but it's not so easy to see in the moment all the time, and especially
Right.
when the lists aren't super defined, people are still experimenting with new stuff.
Yep.
Well, you got to kind of take a guess at what your opponent's playing sometimes, so you might not even expect it.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with you on that point. It was so much fun to watch, and honestly, I loved every single moment of it. Big shout out to Wrecker, though, taking a stride with one of the Kaisas, one of the 5 representing here at the end of the day. Very, very well played. And I gotta say, NA45, I know you joined us a little bit late, but I know you were catching a couple of the other matches as well. What do you think of the tournament here today, and are you thinking ahead towards set 3 as well?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good tournament. I'm not super surprised to see Kaisa do as well as it did. I think that the Kaisa deck is still pretty powerful. I will say I do expect Draven to still be the top dog, maybe Aurelia up there as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to Lille in what, 2 weeks now? Yeah, 2 weeks,
Hey,
and
nice.
still deciding on what I want to play. So maybe I'll steal some ideas from the list that Plus is going to post. So keep
Hey.
tuned on the Twitter.
Yep, always keep eyes. Make sure to follow Plus RB if you ever get the chance. Always having a good time. Also, the Runes and Rift side of things. Make sure to keep track of all the socials and for upcoming tournaments as well. If you do not know, you can also join the Discord. Get in on the ranked matches. Meet a lot of the teammates, or not teammates, but other opponents that you might face off against in the tournaments themselves. And get locked in on the community side. I believe !Discord, which I believe has just been used, will give you all the info that you do need. But I want to say thank you to everyone who did tune in to the broadcast all day long. You had Arachnid, Ekpilot, Pato, as well as Sasuke, and then Agito, of course, earlier on. Plus, of course, Plus RB manning the post and making sure that the broadcast ran just as well as the front of house. My name is Orbital. With me has been NA45. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you all next time.